How about now? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, I'll call us to order at 8 a.m. We'll start with the invocation with Nathan Lopez.
All right, we're going to go ahead and open up in prayer this morning. If you'd like to stand with us, you can. Lord, we're grateful to be able to be here together on our second day of tribal assembly. We just ask for your presence to be here with us during this day. And for you to be here to comfort us, God, our Creator, our Lord, our Savior. God, we're grateful for all the business that we're about to go into, that you would be here present and help us during this amazing day that we get to serve and represent our tribe. We're grateful for you, and we pray a blessing on this entire day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Nathan. So before we get into the word of the day, we have some news, and this part is hard for me. Yesterday, we lost a good friend and a delegate. Ella Bennett's daughter left us yesterday. Rose Westica, who was a longtime employee here at Central Council and a good friend to many of us in this room. We're going to ask if Jerry Bennett will come forward and say a few words for all of us. Can we get him a mic, please?
Can you hear me now? Well, we're thankful for your support for Sister Ella, and her daughter went by her this morning. Somebody else provided tickets for them, so what the Lord is doing on their behalf, we're thankful for each and every one of you that supported her yesterday. Let's have a word of prayer. How many of you have family that are sick at home? Real high. How many believe in prayer? Let's pray together then, huh? Heavenly Father, we come in the name that's above every name, your Son, Jesus Christ. Father, you said whatever we ask of you in his name, you would do it. And Lord, today we lift Sister Ella and her family before you. Father, that you give them the inner strength, Lord of God, through this time of their daughter, Lord, and let them feel your love beyond the grave. And Father, we ask for those that have family home sick, Lord of God, and no matter what the sickness, Lord, I ask that the hand of God be upon each and every one of them. Cover our families and our home, Lord, with the love, and Lord, let us encourage each other always. And Father, we thank you for it now. And Lord, let Ella feel your love greater than any other time in her life. And we ask it all, Father, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Praise God. And everyone said?
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Jerry. Moving on with word of the day, Jackie and Gianna. Gianna?
You want to come up there or down here?
Yeah, come on up here.
Yake Sutat. I'm going to be doing the Tlingit word of the day, and I want you to know that this word was selected by my advanced Tlingit class last night. Only because Lance and I were both a little bit late to class. So we asked them to show kindness to us. So Tuslaan. Tuslaan. T-U-L-A period A-A-N. Tuslaan. Because most of us already know that kindness comes with love, and love is kusahan. So love, kusahan. Okay, thank you. Tuslaan, show kindness today. Ganesh Chish.
Thank you, Jackie. Gianna?
Hadalasi, Sklinkings Eshdi Gooding a Login, Georgiana Douglas di Nanu Ejin, Diane Douglas Willard di Au Ejin, Sanu Gahinu di Kiang, Galas Gustu di Qualag and Ketchikan student Ejin. So my Haida name is Sanuka. My name is Gianna Willard. Grandparents were Georgiana and Julius Douglas. My parents are Diane and Larry Willard. Come from Ketchikan. My clan is Gaukiiwi. I'm Raven Owl. The word of the day that I'm going to teach you is aditsi. It's a Haida word, aditsi. And that's the forest, because we are rooted in culture, and where roots grow is the forest is where we find most of our roots. So, aditsi. How
Outlet, Sharon. Okay, we'll adopt the minutes. Do we have a motion to adopt the minutes? Do we have a second? Veronica from Huna, second. Question's been called. All in favor say aye. Opposed, same sign. Minutes have been adopted. Okay, with that, we'll move on to the next thing on our agenda is the elections, and the elections chair. Come on up. Where's Jan?
Good morning. For the new delegates, I'm Jan Peel. I'm the election chair. And we will be doing the vice president, the emerging leader, the delegate citizen of the year, and excuse me. Since we already did the president and the judges, our day hopefully will be short. Some of my papers are being redone, so I'm taking up time. Many of you can tell I'm getting a little bit slow coming up here. My health decided to kick me in the rear. I still get up. I figured that's half the battle. You know, for some that don't know, I had breast cancer, and I tried to be very open about it because I don't want my granddaughters to be afraid. And I think that's something that all of us women, 1 out of 8 of us is going to get it. So I'm trying to be very open. and I'm not afraid to talk about it. But my forms were not quite ready, but I can go through the list for those of you who are new. All of us oldies know what's going to happen. Anybody who is about my age. For our vice presidency, we have Rob Sanderson Jr., Jacqueline Pata, Clinton Cook Sr., Delbert Kadek Jr., Catherine Edwards, Karen Luth Elliott, Tasha Hotch, William Micklin, and Paulette Marino. You really have to commend these people for putting their name in the hat. To put yourself out there and say, vote for me. I think it takes a lot of courage. It's nothing that I want to do. I'm happier on this side of the fence. So the fact that they have the confidence to put their name in, I believe, says a lot about that person. So I commend all of the candidates. Here we go. We also have for the emerging leader, we have Shailene Moeller, Michaela De Jesus, Nina Edwards, Randy Estrin, Haley Steffies, Ashlyn Eminoff, and Jolyn Tripley. If we could have the election committee come up and please bring your laptop so you could vote when it's time to vote, and just have a seat up in front. You know, our election committee has to give up a lot. They can't campaign for you. They can't caucus. They can't wink at you when they're up here. They do this. And I've had a number of members who, citizens who, after the first meeting when we tell them what's expected of them, decided that they weren't going to do it. It's not for everybody. I think it's easier. You can campaign all you want, just don't look at me. And I'm not afraid to say I can't talk to you. And the reason we do that is because we want to be impartial. I don't want somebody to look at us and say, well, you were hobnobbing with, the first vice president candidate. And I wouldn't want any of that to taint any of our elections. So we're kind of strict. But this is what we do to serve our communities and to serve Tlingit and Haida. When we vote for the vice president, we'll be voting for up to 6. And we'll keep doing this until we seat a VP. Is everybody signed in? Everybody have their yellow voter ID and password. If you don't have it, let us know so we could help you. So raise your hand if you don't have your yellow card. We have some in front. Okay. Oh, so they don't need their card. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. We're going to do a mock vote. And Stephanie is going to send everybody their elector ID and password. So we're going to open the mock voting. Mock voting is open. Your elector ID and your password will be emailed to you now for those that don't have it. Okay. I just had a question from Angela, who's evidently in an airplane. I'm hoping that I have by now answered her question. But if not, she can chat me again. So for those who don't have your yellow card, your email should be in your Outlook. And that will get you signed in to Simply Voting. If you have any questions, please raise your hand so that someone could see you. We do have staff walking around to help you. Okay, I received my email, and I was able to just click on it, says my, to go to voting, click on that, on the site. It also has your elector ID and your password, but all I had to do was click on the HTTP address. So if you still need help, wave at me. Looks like everybody is being helped. Yeah, Kara? It took a lot longer, but sometimes I think paper was easier. Once we get into it, it'll just go really fast. Yes. Name and community, please. You break it?
1, 2, 3. Yeah, Jerry Hope from Sitka. I just wanted to advocate for herring and hoping that people will go ahead and vote for herring.
Did anybody have a question that I'm not seeing? Up here. Name and community?
Madam Chair. I'm from Jack Strong from Cluckwan, and I want to know why moose was not on the ballot.
Jack was a longtime Seattle delegate. Does anybody still need some assistance? Wave down, one of the staff wandering. So currently we are at 79 out of a possible 121. So we still have some that need to sign on. While we're waiting, I would like to say welcome to all the new delegates. I heard we had one that is, what, 20? I think the youngest delegate we ever had was 18, and she was out of Seattle. Said Anchorage also had one last year who had just turned 18. Oh, right up in front. I think it's great that we browbeat our youngsters into coming. No. We still have a few that haven't signed in. I think we're at 104 out of 121. So if you need some assistance, just let us know. So has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Last time, has anyone not voted? Seeing none, the ballot's closed.
This is the, how many votes cast and the majority needed.
Okay, we had 111 cast. And with the majority, we have to have 56. So we have herring eggs, 87. Dry fish, 83. Berries, 75. Jarred smoked salmon, 75. Seaweed, 67. Deer meat, 49. Hooligans, 31. Gumboots, 27. Seal meat, 21. Oh, you move it, okay. Great. Yeah. So, who won? Okay. So with the majority, we would have seated two. If those were the vice presidents, we would have seated first and second. Now that's how we do it. Let's get two done at one.
Is
Yeah. Taking a look at the numbers, folks, we would have seated 5. You only needed 56. So we will get ready now that you've done your test run. We will let me see, here we are. This is a majority vote. We will be voting for 6, no more than 6. Would be Rob Sanderson, Jacqueline Pata, Clinton E. Cook Sr., Delbert Kadek Jr., Catherine Edwards, Karen Luth Elliott, Tasha Hotch, William Micklin, and Paulette Marino. So we will do ballot 1, vote for only 6, up to 6, up to 6. So ballots are open. Go ahead. Does anyone need any help? Wave. We need some help over to my left. We need help over here to my right. Has anyone not voted? Okay. You know, this is an important thing that we do, so we're not, I'll wait until everybody's done. Don't feel like you're pressured. If you need help, we'll wait until you get it. Has anyone not voted? Mhm. Has anyone not voted? Please raise your hand. Mhm. Last time, has anyone not voted? Seeing none, ballots are closed. Okay. Okay. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election of the highest vote getter by majority vote. Total ballots cast, 115. Majority, 58. So you have seated first Vice President Jackie Pata, second Vice President Clinton E. Cook. Rob Sanderson had 57, Will Micklin, 41, Delbert Kadek, 33, Paulette Marino, 32, Catherine Edwards, 31, Tasha Hotch, 26, Karen Luth Elliott, 24. Congratulations, you've seated first and second Vice President. I thought I said Jackie Pata, 63, Clinton E. Cook, 58. Jackie, would you like to say a few words? Where are you? There you are.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what'd you say? We need to accept the... We need to have a motion to accept.
It's been moved to accept the election results. Seconded by Anchorage. Questions been called. All in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carried. Go ahead, Jackie.
I'd like to thank all of the delegates here today and thank you for your support. I know this vote was for the Executive Council is a vote for the tribe and for the work that we've been doing and together and collaboratively. We have a great team and I'm really appreciative that to be able to serve you again for 2 years. And I also want to congratulate Clinton Cook, who are my strong counterpart. We work together in the Housing Authority and we work together in the tribe. And it's a great relationship. So thank you. And thank you, President Peterson, for the work that you've done to allow us to continue to serve.
Congratulations. Thank you. Yes, Clinton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the delegation for your support. I will continue to fight for Tlingit and Haida in every realm we have that we deal with. You guys put your trust in me and I will deliver. The villages need the support from Tlingit and Haida as well as the large communities. We will do our best to represent you, state and federal. I'd like to also acknowledge my wife, Jessna, who's online watching. It's with her support that I decided to run again. And thank you for your support, everybody, and look forward to the future. Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to ballot 2. Vote for no more than 4. Ballots are open. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Thank you. Would you like some help signing in? It's right behind you. I don't know where she's going. Candy. She's election. Yeah. Candy. The vice president candidates are Rob Sanderson Jr., Delbert Kadek Jr., Catherine Edwards, Karen Luth Elliott, Tasha Hotch, Will Micklin, and Paulette Marino. And vote for no more than 4. Has anyone not voted? Seeing none, ballots are closed. Vote for no more than 4. Ballot 2. Results. Robert Sanderson Jr., 67. Will Micklin, 62. Delbert Kadek Jr., 39. Paulette Marino, 32. Catherine Edwards, 29. Tasha Hotch, 28. Karen Luth Elliott, 20. 117 votes cast, 59 were needed. We have seated Vice President 3 and 4. So the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election of the highest vote getter by majority vote. It's been moved, seconded by Jack. Questions called. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We have seated Vice President number 3 and number 4. Yes, Rob.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Rob Sanderson, Ketchikan delegate. I would like to thank the delegation for supporting myself. And again, thank you for Ketchikan for always having my back. I know 3 minutes goes by pretty fast, Madam Chair, you know, and I got probably about a quarter of the things I wanted to say. But anyway, what I will say is to use, when I make a choice to vote in representing our people, I don't waver. I sit there. And in my mind, before I testify before the North Pacific Board of Fish, when I meet with Noah, whatever, you know, when I say things, I don't go up there and I don't second guess my thoughts, because our people deserve strong leadership that will never bend. And, you know, being the resolutions chair, and to me, being one that's always picked to do the memorial service, to me, that's a privilege. And that's something that is very important to me. And I always considered that one probably my most important part of the tribal assembly. But other than that, I love you all. And just remember, when I speak at these meetings, I'm very well aware a lot of our tribes don't have the funds to get to all these meetings all the time at the Board of Fish, the Board of Game, NIMS, NOAA, you name it. But always in the back of my mind, my people are there. And so on a broader scope of things, I may be speaking free because I care about what happens in our lands and waters. And I was fortunate enough to be raised by a very brilliant man and a very brilliant grandmother that taught me a lot about our ways of life, federal fisheries. No way am I trying to say I'm filling my father's shoes, because that's impossible. My grandmother too, Helen Sanderson. So, but I just want to end here and say that thank you, Hawa, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations. Yes, Will.
Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the Tribal Assembly for their confidence in the vote today. I'm very grateful for the returning the vice presidents elected so far to the Executive Council. I think we've been an excellent team, and I look forward to moving ahead. And Madam Chair, I want to clean up a couple of matters attributable to your 3-minute deadline, Madam Chair. I misspoke on a couple of items in trying to abbreviate my speech. I would like to recognize Roberta Jack, who's in the back here. I recognize Richard George, and there's Roberta and her handsome husband next to her. Oh, no, it's not. Did I mess again? Not wearing my glasses. I know. Give me some rope and I'll hang myself. I was wondering why I wasn't in uniform. And I of course misaffiliated Judy George's sisters yesterday. I don't know what I was saying, but you confused me, Madam Chair, and I'll try to do better in the future. And I do wish to acknowledge my wife, Conchawu, Linda, who's watching online and looking after our grandchildren. So thank you, and we'll even up later on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Congratulations. Yes, Karen.
Karen Elliott, Seattle delegate, and I just wanted to call for caucus, please.
Caucus has been called for.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. We will return at, what time is it? 9:05. We will return at 9:20. No, 10 minutes, 9:15. I can add. Yes, Jackie.
I just wanted to let Delegate Shirley know that we were paying attention to her in her lessons, and we also were paying attention when she arrived a little late tonight. So gau ich hat ihr gut. Shirley, you were late.
Madam Chair,
Okay. Okay. Okay, we are extending caucus time until 9:20.
Madam Chair, would
Yes.
like to call a Southeast Village Caucus and others that would like to join us. Thank you.
Mhm.
Right over here, I think. Sorry, Jackie.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
In behalf of Shirley, she would like to have an elders caucus. And so if an elders caucus could go over by where Shirley's standing. she would-
Elders caucus.
Yeah, Shirley would like an elders caucus.
Online,
Okay.
so if they can pause before they start.
Okay. Okay, we do have some people online who would like to join your caucuses. So if, as you gather, could you please give them a couple of minutes to join you online? Okay. The first caucus was Marino.
Yeah. Yep, that's small. I
She-
don't think that's in my breakout room.
Madam
Oh.
Chair,
No.
I heard somebody, I can't see.
thank you, Madam Chair. The Southeast and those other communities that would like to join us, we're going to have a caucus across the parking lot in the building. What's the name of it? Yeah, in the building across the parking lot. And we need a.
Okay, the elders are over here. Marino is over here.
So
someone's
Who's
online.
over
that wants
you?
to join the coffee.
And we need a sergeant of arms to escort us, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Sorry. Does anyone have any questions?
Excuse me, we had asked the caucuses to hold off for a couple of minutes until online people could join you. So I need to know who's caucusing over here, what group? Okay, so we have a Juneau caucus over to my left. We have an elder caucus over to my right. Southeast in front. Go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair, I think there's some confusion. I think what was being requested by some of the smaller communities is to have a small community caucus across the street for only small communities and to have a sergeant at arms over there to verify you are from a small community. I think that's what's being requested from the small communities.
A small community caucus,
So, oh, sorry, Southeast,
Southeast
I-
Community
yep.
Caucus. Where?
across the street.
Across the street.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, Juneau caucus is over to my left. Elders caucus is over to my right. Southeast Community Caucus will be across the street.
I think we need to
You
know that.
have until 9:20.
From the village, we need to know that,
Yep.
and that will help us decide about the village vote. We want to make sure we're supporting the village vote. And then after that, it's kind of all hands on deck because we're not sure what Seattle's doing.
Okay, go ahead and say join.
Person online hear us? Can you guys hear us online?
I can't.
Happy birthday, Michelle.
Hello.
I just on the.
Is that a delegate though?
Here.
Is that a delegate that can vote, or is that just somebody's?
No, they have all the comms. It's all everybody on there. But then they move them into the room. So they know which computer
I'm
that's.
not sure we want our caucus open. Yeah.
It's,
So
Yeah.
they haven't moved us.
Time
into-
for a potty break. Go right ahead.
I would love to support.
And please remember that only the delegates are allowed in your caucus.
That's for you guys to. discuss.
Only delegates should be on the floor.
I think everyone is supporting that.
Right.
And then after that, we're gonna caucus again because the numbers are all split.
Right.
Yeah. South.
Juno too? Okay. Valley Caucus across the street, the southeast, so they're gonna check that, make sure, and Juno, they want us to. So catch Canada. Trying to find out the.
Right, so I think we're gonna join the southeast.
Well,
See what they decide and tell you how we're gonna do it, you know? So I'll come back, report. Well, I'm sure there'll be.
Like we're
help
doing
also with that.
southeast separately.
Come back.
I just have to tell IT. I just want to start you did, so it's being live streamed.
And could staff notify caucusing outside?
Okay, so. No.
Uh-huh. Mhm. Okay. But they should be, they didn't ask for more. Okay, for some of you that don't realize, you can't wink and wave and talk to the election committee. We try to make sure that whatever we do is unbiased. So if it looks like I'm being a bit strict, there's a reason for it. Okay, if everyone could take their seats, please. Caucusing is now over, and we will move on to ballot 3. Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Karen Elliott, Seattle delegate, and I would like to remove myself from the ballots, please.
Thank you, Karen. Karen has now been removed from the balloting. Okay, we are now ready to do ballot 3. Ballot 3 is now open. Please go ahead and vote for no more than 2. Has anyone not voted? Okay. Has anyone not voted? Okay. Okay. Has anyone not voted? Okay. Has anyone not voted? Last time, has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballots are closed. Central Council Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election of the highest vote getter by majority vote. Total ballots cast 118, majority needed is 60. Ballot 3 results. Again, 60 is needed. Delbert Kadek Jr., 73. Catherine Edwards, 47. Paulette Marino, 44. Tasha Hotch, 29. We have seated the 5th Vice President, Delbert Kadek. Yes. Daphne, you had your hand up? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. 5th Vice President, Delbert Kadek Jr.
Thank you. Pardon my neck. Thank you very much for your support. And we had my friend, they're talking about big city, small city. We're all one people, and I'm here to support each and every one of our tribal members. And I don't look at it like big and small. We are all equal, and I want to make sure I do a really good job. And my phone number's the same, and it'll always be on there. Anybody has any questions for me to bring up to the council there? And I thank you for your support.
Congratulations. Caucus has been requested. Okay, please give us the location. We'll do 15 minutes so that we could also set up the people on web. Somebody requested a caucus. Who requested the caucus? Okay, Seattle requested. Where are you going to meet? Over here, caucus. Over here on my left for Seattle.
Juno will caucus right here.
Juno caucus over here.
My people.
Yes. Elders caucus over to my left. Is that all the caucuses? We have Juno over here, Seattle over there, elders over here.
Everybody online here.
Caucus for 15 minutes. 9:49.
That's like for some. Okay, and all of the communities just in the corner over here for a caucus?
Yeah. Or all other communities over here. And then say.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Sorry, oh, Seth Cook, just to, for all other communities, a caucus just over here in the corner,
All communities?
all other communities.
All
All other
other
communities.
communities.
Yeah.
Over in the corner.
Yeah.
Again, elders are over here. Seattle is back there. Juneau is over here. All other communities over there. Seattle's back then. Where did Seattle go? Different dates
I'm trying to figure it out. I know when did I find something?
But some of them. Everybody.
Well, it's not really up to I know. That's awesome. I love it how bright Yeah, I gotta rip the plan. That's right, mine, we're working right now, we're gonna have my tattoos for my chin and then my piercing. Oh, yeah. That's right, and not. I just passed away. Eric. Nice to meet you, Eric. Originally family from Penguin and that, but now I am here. But I lived up here for a long time. This home.
Yeah.
My husband and I are working on it. We actually wanna have a B&B and a restaurant up here in Southwood. And right now we're like searching around and looking at things. I'm glad.
Morning, sir.
I didn't mean to almost knock you over. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah.
Delegates, time is up. Please go to your seats. You have 1 minute to get to your desk.
Look at that.
We will come back to order, please. Okay, we will move on to ballot 4. Ballot 4. You will only vote for one. You'll only vote for one candidate. Ballots are now open. Has anyone not voted? Has anyone not voted? Last chance. Has anyone not voted? Seeing none, ballots are closed. This ballot for Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished an elector ID and password to the Simply Voting application. We further certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election of the highest vote getter by majority vote. Total ballots cast, 117. Majority needed, 59. Catherine Edwards, 49. Paulette Marino, 43. Tasha Hotch, 25. Ballot 4 did not seat a VP. Motion. Yes. Have a motion to accept. Second. Question's been called. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carried. Ballot 4 did not seat a VP. We will move on to ballot 5. Now would be a time to request a caucus if you want. You look like you're all falling asleep. If no caucus is needed, we will move on to ballot 5. 15-minute,
15.
15-minute caucus. Where are you going to hold it? Are you caucusing right here? Okay. Anchorage is having a caucus. No further caucus needed. One caucus out here at Anchorage. Go ahead, close. $15-minute.
Madam Chair,
10:13.
call us Cascook Sitka Southeast Caucus.
Okay, I had called for it twice. We've closed it.
Okay, we were discussing it, whether to have one, so that's okay.
Okay. When we close out the caucusing, we're doing so because we also have delegates that are online, and when we close it, then they can't get in. So I did call and say, does anybody want a caucus? And I gave you the chance twice. So I know we're all getting up there, but you got to move a little bit faster.
All right. Got it.
Anybody specific?
Time is up. Caucusing is now over. Please head to your seats. Delegates, please head to your seats. We are back in order. Tasha, name and community.
Hello? Okay. Thank you. Tasha Hotch, Anchorage delegate. I really appreciated being able to share with the delegation my priorities and how I'd like to support the tribe. But in the interest of time, I would like to withdraw my name and support a small community. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha. Taka Hotch has been withdrawn. Before we move on, it was brought to my attention that we had words during caucus that are more than just you and I disagreeing on something or somebody. And when we get together, you know, we get together and we bring our values. We bring our strong value system. There's not a point, I believe, when we're doing this that you need to say, let's take it outside. And it's not just our beliefs, but it's also part of Robert's rules.
Is it raining?
So it's okay to get really, really into pushing for something or trying to convince somebody to vote your way. But let's keep it let's keep it at a non-abusive behavior, because when we're all done, we're still all friends. So now that my lecture's done, we will move on to ballot 5. Ballot 5. Ballot 5, you will only vote for no more than one. And the names are Catherine Edwards, Paulette Marino. Ballots are now open. Has anyone not voted? Okay. Your help. Has anyone not voted? Yeah. I'm just checking to see if there are others. When we complete ballot 4, 5, and when you move to accept my report, please remember to state your name and your community. I have been remiss. I didn't ask you to do that. Has anyone not voted? Seeing none, ballots are closed. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished an elector ID and password to Simply Voting application. We further certify that the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election of the highest vote getter by majority vote. Total votes cast, 117. Majority, 59. Ballot 5, Paulette Marino, 59. Catherine Edwards, 57. We've seated the 6th vice president. Okay, name and community. Thank you. It's been moved. It's been seconded. Questions called. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carried. Paulette Moreno has been seated. Yes, Catherine.
How about now? Madam Chair, Catherine Edwards, Seattle delegate. I just want to say Gunishish and Hawa to all who voted for me. And it's been an honor to have served the last 3 terms. I've heard Richard say, it's a work of love. It's a calling. I love my people. And I am really honored to have been able to serve you for the last 3 terms. Gunishish and Hawa, thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Yes, Paulette.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is with the utmost humility that I stand before you at this time, as great shoes have walked before me. I'd like to thank Catherine Edwards and Tasha Hotch, and I would like to thank the ancestors of this land, and I would like to thank Lincoln Haida, all the delegates and delegation, our mentors, Patricia, our Sitka delegation, Harriet, President Jerry, Seth, Cass, and Andrew. It's been over 2 decades since Sitka was represented by Mark Jacobs Jr. As we go forward as vice presidents, it is not personal as it is positional on the times that are ahead of us for the next few years. And the leadership that was selected, I know we can work together to do our best to protect our natural resources, to stand for what you stand for. Hope to do a good job, have big shoes to fill. I feel that calmness of the Holy Ghost. I feel the calmness of the Holy Spirit. We will do our very best to represent everyone. Gunesh Cheesh for this time, Gunesh Cheesh for your confidence, and for the confidence that I hope to earn as your 6th vice president. Gunesh Cheesh. And Mom, my mother has always said, because I was a very shy child, very quiet, she said, you're just as good, not better or not any less. Leadership comes for a time of what you can bring. And I want to thank you for that, Mom, Gunesh Cheesh, and thank you, Sitka.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Pat.
That concludes our vice presidents. We will now go into ballot 1 for the emerging leader, after which we will then have them sworn in. And this is plurality. We don't show you the numbers. I just give you the report. Yeah, we're ready. So ballot 1, emerging leader candidate, Shailene Grace Moeller, Michaela De Jesus, Nina Edwards, Randy Estrin, Haley Steffies, Ashlyn Eminoff, Jolyn Trippy. We vote for one, no more than one. Yeah, ballots are open. Has anyone not voted? Okay.
I didn't vote. I'm doing it right now. Sorry. Gonna chase.
Has anyone not voted? Okay. Has anyone not voted? Okay. Has anyone not voted? Okay. Has anyone not voted? Seeing no hands, ballots are closed. The Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished a ballot for each position via an electronic ID and password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We hereby certify the accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote for the position of emerging leader. Plurality. Oh, this one says majority. Okay. Plurality. This is plurality. And again, on this, I will announce the emerging leader, but we do not show the numbers. Ralph Estern or Randy Estern. Estern. They're so happy they don't care that I banged up his name.
Madam Chair, I move to accept the results.
Second, Deputy Tatum.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the report. Questions been called? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries. Randy Estrin is the emerging leader.
Thank you very much. I'd like to introduce Randy.
I want to say thank you, Ganachish and Hawa. Sorry, I'm not as tall as Keenan. Um, thank you delegates for putting your trust in me. I promise to serve the youth of the tribe and the tribe as a whole with as much impact as I can as emerging leader, and also learn as much from the executive council and the leadership of the tribe so that when it is my time to step up to a greater position, I can serve the people to the best of my abilities. Thank you, Kanakshish and Hawa.
Congratulations. Don't go far. We are doing the swear-in. We could have the vice presidents and the emerging leader up. Come forward, please. Vice presidents and emerging leader.
I think she's gonna do that next after the swearing in. Yeah.
Yes.
Hi, I would just like to congratulate Randy. He was a very good opponent last year and he did a really good job this year. And I just wanted to say congratulations and good luck this year. And if you need any assistance, just let me know.
Thank you.
Paulette Moreno, if you can join us on the podium. One second. Okay, thank you. Everyone ready? Okay, please raise your right hand. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance
That I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Central Council
to the Central Council
of Tlingit and Haida Tribes of Alaska
of Lincoln and Idaho Tribes
and its tribal citizens,
and its tribal citizens,
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the Tlingit and Haida,
of the Lincoln and Idaho,
and that I will faithfully discharge
that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Sheesh, Hawa.
They want us to leave.
Do it right here.
Yes, Karen.
Just do it like this.
We still have one more voting, one more ballot. Yes, Karen.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to take this time because I wanted to thank my community for supporting me. I love you all. And I wanted to thank all of my supporters who encouraged me to run. It's not very easy, but I've done it and just, maybe this is not my time. However, in my doctorate's program, I'm indigenizing and decolonizing what we're learning and using indigenous research and decolonizing. So my dissertation is on decolonizing Indian Ed. However, one of the things that we talk about is lateral violence. We need to end this lateral violence that we do upon each other. I come from Ketchikan. I come from the small village. I fished. I was on the boat with my parents. I learned my Tlingit language through Esther Shea. I've learned my culture and I learned my ways. We should not be hating on each other, even if we live in Seattle. We should be loving on each other. We're kinship. That's who we are. We're people from kinship spirits. We should not be on this lateral violence with each other. We should be lifting up each other. And I'm saying this from my heart. Let's end lateral violence, everyone. This isn't right. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your vote. And just, think about these things when we all come together. Let's love on each other. Let's bring the kinship back. Chish, how
Thank you, Karen. Thank you. We are almost done, folks. We now are on ballot 1 of the delegate citizen. Yeah. And it's a plurality vote. And again, we do not show the numbers. Okay. You will be voting for no more than one. Jania Garcia and Elizabeth Howard. Ballots are now open. Does anyone need assistance? Please raise your hand. Has anyone not voted? Okay. Has anyone not voted? Last call. Has anyone not voted? Ballots are closed. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska Election Committee hereby certifies that the records reflected on the Simply Voting electronic voting report are accurate, that all delegates have been furnished one ballot for each position via an elector ID. I can talk. And password to the Simply Voting application, and that all ballots and persons voting online are certified. We certify that accuracy of the electronic tally sheet and declare the election by majority vote, plurality vote. For the position of Delegate Citizen of the Year. Jania Garcia. I need a motion to accept.
Second, Andrew Strobel from Seattle.
Moved and seconded. Questions been called? All those in favor say aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Jania Garcia,
Madam Chair,
Citizen of the Year.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I may speak on behalf of for Jania Garcia. Thank you. Jania Garcia has been a long-term delegate. She continues to advocate on behalf of our people, both in the, at the local level in Seattle and for all of our Alaska Native people. So Guna Chiefs for supporting Jania Garcia. We appreciate it so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. That concludes our voting. Congratulations, you did 2 and 2. And then 1 and 1. There have been years where we were lucky to get 1. So before I turn this back to the session chair, I would like President Peterson to come up.
I think we need to give our elections chair a big round of applause. I asked to come up. I wanted to recognize Catherine. Catherine has served our tribe dutifully, diligently, and respectfully for 3 terms now. And it's been a real pleasure to serve with her. And I wanted to take a moment for us to recognize that commitment that she's given to us. It's not easy to serve. It takes a lot. We're asked to travel and everybody thinks, oh, you get to travel. In this day and age, I don't know about you, I hate traveling, but we do it. And, you know, I always quote Senator Kukash. It matters who shows up, and I could always count on Catherine to show up. So I just want to recognize Catherine, ask her to come up here and accept a small token of our appreciation.
Thank you, President Peterson. I'll show you, but they're gorgeous. They're beautiful, Richard. Thank you. Really trying to get him to not. I have to finish out the session. Trying not to get emotional, but once again, thank you, Gunshish and Hawa. It's been an honor to. I've worked for this tribe for 30 years, and I was able to serve the last 3 terms as an executive vice president. And just because I'm not sitting in that seat doesn't mean that I won't continue working and advocating on behalf of Clinton and Ida in the tribe. And I've had the privilege of working for tribes across the nation, and I'm always happy that I am enrolled citizen of Clinton and Haida, because we are doing amazing and wonderful things under President Peterson and his leadership in the Executive Council. And I know that they're going to move forward and continue to grow and do those things. And I apologize for my emotions. But this has been an honor of love. Thank you so much. Gunishish and Hawa.
While I'm not the session chair right now, Catherine is asking for a 10-minute break, and then we'll go into our welcoming our keynote speaker.
I would like to take a minute. I walked up. I'm so doggone tired. I left my crew up here. I would like to say, yeah, this is the people who helps when we're voting. And we can't get the voting done without them. They make sure that we are doing everything and we do everything above board. So I would like to thank the crew. And we have turned session chair back. So we are all excused, and please forgive me.
I really thought they were just gonna stay here the rest of the day.
Mr. President?
Jackie?
Yes, I was hoping that as we're changing spots, that we could just take a moment and sing Sigu Yu Yagai to Michelle Martin today. So if everybody will join us. Okay.
Fran?
Thank you, Francis Andrews, Anchorage delegate. I just wanted to stand before our delegation and give gratitude to Catherine Edwards. First as an employee of Plinkett and Haida for many years, and also as somebody that works closely with our federal government as well as state partners on violence against women, missing and murdered Indigenous people. I've sat with Catherine at many tables and observed her across the nation represent those of us that are gone missing, those of us that experience domestic violence, sexual assault. And I just want to make sure from the people that we represent that that's not unnoticed. And I really hope that those of you that are stepping into our vice president roles really take that on and make that a priority. Kanachish, through the chair to Catherine Edwards.
Geez, how, all right, we're gonna stand at recess for 10 minutes.
think I will share on my computer.
Clear off some space here.
Next thing I'll learn.
I brought the sun out for you.
It's beautiful out there. It's gorgeous. It's been amazing since we've been here. Plugged in on that side.
Oh, old school.
Yeah, it's old school. Is there an HDMI? Oh, yeah, there you are, right there. There we go. There we go. I'm able to operate from here. And then when I'm done, I've seen the one time I'll do the area.
Just ask him to go ahead and load up the youth exchange video. And he's got it.
Thank you so much. Okay, good.
I don't want to get here.
Hey,
No, I'm still asking this. Are you doing it through the progress meeting? Because I know CLS is up there. Middle name's Keynote.
That's chiefly named.
I'm really happy to see that you're.
Have you been here?
Well, I don't look at the ones, they're really good. Yeah, yeah. I have them classes. But I don't know who was coming over to teach.
Thank you for giving me that connection. Right. Same here.
It's good. We've got lots of things going on since we changed over the council. Completely revamped it. So Nathan and I and Jeanette Bass and one other new person is on. Then I feel better about it.
Yeah, but yeah, I definitely want to class here Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Oh, this week?
Yeah, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, maybe after celebration and stuff.
Did you get my text?
No.
Are you guys, when are you meeting with? Hey,
Oh, I don't know.
I just messaged that I would like to be there.
Yeah.
You know, I'm always down to support.
Of course, yeah.
I'm so proud of you and I'm so proud that you come back and we're gonna come back and we're gonna do this the next go around.
Yeah. Oh, it's just weird, like, no one wanted to talk to us. I'm like, I reached out.
Yeah.
So, that is what it is.
I flew to Anchorage. I flew overnight. I do a lot of overnight flights. And then like I get Seattle. We moved right before school year last year.
Yeah.
And yeah, so and I didn't work traffic.
Yeah.
And
It rains a lot, but you know, I'm used to that. I'm used to hearing a lot. We had last year when you were really busy on the beach and not.
yes.
You know, the president revealed his plans for the future of the schools and everything, and I'm just so excited about it.
Oh, gosh, those look like breakfast dishes that need to go.
That's, you know, it's like, wow. And all the places here have a hard time getting the those things here. In Wrangell, I'm from, they are taking all the streets. You know.
I just wanted to be.
I look forward to your speech.
So I could get all of these certified. So that's what I want. But anyway. Oh. Anyway, I just wanted to.
So nice. Oh, yeah, hopefully you're saying good things. Yeah. Oh, I just spoke to- Yeah. He's on a break, so he's sitting right there. And then also. Good try. Asserting like that. You know, that's kind of what things are. It's like the speaker talked about. Stop this. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Well, you know, Billy is. She's posted very on Facebook with her.
All right. Where's the gavel? Calling us back into session. I think our 10 minutes is up. It's not here. We'll take advantage of doing this one more time. All right, delegates, we're back in session, and look, you know what? Congratulate yourselves. We're ahead of schedule. So we're switching it up a little bit. We're going to have our keynote speaker. And this is Dr. Randy Kamuela Fong, is the Executive Culture Officer at Kamehameha Schools, a private Native Hawaiian school system with K-12 campuses on 3 different islands, 29 preschools throughout the state of Hawaii, stewarding a royal land legacy of 364,000 acres. The charitable trust was founded in 1887 by Princess Bernice Pau. I won't get it right, so I apologize. Bishop, great-granddaughter of King Kamehameha I. Cultural advisor for the Polynesian Voyaging Society since 1985, Randy served on the board of the Native Hawaiian Culture and Arts Program, the sponsoring organization that received 2 Sitka spruce logs gifted by Sea Alaska to build a Hawaii Loa canoe in 1990. A Hawaiian language speaker, Randy is a composer, choreographer, and producer of cultural programs, ceremonies, and video documentaries. He has led over 40 cultural exchanges around the world with a concentration on the Pacific. Randy directs the Aha Mauna Kea Pacific Consortium with cultural education partnerships in Tahiti, Rapa Nui, East, which is also Easter Island, Aotearoa, New Zealand, Micronesia, Taiwan, and Alaska. He was an organizer of the Ho'olina Conference, which hosted over 100 Alaska Natives in Hawaii in 2019. Randy also received the Nahoku Hano Lifetime Achievement Award in 2022 and was inducted into the Hawaiian Music Hall of Fame in 2023. Randy is a graduate of Kamehameha Schools and holds a bachelor's in music from Whitworth College, a master's in Pacific Island Studies from the University of Hawaii at Manoa, where he was an East-West Center Fellow and a doctorate in educational leadership from the University of Southern California. Please join me in welcoming our keynote speaker, Randy.
Vai vai kale o kono wa ka ho'o ki paha I te ki pa'ana ya ke kera me haira ne Ma'ane I mau te alo pako I a hako e nona pua Lava Yo e na tua I mamo Aloha kako Aloha Velina me ke aloha e nā mea hano hano. Greetings, President Richard Peterson and the Tribal Assembly of Tlingit and Haida. Greetings to the beloved elders, families, and especially the children of this land. Greetings to our esteemed ancestors who have brought Alaska Natives and Native Hawaiians together to unite as Indigenous family and uplift each other as one ohana. On behalf of Kamehameha Schools, the Aha Moana Nui Akea Pacific Consortium, the Polynesian Voyaging Society, and the Kanaka Maoli, the native people of Hawaii, I'm deeply honored to be invited to give the keynote address at this very special gathering. Kia aloha kia kua me kako pakahi pauloa, mahalo nui loa. Today, I'll share some thoughts of the theme of this year's gathering, rooted in tradition, growing a sustainable future. And I'd like to offer very personal Indigenous Hawaiian perspectives. I'll share a little bit about my upbringing and life experiences and what rooted in tradition means to me. Then I'll comment on the idea of growing a sustainable future by looking at the magnitude of our shared Pacific universe, what we call Moana Nui Akea. First, I try to interpret the theme in Hawaiian. Makea o kupuna e lupa lupa pono wai ke ao o mua. One interpretation, meaning ancestral ways lead to a future of balance and abundance. This is one of my favorite pictures, like in the whole world. Alaska natives in a Hawaiian landscape. In 2019, we hosted the Ho'oilina Conference in Honolulu. One of the tremendous experiences of that undertaking was the involvement of the Yakutat canoe. Thanks to Joe Nelson and the impulsive voice of the ancestors in his head, insisting he and his team figure out how to make it happen. Here we have Hikianalia on the left. Above it is the mountain called Kilohana, where many sacred deities were born. On the right is Hokulea. Above it is the mountain called Konahuanui, the highest point in the entire Ko'olau Range. In the mountain area directly in the center, above the Yakutat canoe, is Kamehameha Schools, which was founded 137 years ago to educate native Hawaiian children. And this is all taking place in the home waters of the Polynesian Voyaging Society. Here is another one of my very favorite photos of all time. Native Hawaiians hosting the indigenous Paiwan tribe of Taiwan in the sacred lands of the Occoquan. Here are indigenous outsiders made to feel loved and welcomed in a sacred, pristine Alaska Native landscape. So beautiful. Here in this photo are many of the pillars of this community. Allow me to acknowledge the extraordinary celebration last June to launch the Moana Nui Akea voyage and honor our canoe Hokulea. The hospitality of all the communities, the love and generosity and hard work put forth by Tlingit and Haida Central Council, See Alaska, First Alaskans Institute, and many other community groups, tribes and clans throughout Alaska Southeast and beyond. It was a priceless, historical, world-class expression of indigenous kindness, heritage, and pride. Humbly, we thank you all. Mahalo nui loa. When I think about growing up in a Hawaiian family, 3 words come to mind: mana, ho'okipa, and olelo. I would like to invite you to repeat after me if you would like. Mana, ho'okipa, olelo. Beautiful. Mana is hard to define in English. It's indeed spiritual essence and so much more. If I do what is right and think and say good things, I accumulate mana. My spirit shines brightly, and the people around me feel valued and healed. I have mana. But when I make poor choices, say hurtful things, or perform below my capability, I lose mana. I'm off my game. I miss key opportunities. And the people around me are less happy and hopeful. They begin to peel away. My mana and sense of worth is diminishing, and I find myself alone. So the way we reverse the depletion of mana is by accounting for one's misdeeds, asking forgiveness, apologizing, whether it was something that happened yesterday or generations ago, and lift other people up. So we always try to accumulate mana, which often happens unconsciously throughout our day. A great way to accumulate mana is through ho'okipa, hospitality, generosity. Just like what happened last June, the launch of the voyage was filled with so much love. Your mana was illuminating and literally pulsating in this part of the Great Pacific because of your gestures of hospitality, of generosity, and aloha. Hospitality in its highest form may well be the paramount value in traditional Hawaiian culture. We know this is true in Tlingit and Haida culture. The third word is olelo, language. We believe that words have the power to heal and to hurt. So we have a tendency to be indirect in our speech. We avoid saying particular words for fear of causing offense. More seriously, we believe that when we utter words of jealousy, people can become gravely ill. And when we say we're going to do something, we put those words out into the cosmos, and the power of those words causes movement and action. So if you do not follow through on what you say, the power of your words will be looking for a place to land. It will come after you. It will chase you down and hold you to account, sometimes with very dire consequences, we believe. So we have a saying, ika olelo no keola, ika olelo no kamake. In language is life. In language is death. Words are respected and never treated lightly. These are basic concepts in a traditional Hawaiian home. This is Kalihiuka, my ancestral home in Honolulu. This is a close-up of Mount Kilohana on the left, which was in the photo of the Yakutat canoe, the birthplace of many important deities, and a sacred space not intended for humans to frequent. I am Kanaka Maoli, native Hawaiian on my mother's side. We are Kama Kamoholi'i. I come from a shark lineage. Kamoholi'i is the name of a powerful shark god and the older brother of Pele, the fire goddess of the volcano. These are my granduncles and grandaunts from Kalihi Valley. This is my grandmother who raised me, Reverend Rebecca Kawahipolua Li'ili'i Kaholokai Kama Kialoa. She was born in 1893, and her second husband, Reverend John Kauai Kialoa. He was born in 1880. They were both ministers in the Hawaiian Church. I was baptized at Ka'ekalesia o Kamakua Mauloa, which was known for its powerful use of the Hawaiian language. These people and places shaped the spiritual Hawaiian world into which I was born. On my father's side, I'm Chinese. My grandfather, Lam Fong, center of the photo on the left, came to Hawaii from Guangdong province as an indentured servant in 1872. He was 15 at the time and worked in the sugar plantations. He and my grandmother, Lam Shi, also an indentured servant from a different village in China, met here in Hawaii and had 13 children. The youngest male was my father, Herman. It took a lot of courage for my grandfather to leave his village at such a young age. But who would have thought that one day one of his sons, my uncle Hiram Fong, would graduate from Harvard in 1935 and become the very first United States Senator of Chinese ancestry to serve in Congress. These are my parents, Herman Sum Fong, born in 1914, and Elsie Kapa'akea Kama, born in 1915, and my siblings and other family members of my household. This was my family business, Club Polynesia, a popular Hawaiian nightclub, which my parents opened up in 1946, just after World War II. That's my dad standing behind the piano. We featured the best Hawaiian entertainment in Hawaii at the time. When I was a baby, my crib was behind the bar. My sister ran the register. My uncle was the bartender. My dad promoted Hawaiian music on the radio, and my mother was the cook. So you could say the two major influences in my childhood were church and a bar. My beautiful wife, Jamie Mililani Mersberg, and I got married in 1983, and we have one son, James Kamuela. Here they are with Jamie's father, Reverend James Kimo Mersberg. When I think of what it means to be rooted in tradition, I'm reminded of not only the grand, colorful tribal traditions that are embodied in glorious regalia for the world to see, whether here or in Hawaii or anywhere else, what I call tradition with a capital T. I'm even more mindful of the very simple, unassuming, personal, intimate traditions of our individual histories, tradition with a small t, that guides our normal everyday lives when no one is looking. Now, as I think about the second half of our theme, growing a sustainable future, I reflect on the early seeds of courage and faith that were planted generations ago that are now bearing fruit and being harvested and replanted in innovative and regenerative ways. We revere our great King Kamehameha Ikahi. He united the Hawaiian Islands in 1810 under one rule and had a reputation as a fierce warrior, an astute diplomat, a skilled strategist, and a defender of the weak and vulnerable. His great-granddaughter, Princess Bernice Pauahi Bishop, was cut from the very same cloth. She inherited not only 365,000 acres of royal lands, but also inherited the responsibility to serve Hawaiian children through education during some of the darkest times in Hawaii's history. In the late 19th century, Hawaiians were suffering greatly from the trauma of foreign diseases, the theft of our kingdom by the United States, and the devaluing and diminishing of our extraordinary culture, leaving in its place a debilitating legacy of Hawaiian inferiority and shame. Princess Pauahi's response to those challenges was the founding of the Kamehameha Schools in 1887. Here are some archival photos showing how the campus had grown tremendously from the 1930s to the 1950s at the heights of Kapalama. That's that same area I pointed out between the two mountains, right above the Yakutat Canoe. Today, Kamehameha Schools has 3 K-12 campuses, one on Oahu, another on Maui, and the third on the island of Hawaii. We also have 29 preschools and devote a significant amount of our endowment to support Hawaiians in the public schools, including a network of culture-based charter schools and Hawaiian language immersion schools. In 2012, we established the Kaiwakilo Moku Hawaiian Cultural Center and Pacific Indigenous Institute, which promotes all forms of Hawaiian culture and arts. Traditional chanting and a range of traditional dance styles are now widely practiced amongst our younger generation. As we celebrate the arts of old knowledge and life ways, we also celebrate the evolution and innovation that is critical to all living cultures and traditions. While I cannot speak to the science and practice of sustainability as an expert, I do know that very many of you can. So instead, I would like to focus for a moment on the scale and magnitude of our shared ancestral Pacific universe, what we call in Hawaii, Moana Nui a Kea, the great expanse of ocean. This is the global oceanic context within which we as Pacific citizens must grow our sustainable future. We start with island Earth. We envision the Earth as an island with rich, amazing resources that are finite. An ecosystem that is vibrant and dynamic and fragile. And we define Moananui as every island and continental coastline touched by Pacific waters. There's a huge region of the world and of humanity to which we belong. If we erased all the lines and boundaries imposed by Western cartographers and imperialistic agendas, we would have a united indigenous Pacific universe. And the number of people who call this region home is phenomenal. The Pacific, Moananui covers nearly 60 million square miles, a third of the Earth's surface. More than half of the world's volume of water is in Moananui, our Pacific home. Moananui is the largest feature on Earth named by humans, other than the Earth itself. In comparison, Andes Mountains, 1.3 million square miles. Amazon rainforest, 2.6 million. The Sahara Desert, 3.6. The Pacific, 60 million square miles. This is the magnitude of our oceanic home. This is my favorite. I have so many favorites. Every landmass on Earth that's crazy can fit into the Pacific with room to spare. So you can just sort of look at that graphic and imagine the magnitude of our home, our oceanic home. And the longest stretch of Moananui, the Pacific, is longer than 5 moons placed side by side, our home. So it's no wonder that the Pacific drives the weather and climate systems around the world, and is responsible, many scientists believe, for every other breath that we take. In 2018, we established the Aha Moananui Pacific Consortium. Our purpose is to reinforce our identity as Pacific peoples and to promote a sense of leadership and citizenship for this region of the planet. We've established 12 partnerships in 6 Pacific regions across 5 time zones, speaking 7 indigenous languages and 4 world languages. We've also had virtual cultural exchange relationships with partners here in Alaska. And if time allows, I'll show a 5-minute video afterwards of a virtual exchange with Thunder Mountain High School and the University of Alaska Southeast that took place a few years ago during the pandemic. Anchor institutions include Kamehameha Schools, Polynesian Voyaging Society, Bishop Museum, and the University of Hawaii. We are led by a group of departed elders, Auma Kua Ho'okele, who represent key regions in the Pacific. And as you can see, Byron Malat is a member of this distinguished group of elders. Sir Hekanukumai Busby from Aotearoa. In the middle, Myron Thompson, that's Nainoa Thompson's father. Alban Ellicott from Tahiti, and at the far end, Pius Mau Piailug of Sarawak. We speak to these gentlemen pretty much daily, and I'm speaking on behalf of my wife and I who have conversations. We got our meetings in the morning and our to-do lists from these people. And then we start our day, and then we bring back the goods, and then we debrief, and then we get our commands again from these gentlemen. This is a shot of Hokulea and Hikianalia returning home from the Malamahonua voyage in 2017. That's the shoreline of Waikiki. The passing down of maritime knowledge that facilitated the profound peopling of the Pacific is what NASA has referred to as one of the great achievements of humankind. The result is a vibrant array of humanity, cultural families whose shared Pacific origins reflect what being rooted in tradition, growing a future that is sustainable, can mean for all of us. And so that's a family reunion waiting to happen. And you can see where our Alaska Native family is needed to connect and help us create that beautiful indigenous connective tissue of the greatness that is of the Pacific. On behalf of the Kanaka Maoli, the indigenous people of Hawaii, mahalo, algunalchiish, for your time and your love. Kia aloha no. Mahalo. Thank you. Mahalo. Mahalo anui loa. Thank you for your very, very generous response. I know we might have a few minutes, and there's a 5-minute video that I would queue up at the right time just to share with you some of the great things that are happening between our peoples. But until then, please. Kia aloha.
Jack Strong from Clock One. We were fortunate enough to host you guys when you came up there, and we fed the crew chicken, and they thanked us because everywhere they went, they were eating fish. But you sang a beautiful song, and I think we need to reply to your song in Tlingit, and I'm going to ask everybody that knows this song to join me just to sing with them and sing back for them. Yeah. Yo hey, yo henisa hey ya hey ya henisa hey ya hey hey henisa ya hey, 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 ya, hey, ya, henisa, hey, ya, hey, ya, henisa, hey, ya, hey, 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 henisa, ya, hey, hey, hey. One more time. Ya, hey, ya, henisa, hey, ya, hey, ya, henisa, hey, ya, hey, hey, hey. Henisa, ya, hey, hey, hey. Thank you very much.
Mahalo, mahalo, mahalo anui. Mahalo for that beautiful song, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Fong, what was the chant that you sang before you addressed us?
The song that I sang to open with, it calls the sunrise. And it says that the sun is going to shine, and the rays of the sun are going to very shortly fall upon all the people whom you love. And that we would pray for the moment when all of us together could share space, and the sun reminds us of a new day. And so it was with that thought that we reached out to you on behalf of the Hawaiian people and Kamehameha Schools, that particular song for you this morning.
The song that we sang for you, we refer to that as the knocking on the door. We're knocking on the door.
Mahalo. It is open.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Rob Sanderson Jr. My native name is Gusoat. That means talk too much in Haida. I just want to thank you, sir, for the beautiful presentation. I had a chance to do a presentation with their students at the Kamehameha School in Hawaii at the World Conservation Congress. And the hospitality and love that you showed our group was amazing. And so I just wanted to say that. And when you talk about the canoe, the Hokulea, the different canoes that were, not sure what canoe was built out of the logs that came from Chillicothe Island, 12 miles to the northwest of Heidelberg, which is Haida country. And I just want to, you know, a lot of names get thrown around out there, but I just want to honor my father because he played a big part in selecting that log. I know exactly where those two trees stood. So I appreciate you being here. Very grateful. Thank you.
Mahalo. Ke aloha, ke aloha, ke aloha.
Yeah, I'm Jerry Hope. I'm from Sitka. We missed your canoe this time around, but I did want to say that one of the messages of your speech and your presentation today, I really did appreciate. It seems to me there was this link between colonialism, imperialism, and our traditional ways. There's a transition to and fro, kind of like a tide, which would represent the ocean that you're talking about. In the colonialism period, there was something that we're familiar with, I think, way too much to a certain extent, but also deservedly so in another way. That's generational trauma. However, I look at Central Council, I look at the Last Native Brotherhood and Last Native Sisterhood, and all the things that were accomplished through and because of that generational trauma. And to me, I view it in a different light that we might underappreciate, and that's generational leadership. You, my good friend, if I may assume friendship, reflect to me generational leadership from your mom, your dad, your grandparents. We all in our own communities have generational leadership. And I think we need to view and turn things around a little bit more and appreciate, respect, and love the generational leadership. So to you, my friend, I say, Gunachshish.
Oh yeah, ke aloha, mahalo anui ke kamanao.
Hello, I'm Karen Elliott. I'm the Seattle delegate, and I'm up here to ask for an elder who is in the back, and he wants to know where is the Naihola canoe? What happened?
Yes, would that be the Hawaii Loa
Yeah.
canoe? Yes. So the Hawaii Loa canoe was sailing in the Pacific for a number of years. And over the last maybe a decade or so, it's been dry docked and it's been repaired. And so there are people who are devoted to its care. And I think as we speak, it's preparing for the time when it's going to go back into the water. And because it was made of the precious trees of this area, I think in the Hawaiian waters, it takes a little bit more tender loving care to make sure that the wood is in proper shape. So it's taken a little bit longer than we'd like, but it should be back in the water, sometime in the near future.
Thank you for that, and be looking forward to the awakening of your canoe and how Gunath Tish.
Mahalo.
Hold on, Donna Ray. We want to pause the comments just for a moment. I'm not going to tell you can't, but we want to do a presentation of gifts for Uncle before we go on with our comments.
Forgive my indulgence here. We have the Undersecretary of Agriculture in town, and some of the presidents have to go have lunch with him. And I see a lot of our folks want to speak to Uncle Randy. But I wanted to make a presentation to him and Auntie Jamie. If Auntie Jamie could join us on stage. We asked Uncle Randy to provide the keynote this year, and he's getting one of our awards. And it's because of the reestablishment of our generational ties that we go back tens of thousands of years between our people. And we've had the honor of working, and everybody knows me and knows I'm a Star Wars fan, right? So I refer to Uncle Randy as Yoda because he just is that kind of leader, and with the utmost respect, he and Auntie Jamie, it's like meeting family as soon as you connect with them. And we're having an auction this Friday night for our education campus, and we got to tour their school, and it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life. Our indigenous young people growing up in their language, in their culture, surrounded by nothing but love. You see them thrive. They have so much pride that it was one of the biggest impacts on me. But the connections are so strong between the Hawaiian people and us here. And just as a small token, one of our employees, Ralph Wolf, who it was actually in one of the pictures, skippering the Yakutat canoe. In Tlingit and Haida, one of the biggest wars we have between ourselves is between soy sauce. And you're either Kiko man, yeah, or La Choy, the bad one. But honestly, one of the best ones, I know Clinton in the back going to say China Lily, but really one of the best one is Aloha. And so I wanted to give to Uncle Randy and Auntie Jamie. Ralph wove red cedar around a bottle of Aloha soy sauce. And we wanted to gift this to you. And every time you enjoy a meal, you'll be thinking of your ohana here in Alaska. Mahalo, Ganachish, And lastly, our tribal host, our respected elder who guides us this year, Sadut, Robert Peel, would like to make a presentation. And I'm going to ask everybody's forgiveness for my rudeness as I rush out the door to a meeting. My apologies.
Hawa, going to see it. I'm humbly honored. I'd like to share a little piece of my life. My name is Sadhu. I received the name in Masset, BC many years ago on the long haul. Nani Flores summons me over to give me the name. Ever since I got the name, I carried it with diligence. I carry it with honor for our people and my family, for all of us. When I was growing up, my father took us hunting, my brother Sonny and I. My dad used to like Soda Bay. We used to go get wood out there and get the big tree, the spruce tree. When I was 9 years old, they marked that tree, my brother and I, SP. And the story was is that I found out that Sea Alaska, they donated, and our father, Sylvester Peel, took them there to show them where those spruce trees were. And they got them. I find that very interesting in our life, how we're connected. I heard the story from Clarence Jackson. He just told me something and I keep repeating it. How powerful it is, the tree people. Hollering out, can anybody hear me? One day somebody heard them in Sea Alaska. They got a hold of the Hawaiian brothers and sisters and they make the big canoe. One day I started a dream and I wanted to do something and I went to Hawaii. I started fasting in Honolulu to make a difference for our people. 30 days in the journey, I was go back to Washington. After 20 days, then I went to look for work. I was sent down to this place, Center for Wooden Boats, and the guy asked me, they said he was waiting for me to make canoes. I told him, if you get me 2 logs, you give me a place and I will make a canoe for you. I did not know how to make any canoes. But I said that in the story, it's important because what's happening right now, the connection, millions of miles have been traveled on the earth going out, the messengers. They let us know our condition of the earth. They know so much about the earth and our Mother Earth. They need us. And that's the first of our people to learn how to take care of each other, to keep each other lifted up. Take care of the vehicle, the canoes. Talk to the tree people. Keep in contact. We're losing them. That's what I have to say, and I'm so honored. I was touched to see the spirit at work. You used me, and I'm living proof, and I'm a witness too at the same time. But I want to make that connection with our wealth that they share with us, and it's so humble. This is what they talk about, our wealth, right? On top of our wealth, what we got everything with copper shields. They had names. They were given important names when they were passed on. The more they were passed on, the more stronger they got. And what I see right here now is we see a lot of strength, and I'm so happy, humble to see a lot of good leadership and everything happening. And you guys taking the time to put in so many hours and miles. I humbly ask you to look in. It just humbles me, and and I make it. I'm so honored to be chosen as the elder host to witness such beautiful energy and the things that are happening. That a lot of young people are learning, and where I come from is being sent away from home when I was a young boy to now. I'm grateful for each and every one of you guys. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Donna Ray, and then Kevin, you'll be the last one, okay?
Aloha. Once again, welcome Uncle Randy and Aunt Jamie. We were privileged enough, now he remembers, to see him in San Francisco. I would like our San Francisco Tlingit and Haida delegates to stand up for a moment. These are some of the ones that were there when you came to San Francisco. We appreciate everything that you guys are doing to help us. And whether it's the education or learning of the waters, it's been an amazing trip. We had a wonderful time following you on the journey and being able to meet you. We do have a gift for you, and this is Gianna Willard Flannery, and she is a Haida, and we are going to respond in our Haida song.
Just so the Clinkets have already sang a song, and we are a culture of balance and reciprocity. So the song we're about to sing is the Haida National Anthem. We'd like to invite all of the Haidas that know this song to sing with us, please. Hello. Yo ho, we know, we know, hey, hi-yo, we, hey, hi-yo, yo ho, we know, hey, hi-yo, hey, hi-yo, yo ho, hey, hi-yo, hey, hi-yo, How
Atlin Kunachish, Mahalo Nui Loa, Konea Aksai, Akwan Ani Cook. Ya Kaya Aktuasagu, Hayukatangia Yahi, Chaltakat Yuhan, Ga Hawaii Kuu, Chalk away, Chalk, Yakachgu, Gitu Asak, Weka, Washi Ani Kaye Wutian, Kisha, to cut, has to cut a yaw, cut. Aka away, the Chakut Ani Cookay Wutian, Kun talk, sexually take talk, Kanakaye Wuti, an, to cut with Hana, Kanakwe to Wasaku Ausaku, Guksa Aya Ye Wutian, Aya has to cleat go has Ani. Ye away Yako Yikt, Hasakawa Chuck, Sadu, Guk Sadli, Kai. Heen, Aka Pati, Awa Cook de Huswood the Cook, Yahasa Dlachawe Ha Ani, Panachich Agadach Aya, Wush the Sake and Aya we Atwasku, Kahayukatangi, Ha Mauli. Ye awa Achtu Yakaya Yaki Yoksatini, Ya ye Ani Cook Aya Stuchotun, a day Aya, Hook ye shot Aya. Yi Yukatangi, Wasa hatu a tea yak to schoon plane gartitli yech, ye a yach, ye away at after she, a cluck away at after she, yek quati, gonna cheese. I just want you to hear some of our language. It's so good to see you. It's always wonderful to see you. I'm so thankful for the times. Many of us have gone to Hawaii to study, which you folks have done with your language. And in hopes that we can replicate what you have here as you went from maybe just 100, 200 speakers to more than you can count. It's maybe 15, 20,000 speakers now. For Tlingit, for Hutkil, for Samalgich, I believe we're under 10 for every language in terms of high fluency speakers. So I really urge us to to construct schools in the image of what we see in Hawaii. People tell me sometimes, we can't be like the Hawaiians. I said, well, we could try. They're so amazing. And so it's so wonderful. A long time ago, there was a man named Kakachkuk. He and his nephews were out hunting fur seals, and a storm came upon them, and they woke up on a foreign land. And we believe it was Hawaii. We believe that's where he was. He would watch the stars every day to just see how he might be able to get home. And somehow he made it home. So these connections are long and lasting. We thank you for your words and the wisdom that you share with us every time. Mahalo. Chish.
Aloha, aloha, aloha.
Hello, Kevin Allen, Juneau delegate. I just wanted to ask you if you may be able to impart your wisdom or advice. We had our president's report yesterday, and we have some plans for a very large education campus. I can see you in Hawaii have already done that. So I'm wishing to hear what you could provide for us in ways of advice on how we can continue to grow our spaces for our youth and education.
Hi, mahalo ke olelo ana mai pili I ka o ko mea nui no ka poe. Thank you for sharing the important things to your people, inclusive of this vision for a learning community that you're building up. I will be very honest with you. I feel that whenever our paths cross, we are the better for it. We connect with you because we're learning. I don't think we really connect because we feel we have things that others need to use or to learn. We're really here to better ourselves. But that said, if the question is, what can we do? Would you just count us as being with you? Would you presume, as we would for all family, that we would be by your side and to be thought partners for starters? But if you would allow us on that journey, what we could do is tell you some mistakes that we made and some things that we're learning every single day about how to do things better. And so maybe if I could leave that with you as a promise, but this is what we do with family. It's something that should feel natural. So thank you for asking that question, and allow me to say in front of everyone that please allow us on the journey with you. It would be such a deep honor.
And I just wanted to add that my late grandmother's in rest in the Pacific Ocean with her husband, and I felt compelled to be pushed out of my seat and ask for your wisdom. So thank you very much.
We'll be on this journey together. Ke aloha no. Aye.
So Uncle, if it's okay, we want to watch your video. Yeah, we're gonna watch the video, yeah.
Your sound?
Yeah, they're working on it.
Oh, okay. We'll just do some sound. This is an example of cultural exchanges that are happening with different schools throughout the Pacific, and we experimented with something during the pandemic with our family here. So it's just
via Zoom. This was the first virtual cultural exchange pilot.
Maybe we started from the beginning. There's some messaging in there that we want to make sure everyone has. Thank you so much. Perfect. Thank you. Mahalo.
In April 2021, students from the Mountain High School, the University of Alaska Southeast,
Volume up a little bit. Thank
met with
you.
their Hawaiian family from Kamehameha Schools Kapalama in Honolulu via Zoom. This was the first virtual cultural exchange pilot hosted by the Aha Moana Nui Akea Pacific Consortium.
You're about to go on a journey. One thing would you bring with you?
I would bring my cedar hat. I chose to bring Carlo.
Fishing hook for us is something that helps provide continuously.
Yes, nakatsuti, kanakari pagitna ganhara. Mahalo nui loa, and I'm very proud of all the young people here today.
Aloha. My biggest takeaway from this virtual cultural exchange would have to be seeing how similar our culture and our languages and our practices are. Hopefully in the future, as we become more influential in our communities, we're able to share with more people around the world and connect with more cultures all over the world and celebrate one another.
Ia kapua hou ke ola e. O laila, ni e mana o, mahalo nui no ia, ako kona mai o.
During the group activity, a lot of people were willing to offer different aspects of their culture, such as the paddle. And we were talking about kalo, nets, and cuckoo shells. Everything that these people were offering was significant to them and something they hold really close to their heart. And that was really endearing to exchange small aspects of our cultures while talking about the connections we have throughout Moana Nui Akea. Overall, I'm really grateful that I was able to be a part of the exchange, and I hope we can come together again through future events.
The exchange made me feel connected and at home. Many seem to think that because Hawaii is in the middle of Moana Nui Akea, we are the most isolated place in the world, when in reality, this exchange just solidified my belief that we are the most connected.
Although it was through Zoom, it reminded me that the ocean isn't what separates us. It's the bridge that connects all of us as one.
Indigenous youth are reaching out to each other across the Pacific, learning and leading like their ancestors. Imagine a vibrant network of exchanges across Moana Nui Akea.
How amazing it is to hear all of us gathering the way our ancestors used to at one time, and to hear us make these connections once again. It's amazing. You 113, we're all amazing. Good chief, mahalo. Mahalo nui loa.
We have one more gift for you.
So that gift is on from Lincoln and Haida for being our keynote speaker here today. Thank you. All right, it's lunchtime. We'd like, is there someone who wants to volunteer to bless the food? Mr. Bennett, will you bless the food for us, please?
I can bring the mic to him.
Have a word of prayer before we serve food. Father, we thank you today for being with us through these past 2 days. And Lord, this is a new beginning for us, Lord, as we look forward to what you have in store for us. And pray, Lord of God, today you'll bless the fellowship and the food that we have. And Lord, let each and every one know the love of God to be shed abroad in our hearts by the precious Holy Spirit. We thank you, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen.
All right, we'll take lunch from now until 1:15. We'll reconvene at 1:15.
Hello, delegates. My name is Aaron Greenberg. I'm with Tlingit Haida Tribal Business Corporation. We have some THTBC swag that we're going to raffle off. Yay! So if you have your ticket, we have a THTBC light jacket first. If I call your name, we'd like for you to get on stage and sing and dance for us. Try. Would that be okay? I'm trying to see if anyone's listening. So the ticket is Keenan Sanderson. Is Keenan here? All right, I will put that aside. When Keenan comes back in, can you let him know that he won a jacket? All right, we have a 3-in-1 Tlingit Haida Tribal Business Corporation 2XL that I'm going to raffle off next.
Yep. Okay, sounds good.
What's your name again? John.
All right, I know this guy. Where is Andrew Strobel? Also stepped out. We'll make sure that he gets it. Yeah. One more jacket. Selena Bellery. Selena Beerley. Selena with Juno.
So much.
Keenan got his jacket and Selena got her jacket. Yay. Here you go. One more jacket. Daphne Albee. When Daphne comes in, can you let her know that she won a jacket? All right, we have a warm Tlingit Haida Tribal Business Corporation blanket for Dooner. Yeah, let's hear it. All right, that's it for today. I'll let everyone enjoy their lunch. I'm just looking for Andrew Strobel, Gunakshish Hawa.
Hello. Hello, delegates, visitors. Shikakada'u Yuhatduasok, Jessica Elopre, English Canuck. I am our vice president with our Seattle chapter. I just wanted to let everybody know that our Seattle raffle is available in the back, and we have just gotten donated 40,000 Alaska airline miles for one of our grand prizes. So if you have not bought your ticket for our Seattle raffle yet, make sure you do so. You'll have a chance to be entered in to win that grand prize on the Alaska Airlines. So tickets for our raffle are $1 a piece or 6 for $5. And we also have a 50-50 scholarship raffle going. And so that pot will be as big as we can get it with all of your help. And whoever wins it gets half the pot.
Oh. Okay. We'll do the drawing this afternoon there for my native food boxer. Maybe on the next break, we'll do the drawing there because I don't want to carry it home again. $1.
Hi, can I have everyone's attention for a moment, please? We have in the ladies' room, somebody left their wallet. So if you please, if you found that wallet, if you could please turn it in up front here to Sarah, and we can get that returned to them. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. If we can take a minute to come to order. A minute or two. A lot of hugging going on out there. Asked my granddaughter if there was any smooching going on in elementary school. She said, there's all kind of hugging and smooching going on. Oh no, that is not what I wanted to do. I asked her if she had a boyfriend. She said no, but there's all hugging and smooching. We can come to order. As you're getting to your seat, a reminder, the memorial is at this afternoon. Every community should have their memorial list. If you don't have it, you can get it printed from communications. So we prepare to come to order. Could I ask Louise Cattinger to come up? Thank you, delegates. I'll call the session to order, 1:17 Juneau time. And I'll ask for the enrollment committee report from Louise Cattinger. Louise?
I'm gonna be taller today. Good afternoon, I'm Louise Katinger. My Tlingit name is Ditsa Atla. I'm a Luknahadi and Wishkitan Yeti. My family originates from Dry Bay and Diganahit. But I think that, just like everybody else, part of my family comes from Cake and Angoon, so we're all one big family, and it's just amazing to see how we can work together. I'm going to be doing the program compliance report. Program Compliance Department monitors and addresses client service programs for compliance, including handling program appeals or client complaints. The administrators, the Tribal Enrollment Program, which identifies and certifies tribal citizens. The department also helps Tlingit and Haida community councils and Southeast Alaska Indian Reorganization Acts, IRAs, tribes on enrollment and tribal elections. Program compliance statistics information for 2023 and 2024. Right now, there's 1,783 new tribal citizens for 2023, 24 blood quantum corrections, and 8 denied. There are no relinquishments or disenrollment action taken. Total Tlingit and Haida active tribal citizens, 37,423. We have 1 enrollment technician in our Linwood office and Anchorage office. Both positions collaborate closely with our community navigators. President Peterson announced earlier that the Tribal Enrollment Program will be rolling out our new tribal ID cards. The new cards will have an issue and expiration date on the cards. We purchased new software, which allows for the better maintenance of our records with our database. There will be an ID machine in the following communities: Anchorage, Juneau, Klawock, Ketchikan, Seattle, and Sitka. The members for the Enrollment Committee for 2023 are Ella Bennett, Laverne Wise, Judy Hagelson, Patricia Alexander, Stephanie Rainwater, Frank Wright, myself, Mary Edenshaw, and Paul Marks II. And I just want to take a moment to thank our compliance department, Val and her crew, because without them, we would not have as many people enrolled in our tribe. And it is a lot of hard work and a lot of tireless effort that they put into it. And it's amazing how much can get done. And they are always very positive. And I just want to thank them for doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Mr. Hope.
Jerry Hope Sitka, I move to accept the Enrollment Committee report.
Motion is to accept the Enrollment Committee report. I have a second. Who made the second? Mary Marks. Juneau. Discussion. Questions called. All those in favor of accepting the Enrollment Committee report, say aye. Those opposed, nay. The report is accepted. Now ask Catherine Edwards, Chair of the Audit Committee, to present the audit report. Catherine.
Mr. Chair,
Trick.
the audit committee met on Tuesday, April 16th. Pat Alexander, Ken Sutherland, Mary Edenshaw, and Jackie Pata. We met in a joint meeting with the finance committee and the CFO. We heard the report from our auditor, Moss Adams. Unfortunately, this year, we have a little bit of a different report to give. The 2023 audit was completed with one finding, and the finding was the preparation of the schedule of the federal awards and internal controls over finance, close, and reporting. We have a corrective action plan in place. Primary reason was due to late reconciliations and final year-end adjustments by the finance team is due to staff turnover. And as an executive director of another tribe, this is what usually happens when you have a turnover in a department that big. The Lincoln Heights action plan is to document all necessary steps for the preparation of the CFA. They're cross-training staff to make sure that they can maintain a knowledge base in the finance department in case of turnover again, but Charlene's not going anywhere. We're creating a procedure to document steps that to use when the capital asset is purchased by a grant, implement a month-end close process and ensure training in that, build a well-rounded finance team, and like I already said, and they're going to implement preliminary audit work prior to annual audits so that we can make sure that we can take care of findings before the auditors get here. With that being said, the other thing is they accomplished a near impossible feat. The audit started in February and ended by April, which is 2 months is really a very short time to have an audit turnaround. That, sir, concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Edwards. We have a motion to accept the audit committee report. Mr. Hope. A motion from Delegate Jerry Hope to accept the audit committee report. A second from Ed Hutch, Juneau Community. Any discussion? Question is called. All those in favor of accepting the audit committee report signify by saying aye. Those opposed, nay. The audit committee report is accepted. Thank you, Chair Edwards. We now have the National Congress of American Indians update provided by Vice President Clinton Cook Sr., who is the Alaska Area Alternate Vice President. Vice President Cook.
Thank you, Chairman Micklin. Before I get started, I would like to take a minute to recognize a very important person at Lincoln Haida over the years at the National Congress of American Indians. Vice President Sanderson Jr., who served as the primary and alternate for NCAI's executive committee for over a decade on behalf of the Alaska region. Robbie, would you please stand up? Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, Vice President Sanderson. In October, at the NCAI convention, I was honored to be elected by the Alaska region to serve as the alternate on the executive committee. Chief Chairman Brian Ridley from Tanana Chiefs serves as the primary. My goal while holding this position is to ensure that Alaska has a voice on a national level, specifically bringing a voice for our villages to fight for subsistence, housing, economic sovereignty, ICWA, and of course, tribal sovereignty. During the 80th convention, there was a resolution passed for a national event for missing and endangered people, calling to action for our citizens that we have lost. Also passed calling to the President of the United States to declare an opioid and fentanyl epidemic as a national emergency, as we're losing hundreds of young people to that volatile drug. Next, calling upon Congress to take immediate action to revisit and strengthen Title VIII of ANILCA, permanently protecting the rights of Alaska Native people to engage in subsistence rights in Alaska navigable waters and land. During the winter session, also, there was a climate task force met to discuss the long-standing impacts of climate change on tribal land, particularly in Alaska. They also discussed the rights of nature movement, which advocates for legal recognition of nature inherent rights to exist, persist, and to thrive. National Native American Boarding School Healing Coalition was also brought up and held a legislative briefing surrounding the Truth and Healing Commission Bill, Senate Bill 1723, which aims to establish a U.S. Truth and Healing Commission on Boarding School Policies Act. During that briefing, attendees discussed the impact of assimilation policies and the boarding schools at large and within their communities. Next up, brought up was issues with DOT and BIA. We feel the BIA and the state and other transportation agencies and infrastructures should collaborate with tribes when highways pass through tribal watersheds and endanger tribal domestic drinking water supplies and have effects on our subsistence foods. We also talked climate change, and we have continued to fight this issue that we so dearly are right in front of us. We need action on climate change. We're in the forefront here in Alaska. We also had discussions, support of VAWA pilot projects, calling upon Congress to promptly enact legislation, recognize the jurisdiction of tribal nations in Alaska to prosecute domestic violence, sexual violence, child abuse, and related crimes in Alaska Native villages. NCAI regularly passes resolutions related to education in conjunction with the National Indian Education Association and the American Indian Higher Education Consortium. NCAI's efforts in education have largely revolved around funding, improving teacher qualifications, and access to federal programs. Also, energy. We must continue to move away from fossil fuel energies as it impacts climate change to ensure our homelands are protected from these areas that can be fixed in the climate change arena. During the summer session, mid-year session is in June in North Carolina. We will take federal priorities of Alaska and make them heard to our Congress. If your tribe or community has federal issues that need to be brought to the table, please feel free to reach out to us at Clinton Haida so we can get them on the agenda. And before I wrap up my brief presentation, I would like to recognize the tribal presidents in the room who serve their IRA villages. Joel Jackson from Cake, Deb O'Gara, Petersburg, James Hart, Haynes, and Sid Eden Shaw, Heidelberg. Thank you for your service to your communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Session Chair Jerry Hope Sitka, I move to accept the NCAI report.
Thank you, Mr. Hope. Informational reports that are not actions of the assembly are It's not necessarily need to be accepted.
That's good. Well, I actually, my purpose for being at the microphone is to have a little bit of a dialogue with Vice President and his report on NCAI. So there's just two items. One is a housekeeping one. And that has to do with getting the appointment of the NCAI ITA Transportation Liaison. Unfortunately, the previous liaison, Joe Garcia from Okeowenge, had passed away suddenly. I have been asking NCAI for the past year to have that vacancy filled. And it's something that is a simple thing, in my opinion. Keep in mind, it's been since 1997 that I've been an officer of NCAI, but I did serve for treasurer for NCAI for 2 years. So I'm familiar with the process, and I'm hoping that you as an alternate can bring this to attention. I know you and I have had this conversation before, but I just want to refresh your memory on that. So we do miss that leadership. We do miss that partnership. I have had to chair the subcommittee meetings in the absence of our beloved Joe Garcia, which I don't mind. I enjoy that kind of thing. But the NCAA leadership is vacant, and that vacancy is critical to get filled. The other thing, and this is a little more serious, is the Alaska Native corporations have really had an aggressive stance towards tribal leadership at NCAI in the Alaska Caucus. And it's uncomfortable because it doesn't need to be that way. I believe the shouting, the aggression, the appearance of no respect from the ANCs towards tribes has been something that I'm not used to seeing at NCAI. I think we can all get along. So I felt that is critical to make sure that that's part of the report, so the delegates here understand that that is going on, if you haven't reported that already. I know it wasn't in today's report, but it might have been last year. So I feel like what we need to do is make sure that we have tribal leadership that are truly tribal leadership at NCAI, so we can have that kind of discussion that is in more of a respectful tone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hope. The issue with the vacancy left at NCAI is apparent with their leadership, and NCAI has not moved at a very fast pace on anything since I've been elected. We haven't even been assigned our committees yet. This will be looked into. Heather is listening in. I will bring this to this. We have a monthly meeting on Zoom. I will bring this to the attention of the leadership at NCAI. And if anybody is interested in serving on any committees at NCAI, we can reach out through Heather or Jill at Governmental Affairs to get you on that list if you're interested in chairing anything on a national level. We have several committees that are currently vacant. You really put me on the hot seat with ANSCA. You're right. The evolution of tribes has seemed to affect the relationship with ANSCA. Mr. Hope brought up the connection between tribes and corporations in California during the last summer's mid-year, when our Alaska area rep, Mike Williams, and our Alaska alternate, Vice President Sanderson from Clinton, Idaho, were verbally attacked on the floor by ANSCA tribes and created greater divide with the tribes and the corporations. The NCAI bylaws do not allow state sanctioned tribes to be involved with NCAI. It's been a very high topic of discussion in NCAI in our executive sessions on what happens when these tribes, and it's not just in Alaska, there are other state sanctioned Native entities that think they can enroll at NCAI and they don't have that ability. It's going to create some work through the tribe and through the corporations to bridge this gap in Alaska. We're still not there yet. I'm not sure what it'll take to bridge that gap, Mr. Hope, but it's a very apparent. And we need the village corporations to support us, not work against us. And ANSCA is key. You know, they're not going to go away, and neither are we. I think there's some great collaborations throughout Southeast that have happened with ANSCA, and I'd like to look at Maureen Shaw. She's this CEO of Caucuses, and they're having a great partnership with the tour ships coming to our island, and recognize that their tribes need to be involved with these. So some of those areas are starting to work themselves out. It's a long bridge to cross, but we're making those efforts. Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Chair, thank you, Chairman Micklin. Clinton, good job. I just wanted to touch on what you brought forth because Robert, your name. Thank you. I should know that. I apologize. Rob Sanderson, Ketchikan delegate. I'll say it because it was a very, very hard convention having to do with the ARPA funds and the village corporations and tribes. And defense of the tribes. The last time I remembered, I took an oath of office to defend tribal sovereignty. NCAI is tribally driven. That's the largest tribal organization that advocates on the people in the lower 48 and here in Alaska. And I would have to say, Mr. Chair, and you've seen that unfold. I've always considered Chief Mike Williams of Akiak one of the great leaders of our time. You know, fights really hard in Wawa and just a lot of good things he does. And the way the village, the larger corporations came down there, a lot of them have never even stepped foot in to an NCAI convention in their life. None of them even had any political experience. And they paid their way down. They had well over 100 people in our caucus that never attended NCAI before. And they put a vote of no confidence on our primary at the time, Mike Williams. And when they put that vote of confidence on him, they were jumping around like kids, slapping high fives, doing this and that. And, you know, it was probably the most embarrassing time I've seen anything coming from people that are supposed to be professional, managing millions of dollars in their own regions, acting like a bunch of kindergartners, you know. And when I came to the podium and I had my term, I put a stop to that because Mike lets his kindness get in the way sometimes, not with me. I would never let no tribal corporation roll over me like that as a sitting chair. That they tried to do that to me in Anchorage and I squashed that. Because again, and I'm gonna leave it at this, Mr. Chair, they got the right man in you. Because I know you're gonna bring it. And I know you're gonna bring it. So Clinton's gonna do a very good job because he doesn't bend either. But that's just how we have to stand firm. You know, we're tribes in here. Yes, I'm a corporate member too. But again, leaving this mic, we took an oath of office to support the tribes. We're not getting paid big bucks. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Jackie, please state your name and community.
Jackie Peta, Juneau, community. I just wanted to add that at the very last, October meeting, the, Alaska had the largest delegation group there. And there were a lot of tribes that participated. The corporations did pay, some of the corporations did pay for their small tribes to come, as tribes are the only ones who can exercise votes at NCAI. Corporations cannot vote. And so the votes were made by the tribes at NCAI. And the good thing that happened in that meeting was that there was healthy conversations about what it is that we want collectively as Alaska. And we realized that these conversations have to happen at home in Alaska, and national forums like NCAI are not the venue for them. And so I just wanted to make sure that I left you with that more updated version of what happened at the very last meeting. And I do appreciate your leadership at NCAI, and these conversations can just tell you how valuable it is that we're there in that forum. So thank you very much. Ganesh Chish Hawa.
Thank you, Jackie. While we're on the subject of that heated meeting, not only were our reps attacked out of Alaska, our parliamentarian, President Emeritus Thomas, was also attacked by these corporations, calling him out of order for giving our chairs guidance to work through these very difficult times we had in California. Rob, spot on. We are tribes, self-determining tribes. When corporations got some of the CARES Act money, they felt tribal, but they're not tribal. They'll always be a corporation. And I will defend our sovereignty till the bitter end against that. And it's very disheartening to get treated that way on a national level when we're there trying to represent Alaska and it turns into a bloodbath. Jackie's right. We have the largest delegation at NCAI by far out of Alaska. We use the Grand Room to hold our caucuses. We'd be lucky to fit in this room as Alaska at NCAI. And we look forward to making Indian country better through NCAI with our federal priorities. And I look forward to that challenge because every day is a challenge in Indian country. Thank you.
Thank you. Tribal delegates, please note on the agenda that the 2 o'clock keynote speaker previously offered us the keynote. So we are, we'll be going to the, what's shown is the 3 p.m. agenda item. And if I may, sir, introduce you to Tribal Assembly. The Honorable Homer Lee Wilkes is an American conservationist and government official from Mississippi. In 2021, Mr. Wilkes was nominated to serve as USDA Undersecretary for Natural Resources and Environment by President Joe Biden. His nomination was confirmed by the Senate on February 8th, 2022 by a voice vote. Mr. Wilkes' nomination was praised by Secretary of Agriculture Tom Vilsack, who stated Wilkes' nomination proved the Department of Agriculture's commitment to putting agriculture, forestry, and working lands at the center of solutions to increase climate resilience, sequester carbon, protect our air and water. Dr. Wilkes is an advocate for co-stewardship, subsistence, and tribal sovereignty. He is a huge supporter in Tlingit Haida's co-stewardship agreement for the Mendenhall Glacier Recreation Area, signed and ensuring that the Forest Service upholds their commitments to Tlingit and Haida. Please welcome in providing the USDA Undersecretary's Report for Natural Resources and Environment, Dr. Homer Wilkes.
Good afternoon. You know, let me just say, I am sincerely honored to have been invited to talk to you this afternoon a little bit about what the Biden-Harris administration is prioritizing. And I want to thank President Peterson for the invitation. Thank you, sir. And we'll get into the dialogue that he and I have had over the time. And I'm looking out in the audience, I see some other friends as I've traveled around these United States and visit with people. So it's good to see everyone out there. And I'll be brief, be bright, and be gone. I want to talk about some of the accomplishments that's been made, and at the same time, if we have an opportunity for some Q&A, I leave titles at the door and I talk about what you want to talk about. So that's where I am. And I hope I'm not stepping completely out of order here, but that's just the way that I like to do business. So let me just say that the major issues, I want to start off by this, and then I'll stay with my speech because I have a tendency to speak from the heart. You know, all this stuff people write down for me, they know I'll look at it, but I'll throw it out the door because I speak from the heart. And I want you to know from the onset that I really, really do respect treaty rights. I respect that. Nation-to-nation relationship, government-to-government relationship is important to me. I understand that, and I really do appreciate that. And you'll see during my tenure, a couple of years now, that I've tried to make sure we uphold that. And I'll tell you a little bit about what drives me from that perspective. But as I said, I would like to thank President Peterson for inviting me to be here. And we've had the opportunity to work together on several issues. In addition to getting some important work done, we've developed a friendship and a partnership. You know, it's important to have a relationship with people because that's how you build that trust. So President Peterson, again, thank you for the opportunity and the friendship that has been extended. You know, I appreciate that about the president. He always speaks the truth to power, and he'll make sure that you know that how he feels about something. But at the same time, once that's done, we move on to the next issue and try to take care of the business at hand. And it's a real honor to have the opportunity to work with an individual such as that. A little bit, my role as USDA Undersecretary for Natural Resources and Environment, I have the privilege of overseeing the U.S. Forest Service, which is responsible for stewardship of the nation's forests and grassland. And as an agency, we are responsible for managing millions of acres of land, water, that are ancestral homelands of Americans, Indians, and Alaska Native tribal nations. So it's important that the work we do, it's important that we work with each one of you in this room about what's important to you on your homelands. I know that you have deep connection to the Tongass National Forest where we are today. The connections that we can only begin to understand. I know these lands are cultural and spiritual significance to each of you. I know that these lands contain fish, wildlife, trees, plants, water that have sustained your people since time immemorial and are key to the indigenous way of life. It's important to recognize this dark and complicated shared history before we can begin to repair the relationships with the tribal. So I understand that, you know, as we had meetings earlier today, that you have to work hard to build trust. And people are not really just trust the federal government, because the last time we was here, we said came to help you, and then we were taking lands. So I make every day I get up to try to make sure that we can rebuild that trust that's needed in order to have those relationships to work together. So over the past 3 years, I've had the privilege of traveling across the country to visit and learn from tribes with the pain, the rifle anger, and just the concerns they have. I've heard it and I recognize it. It's important that we recognize that. And what took place as far as the land that was actually taken from you during those times, these native lands and the destruction of their language and the way of life and the source of food that each one of you all depend upon and that we depend upon. And while my personal experience cannot compare, you know, to what you and your ancestors have experienced, as an African-American from the state of Mississippi, I understand the disparity, racism, and injustice have. So it's not new to me. That's why I'm very, very passionate about making sure that we do what we say we're gonna do. And if we say something, we need to honor that and we need to move forward with those type of things. And that is the core reason why strengthening nation-to-nation relationships with tribe is personal to me. Because I know your word don't have a whole lot of money, but your word has to be your bond. So when you talk to someone about something, you need to make sure that you're bringing truth and you're telling them the truth every time. And you're not always going to agree, but we can agree to be disagreeable, but at the same time that we can still continue to work on these things. That's what I come from. A little bit about my personal history. I have to share this because you need to know where I came from. A little small town in Fort Gibson, Mississippi, and I was raised by my grandfather on a small farm. And what he told me, he said, Homer, he said, if you take care of the land will take care of you. You know, the land that we have is not actually for us to manage. We're stewards of the land. The Creator gave us that rightful responsibilities that we need to try to make sure that land is left better than we found it. That's why it's so important that as we begin to work and do things on the land, that we actually integrate that traditional ecological knowledge that the tribes bring. So that's where we're going to have to work as far as Western and traditional ecological knowledge combined. And we'll just have a better product of that. We'll be able to be stewards of that land much better if we would take that on as a responsibility. So I'm committed to making that happen. You know, I have to tell you, this job that I'm in now, it has happened on 2 occasions. In 2008, President Barack Obama offered me this job. But because my family was important to me, I chose to stay and raise 3 sons and try to pay a mortgage. But I tell you, what the Creator has for you is going to happen every time. Because again, in 2020, President Joseph Biden actually asked me to come and serve in this role again. And this time I was actually able to accept it because I'd gotten those sons out of college and I'd paid that mortgage and my wife said it was okay. So those who have wives, have those significant others, you better pay attention to them because they can make the difference on that. And you know, well, but no, it's important that you make sure that your significant other supports you in those efforts because there are some lonely days and some long nights in this job. I want you to know. But you know, I asked myself, okay, why am I doing this? And I just didn't quite understand at the time. But I truly believe that the work that I do is my ministry. It's my ministry. And I wondered, okay, why would I come in and do this job? Because I have a pretty cushy job there in Mississippi. I did not have to deal with all those things out there. But I tell you, the Creator doesn't bring you to anything unless He's willing to bring you through it. I'm convinced of that. And that's what I feel has happened here, President Peterson, that He's brought me here, that so I can actually try to address some of the, I will say, the things that have taken place in the past. You know, sitting in the office as the undersecretary, you know, I get a chance to work on policy. Now, statute things, you have to get your congressional delegation to do. But if this comes under my purview as far as policy, I have an opportunity to change those things. So I think I was put there for those purposes in order to do that. So I can't sit idly by in the comfort of the office of the Secretary office and not be concerned about those who have been historically underserved. That's all of us that's in this particular room here. We have not done what we needed to do to make sure there was an inclusive process. You know, there are ways in which exclusion can be systematic and justified by long-standing policy. And I am fortunate to be in a role to build bridges and to open doors to our programs and our robust resources. I mean, I have the opportunity to do that, and I need to take full advantage of that. So let me give you a few examples of how this manifests itself within the federal government. There was a time that in order to be eligible to participate in our programs, we used to have this match. Now, if the tribes had the money to match, there wouldn't be a need for government funding. I mean, if you could match it, why you need additional funding? So we looked at how we can actually make sure that the tribes are more inclusive into our various programs and looking at the policy, and they were not statutory, it was policy. So that which was policy, I could change. So what we've done, we've actually waived the match, this requirement that was be out there. We can actually waive that match so tribes can participate in our programs. That's very, very important. It's very, very significant, you know, for us there. We want to help these underserved communities address this negative impact of the climate change and all those type of things out there we just heard speakers talk about, because that's what we do, and we need to do that. And it's going to take each one of us in this room to make that happen. We need to protect the people, the trees, filter the air we breathe, and the source of drinking water from these threats of wildfire. And you don't have to go very far, you know, maybe not here in actual Alaska, but you see down in lower 48, if you take those western states, wildfire, it's just wreaking havoc on everyone that's involved in the overall process. We spend a lot of our dollars on those type of things. So if we were to work together and infuse some of those traditional ecological knowledge, we could do a lot with that, because the tribes have been actually doing prescribed fire and all those things for generations in the past. And we just need to take full advantage and understand that. So we've made a concerted effort to make sure that we work the tribes and trying to do those types of things. So the next thing I want to talk to you about, a little bit about the Southeast Alaska Sustainability Strategy, SAS, has been a tremendous benefit in this particular area of the state. We are proud to be partners with the many tribes in our work, and SAS, as we call it. To us, SAS is more than just a strategy or a set of investment. It has become the Alaska One USDA team, collaborative partnership, and outreach. We've seen a tremendous impact from SAS, thanks to the tribes, the communities, and the people of Southeast Alaska. All signs point to the fact that the benefits will continue to grow. And your president here, President Peterson, has actually, the first thing he asked me, he said, we need more money in there. He's not bashful about asking for money in order to implement the things that you need in your respective areas. So again, as I, you know, promises made, promises kept. I've shared with him that I plan to go back down in the lower 48 and work with all those agencies out there, whether it be rural development, NRCS, Forest Service, to see if we can actually increase the amount of money to SAS. And I plan to come back from July, President Peterson, and I'm hoping I'm bringing additional funds. Now, I'm making a commitment here. Promises made, promises kept. But I'll make sure that we work hard to try to make sure that, because SAS is a success. It's a very good success. You know, as I told you that President Peters and I, we've established a very good relationship. So he brings those things to me. He asked me about SAS. And then he goes on to tell me about what about subsistence, major piece of it. So I want to give you an update on the subsistence progress taking place. The theme of this assembly is rooted in tradition, growing a sustained future. So very, very important. So very important. This is something the USDA has learned and leaned into very hard in these last few years. Supporting expanded subsistence opportunity is one of the ways the USDA is partnership in a new ways with tribes on their food sovereignty interests. We really want to do that, this assistance. And for the first time ever, two agencies banded together for a tribal nation serving program providing crucial meat processing funding for the tribes. That we actually have subsistence funding that's actually coming to the tribes. For the first time, the two agencies have worked toward that. And we authorized, using the American Rescue Plan Act dollars, Secretary Vilsack was honored to announce the first slate of indigenous animal grant recipients, including the tribal governments of St. Paul Island and the tribes at Old Harbor. So we have some people that have been recipient of funds that's actually taking place. And while the program was part of one-time funding, it is a crucial step USDA has taken in including tribes and how we are supporting more resilient, decentralized meat processing industry. We're also thrilled to be working with tribes like Caucuses and providing non-competitive food purchasing dollars that will help strengthen local food economies and address food insecurity. I know many partners in the Agriculture Marketing Service have appreciated your partnership in the two local food purchase assistance projects totaling over $1.3 million. Thank you for those efforts. Another issue that's very, very important is the Federal Subsistence Board. I had a chance to visit with President Peterson and others about the importance of that Federal Subsistence Board. You know, it was really kind of, how would I say, I didn't quite understand, you know, the importance of that board. But as I talked to Chad here, he told me that sometimes those boards get in there and they start talking about those things, and just to make up that board did not give the tribe the opportunity to actually hear their voice or voice their opinion. So Chairman Peterson and others actually have advocated that the board be increased. Well, let's talk about it. That board has X number of federal members. You have appointed members. But in order to have a fair advantage, I won't say unfair advantage, the numbers need to be increased. So the Secretary of VLSAC and others are supporting the increase of 3 additional members. Hopefully, Mr. President, that will give you the numbers that will be needed in order to help make the decision that's going to be very, very beneficial to the tribe. So the Federal Assistance Board is a very, very important part, particularly in this part of the country, because you know how those boards work. But you know, this change would add 3 members nominated or recommended by the tribe. That's what's going to be most important part about it. The nominees would be required to have experience with Alaska Natives Assistance uses, among other additions. Comments for this rule are due by April 26th. So as you look out, make sure that you respond to those comments on the increase of the size of that assistance board. Very, very important. And as you can see, USDA is taking great steps in pursuit of making assistance fair and more equitable, but there's still work to be done. In order to further this work, we need to hear from you. USDA is hosting this tribal barriers consultation all next week. This consultation builds on the 3 held previous members of this board. So make sure you weigh in on that as we begin to look at those particular things. And I told you that I'll be brief, be bright, and be gone. But I want to say this again. I really, really respect treaty rights. I really, really respect government-to-government relationships. And we have to do that. We don't need to talk to these various boards about things that concern the tribe. We need to talk to the tribal leadership and the membership out there. And I'm committed to do that. So I'm committed to do that. So in conclusion, I want to say thank you again for the opportunity to break bread and spend time with you today. Thank you very much for that. That's so appreciated. It's an honor to be able to do that. I have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and I plan to use them accordingly. So I listen. I talk a lot, but I listen equally as well, because that's how you can get the advice and counseling from folks like yourselves out there that can help make a difference. And I use the term, how do I lessen your misery index? I lessen your misery index by listening to what you have to say and taking into consideration all those things we have in there. And if we can do that more, then I think we can have a quality product on time by doing those type of things. So as I close, I would like to say, I really looking forward to hearing from you. The questions, answers, I hope the opportunities are afforded there. And if I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know, but I'll get back with you. And I also want to I look forward to continue to working together to advance tribal co-steward, tribal self-determination, and subsistence. This is the commitment I make to you today. Again, it's been an honor to share a few comments with you. And at this time, if it's okay, I will open it up for Q&A. I have nothing to hide. I want to make sure that we are inclusive. I want to continue to build these relationships. And the only way we can do that is by affording you the opportunity to ask me some questions. I see the line is lined up. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Undersecretary Wilkes. Please state your name and community for the record.
One Lance Twitchell, Juno. Gonna chi shea hati guti ya aha ni kak hatu ya ke yitwasaku ha inye jini ha ete tudach aya yukiatani panahuke. Welcome to our country, and we're so happy that you want to work with us and that you spoke from your heart. I wrote down some questions. The first is, I work in academics, and one of the things I think that academics tends to do is to really push Indigenous peoples out of the framework by saying, we have literature, you have stories, we have art, you have artifacts, we have science, you have traditional ecological knowledge. So in your work and in the work within the USDA and the US Forest Service and all of the federal government, I really hope folks can transition to just saying Indigenous sciences. Because we have brilliant people, we have brilliant ancestors, they have observed the natural world, and they have learned lots from the natural world and the supernatural world. And I do think the term traditional ecological knowledge has served a purpose to get us in the door, but I think now it's being used to sort of say, oh, well, they have some stuff that they learned somehow, but we have science, which is, and so indigenous sciences would really be a preferred term over traditional ecological knowledge. That's the low-hanging fruit. The big tree is I was in Sitka about a week ago talking with an elder named Kyoto Ish, and we're going by an island, and he said, I used to have a smokehouse right there, and the Forest Service burned it down. So we built another one on this island, and they ran over there and burned it down. I was working in Kazan for President Peterson when he was in Kazan, and a historian who maybe worked for the Forest Service came and talked to me about this as well. And I also want to just be careful with the terminology here, because if we say they burned down our smokehouses, some people might think, oh, like a little shed, and that's not the case. So a long time ago, we lived in big homes in the winter, and in the summer, we all had separate homes where our families would go to put up our foods. And those were our homes. Both of those things were our homes. One of the things that colonization did is while we're in our smaller homes in the summer, the universities and museums would send people to our big homes to steal our things and bring them back for their collections. Then when we went back in the winter and realized all that stuff was gone, they would burn down the homes that we had. So part of my thoughts in doing this work is it's very difficult to have respectful conversations and have loving conversations and to be people who speak from the heart when we don't acknowledge the depth of wrongdoing and what can happen now. How do we reach a state of restoration in terms of these things? Because no one had any rights to come and burn down our properties and then claim them as government property. So I look forward to discussions on what to do with that. I was fortunate to be called to a meeting and someone said, you got to cover for me. I can't make it to this meeting. So I jumped in my car to go and it turned out it was a meeting of senior leaders in the Forest Service of this region. And I shared this same sort of question with them. And there was a lot of shuffling. And I said, well, if you're wearing green pants, you might be really uncomfortable right now. But we're going to have to get uncomfortable in order to reach a state where we can sort of fully acknowledge what's gone on. The third thing is indigenous place name restoration. So much like we never invited anybody to come and burn down our homes, we never invited anybody to come and take the names off of our land. I was talking with a colleague who said, yeah, but it's been called the Mendenhall Glacier for like 100 years. And I said, well, imagine that your grandmother is named Nora. And I meet her and I start calling her Sarah. And you say, hey, my grandmother's name is Nora. And I say, well, I've been calling her Sarah for like a week now. So the point of that is we have these names that have been on the land for tens of thousands of years, time immemorial. The numbers don't even matter because it's completely immeasurable in terms of comparing it to colonization. But in order to restore an indigenous place name, we have to go through the U.S. Forest Service, and then we have to go through the Alaska Historical Society, and then we have to go through the U.S. Board of Geographic Names. So it feels like colonial door after colonial door after colonial door. The Forest Service in Juneau was working on aggressive solutions to sort of say, is there a different way to restore indigenous place names? Because some of the methods right now, they'll ask us, is this what the entire population wants to do? And it feels completely improper to ask that now when no one asked us that before. So in terms of restoring indigenous place names, it's so important because the land and the language are intertwined and the people are intertwined. And when you take the land away and you take the language away, the people suffer. And so if you talk about reducing suffering, I believe you. And I know you're just one person, but I would love to see these last 2 points, some very decided moves that can create a more sustainable future for us and our languages and our grandchildren. Ms. Chish.
What I would say on that is this, is that there's two people that's out here, Chad, as well as Kevin. And I tell you, local issues need to be resolved at the local level. So I hope this is the beginning of the dialogue that will be needed, because the thing is, we began to go out there. We don't know everything. And I'll be the first to tell you that I'm from the government. I'm really here to try to be helpful, but I want it to happen at the local level. So as we begin to have these dialogue, that's why relationships are so very important. But that's just the very beginning. We have to continue to have those conversations and try to find out what's taking place. I don't have a definitive answer to you yet, but I promise you, I'm listening, and I promise you, I want folks to work with you on those things. And I did take one thing, I can really do that. The traditional scientists, I can handle that one pretty quickly, the knowledge from the standpoint, because we do need to integrate that into what we are doing. You know, the thing is, we take the Western technology and all those type of things, and you're talking about telling stories. It's not about stories. It works, and you know they actually work. I didn't understand it when I was growing up. My grandfather would actually go there. Once the crop was done, he would have a burn, not understand that the residue and everything would go back into their soils, and that was the production of those crops. So whether that's traditional knowledge or whatever, my grandfather may have not had the technology, but he knew what would take place if he made that burn, and that was good enough for me. So that's where I am on that. So really appreciate your comments, what you have to say. Chad and Kevin, where are you? They're back there, but we want to make sure that we have these type of dialogues there. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wilkes. And indigenous sciences. would
Yeah,
be the term.
indigenous scientists, we got you. Okay, fair enough then. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Karen Elliott. I'm a Seattle delegate. I am up here because I sit next to the elders back there. So this is more of a question from the elders. And he wanted to know, what are your thoughts? Just your thoughts about the veterans allotment here in Alaska.
Well, let me just tell you that I'm a veteran myself, and I think we shouldn't offer anything up to anybody when they were not here to actually claim it. And I think the veteran allotments was based on the veterans that was actually there, and there's 162 acres, I recall, that each veteran was supposed to have gotten. We talked about that and looking at things of that. I don't have the authority to do that, but I am working with Heather Don Thompson, who is the Office of Tribal Engagement there. And we're going to see if we can't find a little bit about that history there. And I'm not trying to pass the buck, but that's what I can do is from a policy standpoint, I will. But it's going to take the will of your congressional delegation in order to make that happen. Let me just tell you one other thing about me. Having been a prior military person, I follow orders pretty well. So if the delegation says this is what we need to do, you won't get any pushback from me as far as finding those places of land. And today I had a very good discussion based on where the land is located. You know, we in Southeastern Alaska, you know, you want to be at the places that's here. That will be something that has to be worked with. But I'm hopeful that you can get your congressional delegations to say, okay, this is what we need to do. And I'll help carry it out. I'll be perfectly honest with you on that. So my thoughts in is that we need to do the right thing for the right reasons.
How gonna teach?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Hope. I am the delegate from Sitka. I also serve as a transportation director for our tribe, Sitka Tribe of Alaska. I'm also president of the Alaska Tribal Transportation Work Group and vice president of the Intertribal Transportation Association. I'm not trying to brag here, but I'm trying to give you a little bit of context about my level of activity. And I also was selected by the Department of Interior on the negotiated rulemaking committee for getting the next generation of tribal self-governance updated. I serve as the alternate to President Peterson on that. And I just came from this annual self-governance conference. We had, I sat in on this one presentation. It was from, let's see, Anthony Morgan. Anthony Morgan Rodman, who is on the White House Council on Native American Affairs, and Liz Carr, who's with the Office of Management and Budget. What their main topic is a new executive order from President Biden, 14112. That is an interesting executive order because it really does pair well with tribal self-governance. I have a little picture of President Biden here even. with the title, Reforming Federal Funding and Support for Tribal Nations to Better Embrace Our Trust Responsibilities and Promote the Next Era of Tribal Self-Determination. I highlight it, it's pretty lengthy here, but if you'll bear with me, I'm not going to read much of it, but I did want to capture this part. Comma, provide tribal nations with the flexibility to improve economic growth, address the specific needs for their communities, and realize their vision for their future. We must improve our nation-to-nation relationships by reducing administrative burdens and by administering funding in the manner that provides tribal nations with the greatest possible autonomy to address the specific needs of their people, ... So this was signed on December 3rd of last year. Those two fine people, Anthony Morgan and also Liz Carr, have the weight of responsibility and job titles in their respective departments and agencies, and with the White House to have this across all departments. So it's really interesting, as some of those who presented before me and those conversations that you've had with President Peterson recognize probably now more fully through those discussions and meetings with tribes, the challenges with those different agencies that are familiar with tribal governance, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, sometimes called Boss Indians around, the BIA, the Indian Health Service, IHS, Indian Have a Seat. I was taught that last week. Yeah, IHS, Indian Have a Seat. So those are charged responsibilities for managing programs that directly affect tribes. Challenges with those, but imagine the challenges for those departments and agencies that are not familiar with tribes. So this executive order is a really breath of fresh air. So with your department, we look forward to working with you to implement Executive Order 14112.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And the thing is that I'm here as a representative of the president because I was appointed by him, and he's actually right about doing the thing. We need to have a more inclusive process. I heard today that it would be nice to go directly funding to the tribes rather than going to other sources. Members are here, they're here, they're loud and clear. And we'll be working toward trying to have the best improvement we possibly can. That's a commitment I make. So I can't be responsible for all those other agencies, but I am responsible for trying to implement the work of USDA. So thank you for that.
Yeah, well, this applies to you too, so we'll make sure that we work with you. Thank you.
Fair
We
enough.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your representation and developing a trusting relationship with President Peterson, because we hold him up, and as you hold him up also within your very humble and powerful position. There are three things in your delivery today that stand out to me that I agree with and encourage. The first one is your openness to the Veterans Allotment Act, the veterans that are from our community. Some of the feedback is not only that they would like land, 160 acres within their homeland. Some of our veterans have already selected land in other places, but when you look at the bill, they could have the opportunity to reselect or begin to select within the Tongass, which is the traditional territory of our people. That would be one big thing to advocate for. Another, as mentioned earlier during the Tribal Assembly series, that they mentioned that they would like a 5-year extension. So the application process, many of our veterans we hope in our hearts and our spirits that they are able to see and enjoy and prosper on the land that they select or for their descendants. So there is a conversation about a 5-year extension. So thank you so much for mentioning that. The second one is you mentioned food security and sovereignty and working with different tribes. I believe that is a very good direction to go in. We not only have moose in Alaska, we have Sitka black-tailed deer and many other things that are meat and that sustain our body that are at risk of extinction or overhunting. One of the things that's happening is there's many different laws that are coming forward, not only on the state level, but they may also reach the national level in regards to big game hunting and taking over for a market and for profit. People are beginning to see into our over 200 different villages. Elders share that sometimes vehicles go right past them, 4x4s, and they are going on a hunt and they're taking the big game and they're just leaving with it on helicopters and other ways. And it's game hunting where there are people that are hungry within Alaska and within other places. So that is a really good program that you're mentioning. And I'm glad that you're mentioning that that's something that you could be working on. And the third is you mentioned the Federal Subsistence Board and that you are a man that sees, as our president does, not only a problem, but also possible opportunities for solutions. I really appreciate it when somebody comes to speak and they come to explain a situation or offer a format, and then they come with ideas. We have some of the most excellent people that are ready, I believe, to step forward on a federal subsistence board. Why that is so important to us, for example, is I'm Paulette Marino, Sitka delegate. Have you been to Sitka yet?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Have you been to Sitka yet?
Have not. I have not.
May we invite in President Hope? I think all the communities would want to invite you to their communities.
Well, super.
So Sitka is a beautiful island on Baranof Island, Shikokwon. The people of the Shikokwon area and the clans from that area. But we are about 14 miles of road, about 8,000 people, but it's in a sound on an island. And one of the beginning of our life cycle is a fish called the herring, sir. Have you heard about the herring?
I know about the fish. I don't know the history of it, but I do know about the herring, yes.
Thank you. Well, there are those much wiser than I that could explain. It would probably take quite a few times of you visiting with us to do so, but the elders much more wiser than I. But I would like to say that I can speak from experience that for the last 14 years, I've been harvesting something called herring eggs. So the herring come in, as many of the people in this room, the herring are a forage fish and they come into the sound, and where the herring used to spawn or lay their eggs, which is one of our very important traditional resources, they used to lay them all over the coast here in Auk Bay and other places. But now it is a very small area in the Sitka area. It's beginning to come back a little bit in other areas. But what I'd like to say is that it takes 10 times the time, 10 times the resources to be able to get 1/10 of one of our traditional foods. So working in relationship with the local federal government, the state government would be really, really good, but especially this federal board. So the herring are depleting amongst the coast, and this is a worldwide crisis because the herring feed the whales, the salmon, everything that affect us. So as our keynote speaker from Hawaii spoke earlier, he showed a map of how the land and the ocean in particular, is such a sacred place and how we work together as Indigenous people. So my thoughts are in regards to conserving the herring. That is something that is very, very important. It is at high risk. So my question is in regards to that. How would the Federal Subsistence Board be able, for example, to help us in preserving some of our traditional resources? Thank you.
Well, I won't try to answer that, but maybe the sideline meetings of that, but the board itself will actually make sure that those things that the tribe are interested in is elevated. That's what I would say the most important role it will be. There's some things that come up. Okay, how many animals you're able to take from a particular place and things like that. That board will have that type of jurisdiction over things. So I don't know all the details of it, but that's why I just believe that a local led process should be locally led. My job is to try to make sure we have the tools such as the board large enough to influence the decision-making that will take place at that local level. So that's where my first start is, and I'm sure that the members of that board, and now, you know, as you weigh in, and then there'll be a process as far as selecting those board members, we'll be able to go into the gory details of how it would work. But I think it's a very, very important tool that will be utilized in order to get the decision that you would want, if I understand the way the board will work.
Thank you so much for speaking about jurisdiction, because some of the traditional corridors, when we're speaking of a land or a river or a body or a water area, there are traditional corridors that the herring and the fish and everything come through before they get to a certain area. And some of the Western philosophies would only talk about a certain area, but we have traditional corridors before the fish come to those areas. So I'd like to put that on your radar. And that was mentioned just last week by a Sitka elder.
Okay.
So thank you so much. And thank you so much for your work and for those that raised you so respectfully. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, one of the things is that I will tell you, climate change is doing a lot to everything. And I know there are things that you see that didn't take place a few years ago. But one thing that really resonated with me, and it was really concerning, I talked to one of the tribal presidents, and I guess it was during COVID. And what he shared with me was that he needed to hunt to feed members of his tribe. And he went to the Forest Service to get a permit so he could kill a moose to feed their tribe for that year. That has never left my mind. So we need to make sure that, you know, people shouldn't have to go hungry in a country that has the abundance of food supply that we have. So we have to work hard on that. So that stuck with me to no end.
Good afternoon. My name is Albert Howard. I'm from Mangoon. There's a couple of things that I bring every day. I'm a veteran. I served in Desert Shield, Desert Storm. And a lot of people say that that wasn't a war because it was 100 hours. We spent 8 months out in the desert. And what I took away from that experience was that I owe the veterans of the Vietnam War for me standing here. We took what they learned during that time, and I'm gonna say it this way because this is the way I always say it. We took what they learned and kicked somebody's butt with it. And then we came home. So I have 4 kids at home that I owe that to the Vietnam veterans. And I'm glad they're getting their land here. Also, I've talked to a lot of the Vietnam veterans that die from Agent Orange. They don't get that recognition because they're home. I talked to one family that his brother comes home from Vietnam to visit for a week and passed away at home, and he thinks it's because of Agent Orange. And the simplest thing they were asking was to have his brother's name on the wall. So I think that's something that could happen. It isn't asking for a whole lot, but you know, they deserve that much for what they've done for their country. I served with guys from Mississippi. They were a blast. And to tell you a short story, we had to chase one down that decided he was going to jump on a camel. He was in so much trouble, the rest of us laughed about it, but that's the story.
Yeah.
I also serve on the Southeast Regional Advisory Council on Subsistence. Now, I read William Paul's speech to AFN in 1972. So I submitted a proposal that's proposal WP 24-024. And that proposal reminds me of William Paul's speech of how there was a native and a non-native hunting turkeys and a turkey buzzard, and somehow the native ended up with the turkey buzzard, even though he shot the turkey. So when you look at my proposal and the history of the proposal, the area I was trying to provide for our community got smaller and smaller. I'd like to encourage Plinkett and Haida, President Peterson, to start negotiating from a position of power. William Paul said it's all ours. All of it. It was all ours. We shouldn't even go ask them to co-manage anything. Our ancestors have managed this land for generations, and we've never brought it on the brink of where it is now. I have a solution. I've served as the mayor at home, president of the tribe, on the school board, and the biggest heartache I had in that time was someone complaining with no solution. So what I learned through the federal process is we either give the tribes the money to collect their own data, because when you bring a proposal to the federal board from OSM, Office of Subsistence Management, they use the state's data. And I said this earlier, and our people have the saying, when the tide's out, the table's set. But the state of Alaska takes a chair and puts it on our table without asking us. I'll give you an example of testimony that was given from people out of Sitka. They were catching shrimp, minding their own business, and they'd bring in a big tote. The state found out about that, opened it up for commercial, and without any process, gave them a 5-gallon bucket and said, this is what you get to get from now on. And now the commercial guys go in there, and nothing against commercial guys, you got to make a living too, but there's got to be a different process. When you start putting a seat at our table, they should come talk to us, not just do it. So if through your office, if you can find a way to fund either OSM so they can put boots on the ground and see what I'm saying is actually true, versus the state made a YouTube video to counter what I was trying to say. And the unintended consequence was more hunters came to Angoon, and having even more negative impact on the community. I carry that. That was my responsibility, and I didn't see that coming. I didn't see that the state would put out a video to say that Admiralty Island has the largest population of deer anywhere in Southeast Alaska, so that instead of closing off an area for our community, it caused more people to come in and go hunting. People from Juneau. The territorial sportsmen sent in 60 letters opposing my proposal. And none of them hunt south of Angoon because it's too far away. Everyone knows it here. Part of who we are is they tell us we walk in two worlds. I'm not doing it today. You know, feels good to be with your own people and have this kind of conversation without someone looking at me because I only have a 12th grade education. Like I don't know what I'm talking about when I lived a life. I mean, you know, I say this at home all the time. I live the same life as 90% of our people. So if you can find a way to either get funds to the tribes so we can come to our own conclusion, present our own data when we say something's wrong, we have data to prove it. Because when we go to the Federal Subsistence Board, they're like, you guys don't have any proof.
Well taken, sir, and I duly noted. Chad is back there. He has that. And the thing is that I'm not passing the buck, but he's at the local level. My job is to try to make sure he has the funding so he can address some of these issues that are being brought up. The opportunities I see, one thing you'll learn about me, and first of all, let me tell you, thank you for your service. Really, thank you for your service. But I don't ever see a glass half empty. I always see it half full. So what you're saying there, it makes sense. And I think working together does work, and I appreciate your comments. I really do.
And And sometimes somebody takes their glass and empties it without our knowledge. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I asked that previous speaker if he'd trade places with me so they wouldn't have to adjust the mic. But anyhow, my name is Lynette Marino Hines, and I'm an Anchorage delegate. I lived up in Anchorage, the biggest Alaska Native community in Alaska. We have 24% Alaska Natives in this state. We have population-wise over 675,000 people. And in Anchorage, we have over 300,000 people, 365,000. The Anchorage, Tlingit, and Haida, we have over 3,500 people. I know this because I worked for the Census Bureau at one point. But for over 40-something years, since 1979, I've been a cab driver in Anchorage, Alaska. I finally own my own permit, but it's not about me. It's about the people that live up there and our people that moved from Southeast. And what you see up there is tragedy. You see a lot of people up there that don't have the spirit. It was taken from us with our lands and our language and everything that was lost. I learned this in college. And what is the tragic part about it is that I never thought that I would live to see the day and hear the news and hear it from people, Alaska Natives. I, myself, as an urban native, I catch more fish than the rural residents up on the Yukon River, the Kuskokwim River, all those rivers, all the up north Indians and the Eskimo groups. I get more fish when I go down and fish and dip net. I sit on the Anchorage Advisory Fishing Game Committee. I got reelected. I'm only one of 2 Native people. And I hear as a cab driver from people that come in from all over the state, how they don't get their caribou, they don't get their moose, they don't get a lot of their fish anymore, and they're starving, and they don't have the foods to feed themselves and their children and their elders. And it's an emergency. It's not something that, like a hurricane or a tornado came through, but in a sense it is. So I would like more help directed at all of the Alaska Native peoples and for the government to really come through and realize that this has been going on for a while. It just didn't happen overnight. When I go to those meetings, my fellow Fish and Game board people, they're tolerant of me, but that's all they're tolerant of. They don't like it when I inquire about those big game trophy hunters that go up to Kotzebue or go wherever, Southeast, and they take out the game, they take out the fish. And now us Alaska Natives, we suffer for that. And it's not right. I would just like to see more action and more involvement, more of our people involved in the say-so about what goes on in our lands, our air, and our water. Thank you very much.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name is Gil Stokes, Anchorage delegate. While I'm standing in line here, it is not for me because the person that wants to speak is unable to come here. So I'm asking permission if she may have the mic seated where she is. Her name is Professional Shirley Kendall. I don't know whether she's gonna come over or whether she
Think
can
so,
have the
yeah.
microphone over there.
They're getting a mic.
Somebody help her.
Yeah, they're bringing a mic. Right there.
Testing.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
I'm Shirley Kendall. I'm a delegate from Anchorage. I was born and raised in Hoona, a small village near Juneau. And you have to forgive me because I'm blind and I don't know where you are, so I might be not looking at the right place.
Well, I'm here,
I-
but you're looking at everyone here, so we're good.
Okay.
I'm listening.
Yeah, I hear a voice over here, so I tend to look over there. But one of the things I think that was really outstanding in our tribe is our good health. We were all very healthy, strong people. We worked so hard, nobody was overweight, but we ate a lot. We were joined together to do this. And I think our traditional foods really, really saved us. It is important to realize that because of the government moving in, they put a stop to some of the things that we did. And the one little thing I want to mention, I thought was really important that my family did was to collect cambium in April. And that was such a wonderful time for us in our family. And I think my father and my brother would go and select a tree. And it had to be a tall tree with hemlock with not too many branches except at the top. And it had to be close to the beach. And I think it was pre-selected. And we would go and on a sunny day and start peeling the bark of the tree. My mother would sit on the ground with her ulu and begin to collect the cambium from inside the bark. And it was such a wonderful time and celebration. When I think about it, as we were working hard, you get real thirsty. And the cambium was so sweet and juicy that all we had to do was take a handful of what my mother was working on. And then we could keep working. The tree, of course, as you know, will not live without the bark. So after we finish with that, my father and my brothers would cut down the tree. And since it was close to the beach, drag it down and we would take it home to cut it up for firewood. But the cambium, I wanted to mention, for those of you who don't know, is a bright orange carrot color. And it was, like I mentioned, juicy and sweet. And because at that time, we didn't have carrots. The stores that we had only had canned stuff. So it was important to do this collection and have that put away for the winter to be used because it had I think it had a tremendous amount of vitamin A. And so we I think that was a really excellent source for us. And then we began to find out that the government was moving in all kinds of ways and declared a Tongass National Forest. And we were stopped when we picked a tree, and they told us we couldn't do it anymore. Not even just one tree to get our source of this precious vitamins for the winter. And even up to now, you can't go in and just start getting a tree like that. And I think it would be good education for the young people to find out how it was done. You can get permission. If we didn't, we don't have to fill out 10 pages of paper to cut the tree and determine how to use the wood once it's cut down. But like I said, we were very healthy people, hardworking, and we had a happy time doing all that work. My parents always made it like a game. So it was just really wonderful. And now I'm a big city Tlingit living in Anchorage. And I do my berry picking at Costco. So, but I think either we collect the information as to how come we were so healthy and why there is so much diabetes and being overweight and getting the same foods that we used to use, but not using it right. Vitamin B comes from bread. We didn't have bread. Where did we get it? We got it because we ate all parts of the deer. And it's a shame today when you talk to children. I said, we're going to talk about native foods. And I said, what do you know about it? And they said, we know a lot already. Okay, let's make a list of the native foods. Salmon eggs, that's a native food. Stinky fish heads, that's a native food. They were naming off these kinds of things. And I said, well, what about the salmon and the deer? And they didn't think it was native food. So our education is very weak, and we're talking about the history of our people being lost, and this is one of the things. I'm not a scientific trained person, but I'm very, very interested in the nutrition that we used to get from just because we ate a lot of Tlingit foods. I hope that it would be a consideration for somebody to start looking at not the scientific part of it where it tells you how many vitamins are in there, but how to get it so that the government will allow us to redo some of these things that we used to do as a child. I don't think that the salmon came and they look at the calendar, salmon look at the calendar and say, oh, okay, June 6th, we need to go back to Alaska. And, because the fishing game says, yeah, fishing is open. How do they know? The fish comes when they feel like it. When it's time, according to their own calendar. So ask us. Ask us. We know a lot. And we shouldn't be pushed aside. I want to thank you for allowing me to tell about this knowledge that I have. I'm gonna cheese.
Thank you. And I'm gonna stop by and see you because I want to meet the the regional forester to find out a little bit more. I think I know what you're asking, but I'm going to stop by personally and visit with you to see what things we may be able to do. Because that sounds like you're talking about something like medicine and those type of things there for sure. So I will personally come and stop and talk to you. Okay.
Gunatheesh, Mary Marks, Juneau delegate, thank you for being here, and I welcome you to Occoquan land. I hear you talk about local. You want us to speak locally and try and resolve various issues. Well, I'm here to tell you we've been doing that for years. We have tribal law, we have federal law, we have state law, we have CBJ law. So you tell me where we need to be talking locally, because all of these entities that we talk about our natural resources, we do come to resolve various issues, and that's called resolutions. And as you see behind me, these are delegates, and we bring our resolutions to ask our council and our president and his staff to go up on the Hill here in Juneau or in Washington, DC. So we provide marching orders that concern us in our communities. And I just feel like that, and maybe I'm misunderstanding you, that you want us to take care of it locally. We have been doing this for a long time, and it really upsets me because I feel that I'm kind of feeling like you are passing the buck. So and if you're not doing that, forgive me, but just hearing your voice, it sounds that way to me, because we've been standing up firm, whether we have the marching orders to our president and the executive council, as well as our own tribes, and even some of our native corporations are standing together. And then we have the Alaska Federation of Natives. They get resolutions from other regions. So I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated to hear you tell me that we need to work at a local level when we've been doing this since ANCSA was written into law.
Let me just make sure that what you have, I'm not telling you to work locally. You have a president that's very strong and a strong advocate. All the things that I've talked to you today about assistant, the board's assistant, all those things, they have been elevated. What I was referring to, we have local staff that's actually here. And you as local people should have a voice in the decision maker. I can't speak for the state of Alaska or any other agency, but I can speak for USDA Forest Service. So I'm talking about your working relationship with the Forest Service is something that has to take a leg. I don't know all the issues and concerns. When President Peterson bring them to my attention, I address them. I address them to the best of my knowledge. It's statutory. We have to go get some additional legislation to do that. But anything within policy, if he brings to my attention, I try to make sure it's addressed. And that's why we have two staff folks here that's actually the regional forester for the Tongass. The acting regional forester for the Tongass is here. And he's hearing these comments. So that's where I said the local issues that need to be elevated to wherever they need to be. And we need to have an open engagement when it comes down to talking to people. It's about relationships. So you need to feel very comfortable to come in and talk to our office. Whatever venue that's been used here, it should be available to folks. So I truly believe that there should be diversity in the state makeup of the staff, that there should be equity, there should be an inclusion, and there should be accessibility. So you should have access to our local leaders here. No, I'm not asking you to solve those things locally. I'm asking you to work with the local people here so it can get elevated to me. I'm not here every day to hear these concerns, but they are. That's the local piece that I'm talking about.
Okay, I appreciate you clarifying that because I was sitting over here and stewing in my own skin.
Well, I'm glad you brought to my attention so you can have clarity that I'm not asking you to solve, because it takes money to solve a lot of these issues and just working together. But I can assure you that President Peterson actually amplifies any concerns that's being heard out there. That's why you heard me amplify these 3 or 4 items that he's brought to our attention. Shared stewardship, this assistance board, assistance, trying to find ways that we can actually increase markets and things for the local folks here. That's what I get from my particular level. But no, you have the Chads and you have the Kevins that's out here. And you may not know these folks, but I can assure you that President Peters and his staff know them well.
I appreciate that. I was really afraid for you because I thought I was going to have to contact your wife.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. My name is James Jack Senior. I'm a delegate from the Juneau delegation. I'm also a veteran. I want to tell you a little bit about our native beliefs. Our people believe that every living thing possesses a spirit. For example, if we were, say maybe 100 years ago, we were going to take a tree to build a canoe, there would be a ceremony at the base of that tree. And basically what would happen is that our people would ask for forgiveness from the tree for taking its life. They would say something like, "Chadeha na'u, hakusti jiyasawa." Please forgive us. We are doing this for our livelihood, for our living. Now, we get Native Allotment Act, 1964 to 1975, I believe, is a time period. We in Southeast have approximately 250 veterans during the Vietnam era. The Tongass National Forest is somewhere between 17.7 million acres to 18.2 million acres. Now, if we were successful in getting what we would like to select land in our own country, right now the Act has us selecting land on other traditional lands that belong to other Native people of Alaska. Now, if the lower 48 natives were to come up here and select land, we would be pretty upset. So I'm imagining that the people up north where the federal government is telling us, well, you can select 160 acres up here. And this is the map that where you can select from. That's traditional lands for somebody else. Tongass National Forest is traditional lands for Tlinkits and Haidas and Tsimshians. So we take those 250 veterans and we grant them 160 acres of land. That's less than 0.5% of the Tongass National Forest. Our people have been stewards of this land for over 10,000 years without depletion of any resources. Now, who knows better to take care of the land than the original landowners? Somebody sitting in Washington, D.C., somebody sitting in the state of Washington? How can the state of Washington have such an influence on what belonged or is our traditional lands? I understand that they are part of the reason that we cannot select in the Tongass National Forest. It's just unfair. 10,000 years. More recently, it's been said that our people have inhabited this land for 14,000 years. Well, what the hell is 4,000 years, you know? But I don't know if Forest Service had any influence on this act. Our people are spiritually tied to this land. Not because we want to build a store or a theater or a tourist attraction. It's because our Hus, our people before us, our ancestors, lived this land. Our grandparents' footprints are all over this country, all over. There's no one more entitled to selecting 160 acres out of Southeast Alaska Tongass National Forest than the native people of Alaska, the Tlingits and the Haidas. I want, it's been said by our congressional representatives that they are fighting for our rights, that they want us to be able to select within our traditional lands. It was said by Dan Sullivan that they want to extend the deadline for filing. Filing deadline is December 31st, 2025. I believe that Senator Sullivan said he was looking for an extension of 5 years. Well, that's fine. That's fine. But if they extend it for 5 years and we could still pick from the same area, what the hell's the use of extending it? Extending it. Pardon my English or my French, whatever it is. But I get pretty upset when we think of this land as our land. Within our hearts, we still own this land, but we'll never see a deed. So I hope I'm not talking to a wall. I'm hoping my words are heard. Maybe if you don't hear it, somebody else in this assembly would hear it and carry those words, because it's really important for us. I'll never see the land. I'll never have the deed in my hand. Maybe my grandchildren will, but I won't. But it was mentioned earlier by my nephew Albert that Agent Orange is still doing some terrible things. I had a couple of cousins that passed away from that. But we need to be respected. For how many years have Native people been classified as second, third class? Our people weren't allowed to speak our language in school. Yet the code talkers saved our country. So if you have any influence on the Native Allotment Act, I wish you'd take it back and represent us in a positive way and say that these people are really sincere about receiving lands in their traditional lands. Good Chish.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service.
Yeah, my name is Harriet Miyasato Marino Belil, and I come from Wrangell, Alaska. Been a delegate since the 70s, and my children are two now. My daughter Lynette Marino and Mary Marino and Paulette Marino, and my granddaughter up there, Shalina, working for Central Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I like your open-mindedness and your sincerity.
Thank you.
And I was listening to when the other person was talking about how long we've been standing up and defending ourselves. I don't know if we're defending ourselves, but fighting for our subsistence and our fish and our everything. And, it's like it's falling on deaf ears. And I can remember, you know, they have the Fish and Game Board, but why does that, they have so much power and so much to say about our resources and our subsistence way of life, and they make the decisions and they let the commercial fishermen take everything. And that's not right. Like he said, it's not right. But I know when we were really doing a lot of testifying in Sitka for our herring and our fish and everything, Bertha Karras got up and she said, you know, in Norway, they stopped the taking of the salmon and when it started to get depleted and not have much. And that's about what I think that, how come we don't have no voice about what, you know, how much they take or if they can take it. And they don't, like I said, they don't listen and they have too much power and in taking it. And we need more natives on these boards and we need more voices, but that's just something that I think that our younger generation has to step up and but sometimes they're not ready to, or they see, you know, maybe they see that to them it looks like we don't have much power, the older generation or something, because I'm 90 now. But I've been testifying a long time, and I thank you for wanting to listen to us.
Thank you.
And thank you very
Re-
much.
thank-
And hopefully, like Norway did, they stopped the taking of the salmon and everything, and they won't let them take it in California. But here, it's not happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Jackie Peta, Juneau Community Delegate, and Central Council's first Vice President. I want to, first of all, thank you for coming here. And I want to let the delegates know that you have been very responsive. President Peterson and the Executive Council has met with them in DC. We talked about our challenges of moving forward with the Mendenhall Glacier. You made it very clear that this was going to happen under your leadership, and we want to thank you for making that happen.
Thank you. Yeah.
But I also want to thank you for a couple of other things.
Okay.
So you, whether you knew it or not, we had been, I work in the housing industry in my day job. And in my day job, we had been pushing hard to get loan capital. And we really wanted to take advantage of the South Dakota opportunity when they got that pilot program. We worked hard with our congressional delegation and with your team at USDA. And we, last fall, they expanded the pilot to include Alaska. Tlingit Haida, we were the ones who received that pilot of $1 million of loan capital for our Hayakau Financial Corporation. And it's made a major difference. The 4% interest rate today is very important for our tribal citizens, and we want that pilot to continue. We also are very interested in working with USDA and the Forest Service as we try to develop models and that can be replicated using the Forest Service timber. We've been partnering, we applied for a grant with EDA, which we didn't get, a regional-wide grant, but now Huna, one of our local communities that are here today, is also putting in another grant for the a small mill. So we're hoping that the small mills in Southeast Alaska can be utilized for creating wood product that can help us make more affordable housing with localized timber because the cost of construction has escalated so high. So I want to thank you for your partnership, for coming here. And I also want to make sure our team in Juneau wanted to make sure you actually had herring eggs.
Yeah.
So here's your snack pack.
Okay.
Nong Kudangas, Gusta on Houtlas, Eric Hamer, Kasan delegate. I've heard a few people here talk about the importance of language. We're talking about the importance of indigenous languages, our languages, but also the importance of English language and how it's used. To piggyback off of my colleague over here, and traditional ecological knowledge discussion, indigenous science discussion. I'd also just like to mention that if I've heard the term subsistence used a lot, and the definition of that means maintaining oneself at the minimum level. And I would just like to state that because historically, we never maintained ourselves at a minimum level. You know, this is whenever we're talking about our traditional resources, we talk about our families, we talk about time spent with loved ones, we talk about our culture and our traditions. And it's not just about surviving. And if we continue to use terminology like subsistence, then, and it gets into law, which is where language is really important, then it's going to put us at just surviving, which I don't think any one of us deserves to be just surviving on our own lands. So I would like to suggest using customary and traditional use going forward.
Say that one more time.
Customary and traditional use.
Good afternoon, Michelle Martin, Juneau delegate. This is my first term. I'm a little nervous, but I kind of like to sit back and watch and observe and listen the way I was raised by my grandparents. I grew up in Huna during my adolescence with my grandparents and my parents. And I can tell you, I grew up on subsistence and I continue to live my way of life, our way of life with my children. And I take advantage of all the health benefits our IHS offers. And I just did the Wise Women. So any women here, please go do your Wise Women here in Juneau. The grant cycle just started. And I was very excited to share all the things I've done for my family because our food is the most important in our household, our native food. Trying to eat as organically as possible, making a garden behind my house here in an urban city. And the lady that was taking my results, my blood results, she was very excited to see, she heard all the awesome, amazing things that I do to focus on food in our household, and she couldn't wait to see my numbers. And she said those were the best numbers, and she has never seen those numbers before in that clinic here at Search Clinic. I was very proud of that because I harvest my fish. I get my gumboots, I get my seaweed, I get my dog salmon eggs. We eat as much subsistence food as we can in our household, and it shows. Matter of fact, I learned that a cavity on my tooth healed, and the dentist asked me, do you eat a lot of salmon? I said, yeah, we do. I grew up on salmon. My grandparents couldn't afford a lot, so we ate salmon all summer long. I got so tired of boiled fish, but it was the best. The cavity healed itself because I ate so much salmon. So I can attest that our food nourishes us. Now, I was previously an educator. Education is my passion. I taught for many years in the Tlingit Culture, Language, and Literacy program here in Juneau. And I try to get my students outdoors to learn in our backyard as much as possible. And when I was writing curriculum with the Alaska Heritage Institute to live in both worlds, like we say, and to teach place-based and culturally relevant in my classroom, I honestly don't know how to teach in a regular classroom. That's all I know how to do is to teach place-based and culturally relevant. And when we were creating these units, and I tried to take my kids outside as much as possible and harvest, I was told here in Juneau that we can't harvest in Juneau. And I didn't have the time to go and research and look at why can't we come in Juneau and go pick Devil's Club so my kids learn hands-on? I truly believe in visual kinesthetic learning. That's how I am. I am not an analytical learner. A lot of my students aren't analytical learners. There's very few. So when I tried to teach, it was hard. That really crushed me. I didn't know what to do. I'm like, we're gonna go. We're gonna go harvest our medicine, our Devil's Club. We're gonna learn the science of it. We're gonna learn the language of it. We're gonna learn the culture of it. And now that I'm not teaching anymore, I am working with students in a different education field. I do work for Gold Belt Inc. right now, and I manage the internship and scholarship program. And my goal for my interns that are coming to me is to do these big events, to go out on the land and interact with our land, because that's what they're going to remember. That's the mental health and care that they need to ground them and to live in two worlds. And so now I'm nervous, and now I have time to study and read about what the rules are here in Juneau. Or where do I need to go and take them that we can interact with the land without their teacher getting in trouble, which will not be good. So I just wanted to put that thought out, and our educators are struggling right now. Our native teachers, we have very few of them. And I want to keep holding them up and encouraging them to get those degrees, because it's so important that our native students see teachers who look like them, who understand. And so now I'm here, my first term here. I encourage anybody to come and talk to me, pull me aside if I'm wrong, correct me, because that's the only way I'm going to learn. And there's a lot I got to learn in the United States Forest Service or the national park. My community is Hunakawu in Glacier Bay. And that's a lot of land. And I have to get a permit to even park my boat in there. I have to ask permission to bring my boat to my homeland. So goodness cheese for listening to me. I know there's more I could probably ask and share, but I just wanted to put that out there too. As educators, we struggle with these ties that are holding us back to teach our children what's in our backyard right here. Goodness cheese.
Thank you. I'll tell you what, I want you to visit with Chad, because I don't know all the rules of engagement, but I do know that the Tongass is a large area and he is the acting regional forester. So you might want to talk to him, particularly in the educational piece. He's back. Chad, would you raise your hand? It's the guy right back there. So just, I can't give you any answers, but at least he can tell you what the local engagement piece would look like.
All right, goodness cheese.
My name is Marvin Adams with the Anchorage delegate, Lincoln Haida. I've spent a lot of time helping some of the Alaska Native veterans, Native Latis, and I personally, had a real estate license, so I'm kind of familiar with the land selections and reviews and processes. And we recognize that, a lot of the land, Alaska Native veterans allotments are outside, within the Tongass National Forest, but they're prohibited from selecting. So some of the areas that were allotted that were approved by BLM and through the U.S. Forest Service, USDA area, specifically in Anchorage, I looked at some of these areas. And one particular area that I looked at was the Icy Bay area. And it was available for Native veterans, Alaska Native veterans selections, which was outside the Tongass. But what was really troubling for me is when I went down there and looked at these allocations and these lots, these are ice fields that underneath there's ice on them and they're landlocked. So there's a lot of these areas that are making available for these veterans are almost impossible to access and really have no value. And I just think because you are setting policy, from the highest level, hopefully you can talk to the administration and said, hey, we need to make some of these access selections for these veterans allotments accessible and, preferable. I mean, not just outside of the Tongass, but there's a lot of Alaska Natives from Southeast that do have access, but these selections that they're given access to is not really very conducive, for quality land. What can you do as a policy setting to help these people get better quality and open it up so these veterans can get at least a fair shake? When the Alaska Native Allotment Act went through, we got to go where we had use and occupancy. Unfortunately, this round, they didn't. So what can you do to help them?
I can communicate what you're communicating to me based on the issues that's taking place. You just shared with me the land that people are looking at. It's landlocked and it's actually not conducive for human habitat, is what you just told me in so many words. So as BLM and others look at this and say, folks, have you taken a look at this, and have they come out in the countryside like I am and listen to what people have to say about it?
Yeah, and you're willing to take that up and go to DC with it?
I will take it back to DC and I'll talk to the folks in the area. That's what I will do about it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Marks, so we'll conclude the questions after Vice President Day. Go ahead, Mr. Marks.
Chief, Paul Marks II, Jan Duane, Juneau delegate. Achtuasku Khatsu, Adayuk Oktatanich Egawat, Yahad Khaidat, Chesu Hetlatuch Lichish, Ya subsistence law, Stage Alkawe, Hetlatuch Lichish dat, Yue Yausaka, Richard Dalton, Akawe Peacemaker, We Yausiki, first celebration, We Stu Ka, Guakan Husiti, Het Wushdach de Jin Wusat, de Jin, Yuhala Yowe, Het Latuch Lichishadat. I want to also speak a few moments on our subsistence law, our laws as Tlingit people. The first celebration, Richard Dalton got up and said, the subsistence laws, we are not satisfied. We don't agree with what's going on with our subsistence laws, and this has been going on for a long time. The first celebration was in 1982. And our people, our law, and as Tlingit, our peacemaker came out, George Dalton, Stu Ka, and he kept his arms crossed. And in our law, that means there's no peace. We're not settled. We're not satisfied with what's going on. And they said until that peacemaker's arms unfold, then peace has been made. And now you hear us all here today. Our arms are still crossed. We still do not agree with our subsistence laws on all of us in the villages. It's getting harder and harder for us to get our own foods. Even here, I don't like hunting or fishing around here. It's too much people, too much conflict with other people. And so we have to go out further and further, and it's hard. And I'd rather be in the village. I believe all of us would be in our own homelands, where we know where to go. I heard Shirley talking about the times of our calendars. Each region from Ketchikan all the way up to Yakutat, the times are different, and the names of our calendar months are different because the sun warms things up at a different time. And so that's the way our people knew it, like in Klukwan. The first month, it was July. We called it Shukatisi, the first month. And that's when the fish start running. And it's different in every other region. As I know our people we get so accustomed now, our younger people are so used to this Western way as it's become a part of them. I hear some people say in the month of R's we go get shellfish, but we didn't have an R in our language. We don't have that. I remember hearing the elders in Cake when they'd say, when you hear the grouse hooting, you don't go out and dig clams. And they've been hooting since the beginning of the month. We have the letter R in April. And some people will still go out, and I get worried.
So when we talk about our food, a lot of the stuff, it's all in our language. And yeah, everything is in our language on the way we lived, our ancestors lived, and it wasn't that long ago. It's not that far off. And our bodies crave our own foods. We crave it. My grandparents may have been only second or first generation introduced to Western foods. And I feel that. I feel that when I live in the village, I can eat fish, eat seal meat, deer meat all day. I come back up to Juneau, I eat one quarter pounder and I feel full all day. Yeah. It sits in your stomach. Our bodies aren't used to it. And so that's the difference between our own foods and how much our people crave these things. I think this is what I wanted to share with you about our subsistence laws and how our people feel about it. And they have felt this way for a long time. Who's going to be the one to grasp or carry our words that for how many years now? Who's going to grab it? Who's going to grab our words and take it and hear us? Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman, could I have the privilege of the floor and suspension of the rules? I have our guest from Cake, and he's our organized village of Cake president, and he wanted to ask a question.
Objection? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Joel Jackson. I'm the president of the Organized Village of Cake, and I had the privilege of talking with you at lunchtime. But I heard you mention the out-of-season moose and deer hunt. That was my organization when the pandemic started. Right after it started, we didn't have any meat coming into the store. So I started the process of going to different agencies. I went to the state of Alaska, Fish and Game. They said no. I went to our district ranger with the Forest Service. He said he didn't have the power to do that. So I ended up calling the regional forester. And he said, yes, we'll work with you. And he passed me off to a staff member. When I talked to a staff member, he said he'd call me the next day. And the next day I got passed off to a Forest Service employee in Anchorage. And he let me know that there was a federal subsistence board meeting. So, and they usually meet for a week. The first day I didn't make it on. Second day I got on. And I told them what our problem was. But before I go any further, when I started the process, I let him know that I'm just merely checking a box. I'm not asking your permission. That's not what I do. Anyway, the second day I got on, I told him what was going on, what I wanted. Third day, I reached out to different people in my community. And they all called in the next day. The fourth day, same thing. More people called. Fifth day, same thing. And They finally, they usually just meet a week, and they decided they'd have a meeting on the following Monday. And one of my friends called me up. He told me, hey, they're meeting today. So I called in again. And I told them what I wanted again. And I guess that's when they decided they're gonna let us have that out of season deer and moose hunt. So they send it to the Department of Interior. And they said, well, it has to go down to the district ranger in Petersburg. That's the district we're in. And he had to contact what they call a mass care unit that is organized when there's a disaster like the COVID, made up of different agencies across the state. So they said they called my community. And when they said that, I called everybody that I could think of. Did anybody get a call from these people? And they said no. And they said they called Juneau or no, Petersburg or somewhere there. But when they asked them, they told them, well, we're not in cake. We don't know. We don't know what's going on. So they denied our request at that level. When it got to the mass care unit, that was denied. So they told the district ranger in Petersburg that it was denied. So he had to call me. And he turned around and said, no, just wait. I'm going to get a hold of somebody. So he got a hold of the Federal Subsistence Board. And they decided that they were going to let us have that out of season moose and deer hunt. You know how long it took me to get that? Took me 3 months. 3 months when we had all that meat out there in our forest. It wasn't like I was asking for 100 moose or 100 deer. I was asking for 2 moose, 2 or 5 deer to give my people the fresh meat that they needed. Because at the time they needed the healthiest food they can have. There's no other more healthy food than what is running around on our land. So we did it. They gave us 2 chances, 2 hunts. We got the first 2 moose and 5 deer. And it was close enough to deer season. I told them we don't need the second one. And then the state turned around and they sued the Federal Subsistence Board. And when I read the complaint, it mentioned my name and the Organized Village of Cake. So I got our council together. I said, we're going to file a suit against the state of Alaska in support of the Federal Subsistence Board. And we did. We won that case as well as the Federal Subsistence Board. The judge ruled in our favor. Why she did that? Well, it's because the hunt had already happened. She asked them, why are you filing now? Why didn't you file before it happened? So she denied their complaint. And at the end of the briefing, when I read through it, she recognized us as a federally recognized tribe with jurisdiction over our tribal citizens, as well as our hunting and fishing rights. So the state turned around and appealed that decision, and it's in the Ninth Circuit Court again. So a simple thing of trying to feed our people with the healthiest food they needed turned into a long battle. And it shouldn't be that way. This is our land. This is our resources. So I hope that in the future, when this happens, then it will be streamlined once this thing is settled. I did one thing and one extra thing. I instructed our staff to look at issuing our own hunting and fishing our hunting and fishing permits. So we are set up for that. Regardless what anybody says. Because I'm not going to go 3 months waiting. I checked those boxes. So I'm just letting you know, I heard you mention that. And it's important not only for my community, but communities all across Southeast Alaska and Alaska. It's important that we're able to utilize our resources. And thank you again for coming. Thank you for being here. Like you said, it's important that you're here so you can hear all these things. Thank you.
And thank you, sir. You know, I was reminded of that story, and that was heartbreaking. And well, bottom line is that it shouldn't take that long to get that process there. It just shouldn't take that long. I don't have a jurisdiction over that, but I can voice my concerns based on what happened. So this has been very enlightening. I mean, just to hear some of the things that citizenry has to actually endure. It's kind of mind-boggling if you really want to know the truth about it. But I'm hopeful that the folks of the Forest Service, that we behave in a more humane manner. And that's what I will commit, and I think the leadership that's here will do that. But when I heard that story, it was just amazing. You know, you're dealing with COVID, and then you're trying to eat just enough to feed your people. That, for lack of a better word, just blew my mind. I just didn't quite understand that. That's all I can say about that, folks. I mean, but the point of matter is that I hear you loud and clear. And the gentleman asked me, what did I plan to do about this? You know, as an undersecretary, I get a chance to visit with other undersecretaries, and particularly in USDA. I have no jurisdiction over what DOI and those other folks do, but we do talk about things. And I hope that we can look at things from a more humane manner and try to make sure we address those concerns that people have. I can't tell you what I can do for the state of Alaska. I have no jurisdiction for the state of Alaska. But from a federal perspective, we need to do all we can do when we can do it while we can. That's the commitment I'll make to you. Thank you for this evening.
Thank you. Thank you too, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
And thank you to Undersecretary Dr. Wilkes. He took a lot of questions. So I see the Tribal Assembly's brought us back onto the agenda time. Thank you. We have now the Pacific Salmon Commission First Nation Caucus from Russ Jones, Commissioner. And if I may introduce you, Nong Jingwas Russ Jones is a hereditary chief of the Haida Gwaii Eagle moiety and former council of the Haida Nation on Marine Planning Manager. He is here on behalf of the Pacific Salmon Commission First Nations Caucus. The Pacific Salmon Commission is an international decision-making organization composed of 4 commissioners and 4 alternates from the United States and Canada. This body handles ongoing administration of the Pacific Salmon Treaty through advice from 4 regional panels of fisheries experts, scientific advice on salmon populations and appropriate fishery controls comes from several joint technical committees of salmon scientists from each country. It has responsibility for all salmon originating in the waters of one country, which are subject to interception by the other, affect management of the other country's salmon, or affect biologically the stocks of the other country. In addition, the Pacific Salmon Commission is charged with taking into account the conservation of steelhead trout while fulfilling its other functions. Chief Jones has strong connections to Southeast Alaska, as he is the husband of Dolly Garza. Please welcome Chief Russ Jones.
I'll just show this presentation. Hopefully it'll come up in a minute. Singait La, Dalang Walakan Council Kinlaga. Good day, everyone. I thank you all. Haida Guayai at Skagilda Guu Egen. So I'm coming to you today from Skidegate in Haida Guay. I can't help but look at your mission, which is preserving our sovereignty. And there's some exciting developments in Haida Guay, and I just wanted to mention it. And it's a Haida Nation on Sunday signed an agreement with the province of British Columbia, where the province recognizes Haida title. And so it recognizes that so over a period of 2 years, Crown title of the province of British Columbia will be phased out, and it'll all be Haida lands. And there's a similar agreement in the works with the federal government. So the title of my talk today is Indigenous Involvement in the Pacific Salmon Treaty, with a focus on First Nations in Canada. And I wanted to introduce, I'm a commissioner on the Pacific Salmon Commission for Canada. I've served in that position the last 5 years, and I was also on the commission for 11 years, starting about 2001 before that. Today, with me here today are Murray Ned, if you could stand up. Murray Ned in the back is also a commissioner for Canada, First Nation commissioner from Sumas in the Lower Fraser River. And then and also Stu Barnes, who comes from the Skeena Fisheries Commission, and he is Gitkasan in the Skeena watershed, and he'll be soon taking the position of executive director of the First Nation Fishery Council in British Columbia. So the caucus has been discussing for some time, how to engage with Alaska Native organizations in Alaska. And my wife, Dolly Garza, came in February and talked a bit about the way Alaska Natives are organized. I'm also Alaska Native. My great-grandmother was born in Old Kasan in Alaska. So I'm going to go over a little bit about the Pacific Salmon Treaty and the Salmon Commission, as the chair already gave some background. And then I'm going to talk about how the First Nation participants in that process work together in a First Nations caucus. And then I'll talk about how we're working with a province-wide organization, the First Nation Council of British Columbia. And then I'll go into some of the details around the treaty, including how the commission works, the role in managing Chinook salmon, and then other treaty chapters. Two that the Northern panel and the Transboundary panel are jointly managed with the state of Alaska. I'll talk about how the First Nations Caucus is engaged with a U.S. Tribal Caucus, and these are representatives of treaty tribes in the lower 48. And then I'll talk about a proposal. The proposal is to form a working group to see how we can better work together to reflect Indigenous values in the way that fish are conserved and managed. So Pacific salmon cross multiple jurisdictions throughout their life. And there's a diagram there showing that the migration patterns of salmon, which generally go from south to north. And so they're caught in multiple fisheries. The fish that are caught in Alaska may be caught in Haida Gwaii, they may be caught down in southern BC. Some might actually be returned down to the Columbia River. So the Salmon Treaty was ratified in 1985, and it's been renewed about a little over every 10 years or so. And the countries cooperate in management, research, and enhancement of Pacific salmon stocks of mutual concern. It started off, dealing with Fraser River sockeye and pinks, and then it expanded to deal with Chinook salmon and also other stocks of concern that are caught in both countries. And the treaty just lays out how the two countries will work together, but each country retains their authority over their fisheries, but have to manage them consistent with the treaty. So the treaty establishes a commission, the Pacific Salmon Commission, that's responsible for implementing the treaty. Some key principles of the treaty are to prevent overfishing and allow for optimum production of salmon, providing that each country receives benefits equivalent to the production of salmon originating in their waters. It also recognized desirability of reducing interceptions and avoiding undue disruptions of existing fisheries. And so I mentioned how First Nations or Indigenous nations are involved in the treaty. And in Canada, we've established this First Nation caucus that works within the Canadian section. There's probably about 100 participants from Canada when we go to have meetings in January and February. And the caucus makes up a little over 25% of the participants. And then on the U.S. has a larger delegation, and they have quite a large tribal caucus. It's probably 70 or 80 members of the tribes from Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission and the Northwest Indian Fish Commission. But has been kind of very low involvement of Alaska Natives, although there is quite heavy involvement of the state of Alaska in the Salmon Treaty. This diagram shows the structure of the Pacific Salmon Commission. So there's the commissioners, so Murray and I are two out of 8 commissioners from Canada. And then there's various committees that report to the commission, including a Chinook Technical Committee. And then, as the chair mentioned, there's also 4 panels: a transboundary panel, a northern panel, a Fraser panel, and a southern panel. And I'll get into more detail about that. So the caucus has participants at all levels. So there's 2 First Nation commissioners. We have technical staff that participate in committees like the Chinook Technical Committee. And we also have First Nation representatives that sit on the four panels. So the caucus has about a little over 30 representatives that participate at those various levels. And our members are nominated by First Nations, and then they've been appointed to the commission or committees by Canada. We designate a chair who unfortunately couldn't be here today, Gordon Sterrett. And then also we have an executive committee made up of members of panels and the commission. And since 2020, we've been guided by a strategic plan. And that strategic plan aligns with Canada's efforts towards reconciliation with First Nations, as well as Canada's commitments to the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People. And so that's a factor in terms of governance. And we are kind of aspiring to have a similar role in the treaty as the U.S. treaty tribes, which are sovereign, and basically the U.S. can't move forward without their agreement on issues to do with salmon in the treaty. And we're also seeking to change how First Nations participate in fisheries management, both domestically in Canada as well as internationally. So now I'll just talk a little about the First Nations Fishery Council. So this is a group, a body which has a mandate to support BC First Nations on fisheries, and they're implementing an action plan that's been in place for 15 or 16 years. It has 14 representatives from geographic areas across the province, and it serves as a secretariat for the First Nations Caucus. It also provides policy and logistics support and administers our agreements. I don't think that's me, is it? So the Fishery Council is our primary avenue for communications with BC First Nations. So the caucus works quite well at internally kind of having dialogue and working on issues within the commission. It's a bigger challenge to communicate with the 203 First Nations around the province. And the Fishery Council has that relationship and takes the lead on that. It's also assisting with implementing our 2021 strategic plan and securing funding to do it properly. So as the chair mentioned, there's 8 members from each country in the commission. Each country has 4 members and 4 alternates, but they're treated the same and they participate fully in the commission meetings. And then on the Canada side, there's two members, which are First Nations, Murray and I, and then there's 2 tribal commissioners, one from Northwest Indian Fish Commission and one from the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission. And the U.S. treaty tribes' role stems from their treaties and fishing rights. And as I mentioned, Alaska Native involvement in the treaty has been very limited. I noticed Andy Abona was here today, so he did participate in the transboundary panel for a number of years. And there's also John. There's also a member from Heidelberg that's on the northern panel, John Carl. So the commission takes responsibility for the chapter 3, which is the Chinook chapter. And this was a major focus of the 1985 treaty. And many Chinook stocks are continuing to experience low abundance. So a number of stocks in the lower 48 are classified as endangered. And then in Canada, there's stocks of concern in the Fraser and southern BC. And there's even been some concerns in the Taku and Stikine in the last few years about Chinook abundance. So there's a real focus in the treaty on a Chinook management program. And there's an annual process that sets catch limits in fisheries and also assesses the trends in spawning escapement and in meeting the obligations under the treaty. And there is quite an active committee, the Chinook Technical Committee, which provides advice to the Commission on Chinook rebuilding and how it's progressing. Now I'll get into some of the chapters and the different panels. So there's actually 5 panels that are put in place, and they provide recommendations to the Commission, or in some cases the treaty provides them with obligations that they are responsible for implementing independently. So there's 4 panels which report directly to the commission. The transboundary panel, which includes Alsek, Stikine, and Taku rivers. The northern panel, which deals with salmon originating between Cape Caution and Cape Suckling. There's a Fraser River panel and a southern panel in southern BC, and includes Washington and Oregon. There is a Yukon River panel, but that panel operates fairly independently from the commission. And so all the responsibility of those panels are defined within the treaty chapters. And as I mentioned, each panel has panel members and alternates, but they all are fully participate in the process. So I'm going to give a little information about the two panels which overlap with Alaska. So the transboundary panels deals with the 3 transboundary rivers. And on the Canadian side, there's 3 First Nation members out of 7 members on the panel. One is from Ataltan, another from Taku River Tlingit, and then a third from Champagne and Ashik. And there's also 2 technical committees, a transboundary technical committee and an enhancement subcommittee that have been placed before the transboundary panel was formed, because at one time it was reported to the northern panel. And it deals with pretty much most of the major sockeye stocks for sockeye, Chinook, and coho for those 3 rivers. And they've put in place abundance-based management. So if there's more fish, there's more higher catches are allowed. So it's that's what that means. And there have been low Chinook returns in Stikine and Taku in recent years that have triggered management actions. There is a joint enhancement program for sockeye Taku that's been a key component since the treaty was signed in 1985. And there's also federal subsistence fisheries that occur on the Stikine, and they're expected to occur on the Taku in 2024. So the northern panel deals with fisheries in northern BC and southeast Alaska. It has 12 members, and on the Canada side, there's 3 First Nation members. So Stu Barnes is one of the Canadian members, and there's currently 1 Alaska Native member, as I mentioned, John Carl. And there's a Northern Boundary Technical Committee. So we have First Nation members that sit on these technical committees as well, right? And that panel deals with sockeye, pink, coho, and chum fisheries in northern BC and southeast Alaska. And Canada has been raising conservation concerns recently for Skeena sockeye and northern BC coho. And there are some provisions in the panel in the chapter which deal with those. Canada's hoping to strengthen those in the next round of treaty negotiations, which happen in 2028. The panel is also responsible for monitoring treaty commitments related to sockeye salmon bound for Skeena and Nass, pink salmon, as well as northern coho. The other 2 panels deal with mainly southern fisheries. They have similar composition with 12 members from each country. In the Fraser panel, we have 1/3 of them, 4 are First Nation participants. And the southern panel has 3 First Nation participants, so 25%. The Fraser panel focuses on sockeye and pink salmon returning to the Fraser. And this is in this fishery, the panel takes responsibility for in-season management and makes in-season decisions around those stocks and opening of fisheries in Canada and the US, as well as developing fishing plans and also carrying out test fishing. The southern panel focuses on southern coho and chum salmon. And there, for the last 15 or 20 years, there have been serious efforts to rebuild interior Fraser coal stocks. And we have seen some slight signs of recovery, but it has limited fisheries in both countries for many years. And recently, there have been poor chum returns in the South Coast, and fisheries have been curtailed in both countries because of that. So now I'll just talk about how we work with the U.S. tribes. So we've been meeting together since about 2002. And then a few years ago, we decided we wanted to provide some detailed information about the importance of salmon to First Nations and tribes. And we worked together on a report that was published by the Salmon Commission called The Socio-Cultural Significance of Pacific Salmon for Tribes and First Nations. It involved interviews with the First Nations and tribal members who participated in the Salmon Treaty. So the value for Alaska Natives wasn't captured just because there's very, very few that participating in the treaty. So it focused more on British Columbia and Southeast and the treaty tribes in Washington and Oregon. So there's a gap that needs to be filled. We're also, this year, we started work on a memorandum of understanding that would recognize that our relationships predate the Salmon Treaty and Canada, the United States. And we're looking at kind of how we might work together to advance our mutual interests in the Salmon Treaty, as well as raising the profile of our Indigenous rights. And in our discussions, there's openness to expand the scope and include Alaska Native tribes and Native organizations if there's interest. And that's part of why we're here today. And this is kind of what we're proposing. We're recognizing that we need time to explore what our common interests are in migratory salmon. And we propose formation of a small working group that would, in order to better understand each other and have a dialogue on conservation and management issues related to salmon. So we're inviting the Tlingit and Haida Central Council to name people to participate in this small working group. To start off with the First Nations caucus, and then probably ultimately it would involve the U.S. Tribes as well. But we feel that it will take some time to better understand kind of those common interests in salmon and how we might better work together to support each other. And we're suggesting that this group could schedule follow-up meetings or identify topics of mutual interest and also next steps. So how Gunnar Chish don't. If there's time, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Can take questions now. I'll remind the assembly that we have a 4:15 session for Southeast Alaska Landless Corporation, and then at 5 the recess before the memorial services today. So thank you. Delegate Keenan Sanderson.
I'll be brief. My Haida name is Hans Ingud Kangai Hoth, which roughly translates to the bright moon over the ocean or the bright moon over water. Keenan Sanderson, Ketchikan delegate. I'm also the chair of the Natural Resources Committee for Tlingit and Haida. I have a degree in fisheries and ocean sciences from the University of Alaska Fairbanks, and I also sit on the Ketchikan Fish and Game Advisory Committee. Just real quick, I know it wasn't necessarily addressed in your presentation, but I just wanted to ask first, how aware or engaged are you or the people around you with the bycatch issue in the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea? I know you're a little bit further south than what salmon might be affected that return back to your homelands. But they definitely affect your neighbors up north along the Yukon River. And if you aren't engaged with it, I would extend a handout to you and potentially see in what ways we can collaborate to engage with the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council to mitigate the issues that are happening with the pollock fleet. King salmon, I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but in 2023, there was roughly between 30 and 40,000 king salmon that were caught in the pollock fleet that were destined to either go into the Yukon and Kuskokwim rivers. Many fish probably would have made it escaped back into Canadian waters. And chum salmon's even worse. At least as of this moment, chum salmon is worse. So definitely we could talk about that more. And definitely I would love to engage with you past this meeting on future things as well.
Yeah, thanks for those comments. And so we are kind of aware of that issue. We get periodic updates. It's mainly for interception of southern migrating stocks, right? But there has been some slight increases, and then with climate change, you know, those fish are likely to migrate further north, so it is a concern. In terms of the, I know a lot of the interceptions are fish returning to the Yukon and system. We have very little contact with them, but and I'm not sure, but it is something I'm sure they're aware of too. But I don't know how involved they are in kind of providing input to fisheries or bycatch. So, but it would be worth having further discussion.
Thank you.
President Cook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clinton Cook, Craig delegation. Thank you for your information, Russ. And I believe we do share some common interests and would like to collaborate. There is some mid-level trawls that happen between Cape Muzon and Haida Gwaii that are affecting some of the black cod fishers in Clarence Strait. So we have common interests to collaborate on these issues of salmon. One area where salmon are probably being intercepted that hasn't really talked about is the sport fishing industry. Over 100 boats alone in Craig, times 4 people, times 2 fish a day, it adds up. They catch their limit of kings. And, you know, Alaska Airlines ships over 1 million pounds of sport fish out a year. And those avenues got to be talked about. So I'm glad to see you came to talk from Haida Gwaii about the fish problems, and we are looking forward to collaboration in the future. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That was a very nice report. If you can go back to your slide on the routes. I'm sorry, Rob Sanderson. I'm from Heidelberg. I live in Ketchikan. I serve on the executive committee. I've been in fisheries for a long time. Not so much down in their area though, but when I borrowed President Pearson's pointer, and I work with groups in the Bering Sea and the North Pacific Fishery Management Council. I served on the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council Engagement Committee. And looking at the routes here, and I'm glad you said that, you know, a lot of these routes, I think, even talking to my father, who is no longer with us here, and what we figured, and from the scientists that give reports, NOAA, NIMS, whatever, if you look at this red line where I'm at here, so it don't have Kodiak in there, but these lines here, they figure come up closer into the Kodiak water. So a lot of these different lines here, the red lines, the yellow lines, they're in the path of high seas intercept trawl by the Kodiak fleet. And some, maybe not so much with the Amendment 80 fleet out of Seattle, the big large trawlers in the Bering Sea, but for the midwater trawl, I think, you know, I know for a fact, after listening to testimony, these different migration routes come a little bit closer off of Kodiak where they're targeted by the trawl fleets up there, so that we do have things to talk about. So amazing report and look forward to working with you. Hawa.
And those maps are more of a guide, but I think they're based on tagging studies, and the tagging studies may be out of date as well. And I think with climate change, we'll see changes in that. I did sit on the North Pacific Anadromous Fish Commission for 10 years, and so there were there was some work there looking at ocean migration in the Bering Sea and others, and so, and I don't think that may not be included in
Right.
this as well.
Yeah, their science is now always never exact. So thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Jones. I'll ask the Southeast Alaska Landless Corporation representative, Cecilia Tavillero. Cecilia, you and your colleagues could come on up. Thank you.
Trevor, James, Levi, Nathan. Yeah.
Enough, Chief. Mr. President Peterson, Mr. President Emeritus, Mr. Thomas, tribal host and tribal hostess, honorable delegates, guests. My name is Cecilia Tavillero. My Tlingit name is Kuyukju'u. I am Duckdane Ton, Raven, from the freshwater mark Sockeye House, Hot Hit. I'm a grandchild of the Yunyedi. First off, I would like to thank you for listening to us and being very supportive. We know that you are the choir, and we don't want to preach to the choir, but we will update you. We do have a video to play for you at this time. It's very short. And if we can have a staffer go ahead and start it.
Today, I'm thrilled that we're discussing how to right a wrong that has lingered for over half a century. Haines, Teneke, Ketchikan, Wrangell, and Petersburg were left out of this landmark legislation. They never got the chance to claim, manage, and benefit from their traditional lands, resulting in decades of lost opportunities for economic growth and cultural grounding.
I appreciate the fact that our first Native Alaskan Congresswoman is moving this bill forward. And I think when we look about the need to restore the Ha'ani, we're talking about a very small portion of the Aboriginal lands. I don't want to call it the landless. Those were your lands. So you're not the landless, it's your ha'ani taken from you.
The challenge that we faced is it's in the Tongass. It's in the Tongass. It's a corner of the world where the native people, the Tlingit, the Haida, the Tsimshian have inhabited, they've cared for this land since time immemorial. And what we are hearing is this fear, this trepidation that if somehow these parcels lose their federal protection, that the beauty, the resources will be lost forever. And I would just suggest on behalf of the over 30,000 Tlingit and Haida people that the concerns that people have are misguided and misplaced.
Part of what I was explaining when I was explaining earlier about Kashuka, the past, the present, and the future. Kashuka has to do with recognizing my grandmother, Gagi, and my granddaughter, who carries her name, Gagi, into the future. It has to do with recognizing my father, Yekuk Ravenbox, and the promise I made him, and Yekuk, my grandson, who carries that name today. I promised my father on his deathbed, literally, that I would fight, and I would continue this fight. This is something that has been my whole life. I'm 64 years old. I was 12 years old when ANCSA passed, and I'm still here fighting this today, and I don't want my son, Ghislaine, or my grandchildren to have to come fight this. We need you to pass this, please.
For those that don't know me, my name's Oli Tog the third. It seems kind of sad that people in the landless that got left out, a lot of them are gone now, so they'll never realize, you know, anything out of this. It would have been nice to have a chance at 50 years of seeing something, though. Had we all been included.
I would like to conclude by asking to insert 2 letters of support, one from the Wilderness Society and one from the Nature Conservancy. These have been our opponents throughout this debate. The Wilderness Society says, "We apologize to our Native partners for the hurt our past opposition to this bill has caused. We continue to do the necessary work of centering our Native partners and reflecting on how we can better support them. And we trust in the communities of Haines, Ketchikan, Petersburg, Tenakee Springs, and Wrangell to continue to steward this land as they have since time immemorial." And then from the Nature Conservancy, we hope the voices that are most important to this committee are not those of conservation groups, but rather those of the sovereign nations in Southeast Alaska for whom this has been a generation-long injustice. And so to be at a place where we can actually advance through the committee is really significant, and it's appreciated.
Given the unanimous support for this bill, it's clear that a consensus has emerged and it's time for Congress to join. The ability to control your own destiny is as American as anything can be. I'm grateful for the progress we're making towards that goal today, and I look forward to working with my colleagues to advance HR 4748 and HR 6368.
Thank you for that review. I'd like to call up Rob Sanderson, who will be speaking on behalf of Ketchikan. Currently, the bill HR 4748 in the House, our team in Washington, D.C. are attempting to set a committee hearing. We passed on the Senate side, committee called markup, and it went through. This is the farthest our bill has ever gone on the Senate side. We're confident it will pass and due largely to the awesome testimony that Richard Reinhardt, part of our team, gave over in DC. Our team actually has been in DC about 5 times this last year. So I would like to call upon our speakers. I will introduce everyone and then the speakers will step forward. We've got Christy Jameson from Wrangell, part of our team, Richard Reinhardt, part of our team. He is Wrangell Landless. Al Hill, Tennecky Springs, Nicole Hollingstead, Petersburg, Nathan Lopez, Petersburg, Levi Reinhardt, Wrangell, James Hart, Haynes, Tom Paddock, Tennecky, and Trevor Hill, Tennecky as well. And Jaylene Kukesh, of course, yay. No, she's not landless, but she is part of our awesome team. Thank you. Speaking on behalf of our young shareholders, 4,400, it's probably more than 4,400 now. Trevor Hill, James Hart, Levi Reinhardt, Nathan Lopez, and Rob Sanderson. If you would come forward, please, and take a minute or two.
That's fine.
Good afternoon. I am Keith Leash, Kagwantan of the Wolf House. I come from a large, extensive family. Many of my family members were born and raised in Tennecky. A lot of these family members have passed, along with many of their family friends. These families include not only the Hills, also the Rudolphs, Soblofs, Jacks, C's, Martins, Howards, Toggs, and others. Thanks to Connie Paddock, my father has helped lead the fight for Tennecky Landless for over 30 years. In these years, hundreds of enrollees of the 5 landless communities have walked into the forest. It is the descendants of the current village and urban corporations that are now deciding their futures. I am here today to publicly state that we, the next generation of the landless, are dedicated and prepared to see this fight continue for the next 30 years if needed. To continue to advocate for the landless to ensure that our elders' efforts have not been in vain. But sooner is better. So we, the next generation of the landless, are here to ask for your energetic and vocal support. Whether you are a member of the landless or not, we urge you to go to the Natives Without Land website and see who can contact on our behalf. This support will help restore our lands for generations to come. And just as important, take the time to contact those that are leading the fight on your behalf. Let them know that what they are doing is appreciated and that they have their back. They have put years of work with no compensation, with only one goal, is to get our land back. Thank you.
Atlengan chish de cut Johan, Gucci Shuchat Duasak, Yesh Nachat City, Kikseria, yeah. So thank you all for giving us this opportunity to speak. This is a pretty big issue, and you know, we've been forced into this Western civilization. All of us have been forced into this. And now we're in a place where we're selecting lands outside of our homelands. You know, us in Haines, we are dominantly, or the state has a lot of our lands. We can't select anything in our town site. There isn't anything that we can, there's no roads that we can go to any of our lands that we have selected. So we're put in this really tough position, and it's not our fault. Somebody else has put us in this position. And, you know, it weighs on me in a lot of different ways. And it hurts to have to do those things. We're all fighting for one common goal. And that goal from the beginning was to get ownership of our land. And that's the bottom line for me. You know, our grandparents wanted to see us have an opportunity to have control and use our land in the way we saw fit. Corporations, you know, we're supposed to generate money. But I think there was different ways that, you know, as a young person that I see that we could recreate good opportunities for us to move forward. I want to be involved with that, all these discussions when this bill does pass, so that we go at it in a good way. Think about it for our people, our young ones yet to come, those ones who have passed away, fighting for our ownership of our land. That's it. That's the whole point of it. Our elders, our leadership wanted control over our land, and we were left out. So please talk with anybody if you're unfamiliar with this issue. You know, my mom's been fighting for it quite a bit. She's missing time from home, her grandchildren. This affects all of us in many different ways. So I'd like all of your support in this, and outline Ganesh Chish.
Ganesh Chisha Khet Isa Achi Yaegi Yuhan. Gushklena ya Aksai, Nanya Ai Nachetsiti, Kiksadia Diayachat, Stachin Kwan Oe Uhan. Hetdasa Ayach Kuge, Hayuchatangi, Ha Ha Ani. Ha Kustiich Siti Awe. Ha Shishku has Hayuchatangi, Ka Ha Ani. Kach has Kutlagao. Achoe Yaidat. Akach. Akach Kugach to Lagao. Hayat E yes. Hayat E yes. There's nothing that compares to our language and our land. Both of those make up our way of life. Our grandparents fought hard for both our language and our land. And still today, we're going to fight hard for our children. It's my understanding the land claims started in Wrangell with my great-grandparents and aunties and uncles, and I just can't comprehend why they were left out. I've watched my grandfather and my father continue this fight my whole life and fighting really hard for something that should have been done over 50 years ago. And so I ask all of you today to please continue to speak up for us, stand up with us, hold your heads high, make them listen to us. It's been over 50 years, and that's 50 years too long. This should have happened a long time ago, and I don't want my children to have to fight this fight. It should end with us. It should end here and now. Atlain Ganesh Chish.
Shagao Yuhat Duasak, Klinke Hinak, Yang Yedi, Nahat Seti, Duck Dangtan, Yadi, Ayhat. My name is Nathan Lopez. My Tlingit name is Shagao. I'm Eagle Wolf, Yanyedi of the Taku people of the Hit Lane, the Big House. I was born and raised in Petersburg. My father was Michael Lopez. He fought for the landless until the day that he died. Have you ever been picked last in an elementary school for a game or for kickball? Our landless communities have felt like this. This does not define us. Our 5 landless communities are a lot more than that. And there is hope now. Back on December 5th, I was listening to the legislative bill hearing, and Richard Reinhardt was speaking. I was in my office, and as I began to listen to this hearing, tears are falling down my face. Anybody watching from the outside probably wouldn't understand what I was feeling, what I was going through at that time. And why was I feeling that? Because there is hope of this bill passing in Congress closer than we have ever seen. How will I feel when this bill passes? If I cried during a hearing of a bill, then I can't imagine how I feel when we go from being landless to back being the rightful owners of our lands. All the hours of growing up around my father's work and labor and so many other people's work will come to fruition. I'm excited that the door is beginning to swing open for us to be able to own our land again. Goodness, sheesh.
Rob Sanderson, I am from Heidelberg. I am not landless, but I support the landless. The 5 communities that were left out being pushed are pushing for a recognition for an unjust that has been well past 50 years. We need to support the landless. And I agree with the previous speaker. You know, you're not landless. That the lady that was on the screen here, that's your land. And when I look at my community and I know the members that don't have land, it breaks my heart. Because talking to my father, he's seen this problem coming years ago, and he was well aware of it. And most of you know my father was one of the people that helped do the land selections for Alaska during ANCSA. And he said boundaries were going to be a problem with some of the tribes here in Southeast Alaska. Now, I haven't been involved into the day-to-day business of the landless, but I do know what can really help push this forward. And I do not know the tribes that may have problems with boundaries with the landless coalition with the 5 communities, but I will say this here. I think it would be great with the tribes that maybe do have a hard time with boundaries. Maybe they're coming too close, you know, like I said, but this would probably advance the cause and probably even get it passed through Congress if the tribes work closely, maybe through resolution, drafting resolutions to their lawmakers, supporting the landless, because I think if we can get past the boundary on the landless issue, I think this can be resolved sooner than later. And so I am asking the tribes, the IRA tribes here, and the presidents of these IRA tribes here to really consider that, because it would advance this cause greatly, break speed greatly. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I am Nicole Hollingstead. I currently live on the lands of the Dina Ina up in Anchorage, and I am an Anchorage delegate, but I was born and raised in Petersburg, and I am landless. And I'm the last scheduled speaker for this, but we will be here for questions. And I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to share some words with you, and then I'm going to tell you how all of you can help advance this cause. And the words I'm going to share are the words of my grandmother, Amy Yedi Hollingstead. She was a prolific letter writer, like so many of our ancestors were. And these words are from a letter that she wrote to the National Congress of American Indians in 1947, talking about the importance of our lands. And she said, "The men in Washington, D.C. put aside millions of acres for the protection of wolves and bears, and nobody objects to that. Maybe if we were wolves or bears, we would have just as much protection. But we are only human beings, and there is no closed season on skinning Alaska natives." Ooh, Grandma Amy brought the thunder. Her words were shocking. There are no closed seasons on the skinning of Alaska natives. We've been talking for 2 days already about the different seasons that close on us every year. To think that every year since 1971, over 50 years, that these 5 communities have not had the benefit of this land is absolutely outrageous. And every year that passes, that we don't have these lands is another strip of skin that comes off our back. And we can't heal. Our skin cannot mend and close around us and make us whole again until that land under our feet is legally recognized, not as federal land, but as native land. So now, what can you do? There are very easy things that you can do. Everybody should have at their place setting a postcard. And I'm specifically going to ask the Washington delegates to address your postcard to Senator Maria Cantwell. Start your postcard by addressing it to your senator. You can write on here something as minimal as, please support the landless. The legislation numbers are right here. Write more if you'd care to, and then please hand those postcards either over to me. If you leave them on the table, I'll be sure to gather them up. Anybody else here would be glad to take them as well. We mentioned the website, withoutland.org. Please visit that website. Scroll to the bottom. There's a link where you can add your name to an email list of folks who are supporting this electronically. Even if you've already done that, please do it again. It's okay to refresh your support because we go in and we check that list, and every time we're able to say this many people support the landless. So Ganesh Chish Hawa for hearing our words, for hearing the words of our ancestors, for supporting this effort, filling out this postcard. And we actually have a bag and a bandana for everybody who stayed throughout the afternoon to hear our words. I think we might have to fist to the back to get those boxes and bring them up. They're up. Okay, great. So there's enough for one each, and I know that we are all available here for questions. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for listening to this update. And Cecilia, close us on out. Ganesh Chish. Yay.
At our last team meeting, we had some board members that thought the resolution that has been passed for quite a number of years here at Tribal Assembly was not strong enough. And we understood that the resolutions have a 2-year life. However, this last review of our resolution, it was amended. So now I understand it's going to be going to Executive Council. However, I would request that the Executive Council distribute these to all of our delegates, please. And here is the update. All right. Now therefore be it resolved that the 89th Tribal Assembly of the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska delegation convened April 17th to the 19th, 2024, hereby confirms that the landless communities are eligible to form Alaska Native corporations and to receive land selection rights and compensation under ANCSA. And be it further resolved that the Central Council of Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska delegation convened April 17th to the 19th, 2024, strongly urges the United States Congress to amend ANCSA to include these 5 landless communities. Be it finally resolved that the Tlingit and Haida President, Executive Council, and elected delegates shall send letters in support of the landless legislation to Alaska, Washington, Oregon, California delegations in Washington, D.C. And that's the update. Kind of puts it all on us because we vote in support of the resolution every year anyway. So this will help us all in the same canoe, pulling in the same direction, and hopefully the winds are in favor of us as they have shown to be recently. Oh, I want to give a shout out to our Seattle delegation. Our Seattle delegation is always very supportive, and we always pass the resolution and send it up here. Normally when there's similar resolutions, they get merged. And so I would like to thank Seattle for always being supportive. And also, See, Alaska has always been supportive. Alaska Native Brotherhood and Alaska Native Sisterhood always been supportive since these organizations started the whole land claims in the first place. So, and good enough to Tlingit and Haida, all of you, our leadership, Gunachish, and thank you so much for allowing us time on your agenda. And thank you for our team. Jaylene works with the DC team and they are amazing and awesome. Thank you, Jaylene.
Bridge. Zetka Xenas, Gil, Yuach Dosak, Inget Ena, Shara Shix. My Tlingit name, my Raven Tlingit name is Shara Shix, which means Coho, who lives in the mountain stream. Naksaksa City, Aknaks Ari. My mother was a Coho. My home, my house is a Coho. I'm standing before you, ladies and gentlemen, up here too. I wish I was your age. Well, anyway, I'll tell you what. I was 40 years old when the land levy was passed. Wrangell was left out. I happened to live back east then. I was 6 years Navy medical corpsman. I got out, stayed in Washington, D.C. for 10 years. I moved on to New York City for 15 years. So altogether, I was gone from Alaska for 30-some years. However, I always came home. I always came back here once or twice a year, even in the service. What I'm getting at is I live up in Anchorage now, and I have very, very hopefully have tried to reach people being up there. I have people up north now. We have no contact. You have contact here in Southeast or Seattle or wherever. Anchorage has no one. I have over year after year, when Sea Alaska has come up there, yes, they've endorsed us, but that's the only answer I get. Why? And I've asked Mr. Richard Reinhardt also. He has talked to me. Miss Cecilia has talked to me. But when we try to correspond, I get nothing. The point I am getting at, my brothers and sister and my relatives were all on the registration of Wrangell. Lo and behold, I was not. I asked these people over again, are you going to open the registration again? Question mark, no answer. No answer at all. Like I said, I was 40 years in my 40-year-old at the time. Well, it's over 51, so you know how old I am now. I'm a young buck. Okay? But what I'm asking for, I ask whoever has contact that they open the registration again. I know only one person in Wrangell who is alive besides me, and that's Harry Churchill, and he's a couple of years younger than me. Months, that is, I mean. Okay? Up in Anchorage area, there's quite a few people who are looking forward for the lands to be settled too. But the whole thing is, we need to get people to get in touch with us, or put me on this. I need answers too. I'm not going to die now. I'm going to wait till it's settlement. I have to tell you, I had on. I'm A and B member, for 30-some years. Plinkett and Haida, I joined when I came from New York City. I joined the Plinkett and Haida when Herb Hope was. I ran for office and treasurer, councilman. I'm an A and B, but I'm also the American Legion at Post 1 in Anchorage for 31 years. I love this organization, and please help the landless. Someone please get in contact with me. You can contact me through the Plinkett and Haida office. We have 2 offices in Anchorage now. You can go through anywhere if you can't contact me, but you can do it through Plinkett and Haida and get a hold of me. I am more willing. I am older, yes, that's of course, but I'm still very movable. I still get around. I'm also, I'll add to you, I'm going to brag now. I belong to the Anchik dancers of Kwan, of Anchorage City. We started in 2022. I don't dance so, but I'm the loudspeaker, I'm the mouthpiece. We all have our regalia. We go around to the Captain Cook, Anchorage Heritage Center, Sheridan Hotel, high schools, and the director of this was, again, Shirley Kendall, one of our cultures, Mary Merino suits. Well, again, I am pushing Anchorage, yes, of course. But, you know, we're really like a lost children way up there. It's terrible. Seattle and San Francisco get more attention than we do. Of course, I'm jealous. Yeah. But anyway, enough said, huh? Okay. Goodness cheese, how
I can come and find you later. As Cecilia said, my name is Jaylene Kukash. I was formerly at Sea Alaska, and I'm now back at my old law firm, Van Ness Feldman. We do a lot of Alaska Native work, and one of our projects is for the landless. I've been working on this for my whole career of 25 years. So that's why I still get to stand up here and support this group. I'm not landless, but I know what it's like to be left out because I was a shareholder descendant. But thankfully, Sea Alaska let us in. I am a tribal member with TNH as well. On the issue of the original roles and who was listed, I wish we could just simply write in new names and add them in. If you weren't on the original enrollment list from the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which they created back when ANCSA passed, then you're not included in that particular community. We know that you're not alone. There are others who weren't listed in the correct community. And so it is something we need to take up with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and with Congress. Only one person that I know of has been able to change their enrollment from the 13th region to Sea Alaska, which is similar to what would have to happen here, moving you from one community to another in terms of enrollment. And it actually had to happen through an act of the United States Congress. So what we need is actually to start compiling the list of those who need to be enrolled in the right community and make those corrections. But we can't just do it on our own, and the BIA can't even do it on their own. Congress has to do it. So just to answer that question, and we will be available to answer more questions afterwards.
Johan, Rene Lance Twitchell, Juno Delegate. Stukachat de Tio at the AG Stukat Johan to Tletzintin. I wish a cocoye I do a sock ha ani. Skakwe aya a you has a sock. Tlate cock in a skagway. Johan su hakat aya. Hase wook up. Kashatuash kuka. Aye wutien an kadachtzin. Kashtuklik, Donawak, Ak Aish, Klunat, Yaidetqa Atlain Tleka in Hasakawanik, Kleshinget Anich Usti, Ushakakoya. Uhanqa, you to a G, Taich Ayashingit City at Ye owa hatuati, achoyi akwus uhan su hatuasaguyi nichitni. Yadu ah achlil, hu owe okay what hatka akhustatiyu. I want to thank you all for the incredible work that you're doing, the courageous work that you're doing. I was born in a town called Skagway. So in Skagway, we are often told that it's not a Tlingit community, and it never was. And sometimes I feel like a lot of people feel that way. We've never had a delegate seated at Central Council. We tried when I was living in Skagway, but we were voted down. We're not part of the Landless group. We're not part of ANCSA. We're not really part of anything. And there's noble people who were from there, including my auntie right here. And there's people who have been erased, and I think we're all part of that erasure as well. So we would love to work with you, those who are from Skagway. We call it Awu Shakakoye or Shakakwe. And just to sort of stand with you and say, we too were forgotten and we were overlooked. And I'm tired of people saying that it's not an Indigenous community, because I know lots of people who are from there. I know lots of things that came back through that area, that a lot of Tlingit people, the songs that they sing, a lot of other things came through that trail that we maintained, that we call Shashaki. So I admire you all for the work that you're doing. And I ask you, how can Skagway be a part of it?
We've heard the question before. I know we raised it with Senator Murkowski as well. And because this is gone so far along as it's written now, it's kind of hard to, I guess, shake things up at this point. But we've heard this concern and we're happy to help you. And hopefully we can use what we learn in this process to help Skagway and any other communities that are left out. But we can talk further.
Yeah, I'd like to address the Southeast Landless Corporation, and I come from Wrangell, and I know many of them. Families grew up there. Marge Bird was one of my best friends, Bradley, and I knew all the families there. And I've been, I felt very strongly about the Southeast Landless being left out because like they shouldn't have been. And it was kind of similar to my father, who was full-blooded Japanese, arrested and made prisoner of war. And my brother George Baicedo was, as soon as he turned 16, he was taken down to Minidoka as a prisoner of war, and they were arrested by James Marshall, a good friend of ours that owned the Dennis Suites, and taken up to Fort Rich, then down to Washington. And they were separated, and my brother went to Minidoka, and my dad went to Albuquerque with the men, all the men. And they stayed there 4 years and thought they were spies, and Wrangell people turned against us and thought my dad was a spy listening to the radio, but he was always loyal to United States. Anyway, I think that when they came home on the plane, my dad, 4 years later in 45, my dad told my brother, "Don't tell our family what we went through." And so my brother never talked about it, and my dad wouldn't. But they were very loyal. They never found any reason of treason or anything among those 120,000 Japanese that were picked up on the West Coast and sent down to different concentration camps. And then he kept waiting for the money, but my oldest boy and Lynette and them would take care of him, and he would, when my brother would rub his back, he'd say, "When I get my 20,000, I'll buy a new car." And he kind of looked up to that, but he was never bitter. And now they're making this Southeast group wait 50 years too. And my dad died March 28th, 3 weeks before they gave the $20,000 out to the Japanese Americans. But I would like to say that we shouldn't wait much longer. I mean, if United States say they're powerful, and they give money to everybody else, and they're helping everybody else, they should be helping this group too, because, this is only right that they help them. And then I did talk to Cecilia, and I did talk to others, and I do know that there were conservation groups, Sahara Club, and a lot of them that fought against this group, thinking that they would develop the land and all that, and do like the other corporations, end up losing to timber or whatever. But talking to some of them on this group said, no, they wanted to leave this land to their future generations and their children. And I said, well, that's good, and now some of those conservation groups are now behind the Landless. So I wanted to bring that out today. But they shouldn't have to be waiting much longer, and we should support them, because like they said, they should have been in it from the beginning. For some reason, they weren't. And so please fill out the cards and do like me. I've been calling Lisa Murkowski and Dawn Sullivan when they first formed the coalition group. I've been asking everyone else too, and to help them. And it would have helped to have those letters, because I was told that personal letters and everything carries more weight than anything. And so I asked this group to support them and help them. And if they want, they got a little money when they started their group, nonprofit, but it takes money to do it. And so if we could pass a hat or whatever and fill out the postcards and write our letters, I would think that that's one thing we can do. Thank you very much for listening to me, and thank you, Cecilia, and all of you. And hopefully they will be passing it soon. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention that I did tell Harriet that Senator Lisa Murkowski's staffers, front office people, know Harriet because she does call pretty steady. Thank you, Harriet. Catherine?
Catherine Edwards, Seattle delegate. I'll try to keep this short. So I have several letters back from Mary Cantwell's office because I hear this call all the time, but I just want to say she is up for election this year. And I think maybe it's time that the EC takes advantage of our Linwood office and come down, because we have 8,000 of her constituents. I know that some of her tribes in the state of Washington also have a very strenuous relationship with her, but I think it's time to take advantage of meeting her in our office space in Linwood. Just a suggestion. The other thing that I wanted to say is, Lance, I know that Skagway is a native village because I spent a summer there where his family took me in and spent a lot of time with his aunties and dinners at his grandmother's house. So I know for a fact that Skagway is a tribal village. Thank you. Gashish, thank you.
Thank you. Good suggestions. Jessica Elopre is already on the case, getting us an appointment with Senator Cantwell. Hi, Duffine.
Hello, thank you, Daphne Albee, Seattle. First, I would like to recognize our family in Wrangell. My grandmother, Elizabeth Williams from Wrangell. My mother, Johanna Kabog, was born in Wrangell. So I'm happy to see you there, and thank you so much for continuing this work on behalf of all of our people. For Seattle, as we grow, also our number of voting, the number of our tribal citizens who are eligible to vote in the greater Seattle area grows. One of the things that we've been working on in the Seattle area is strengthening our political arm on behalf of our Native people, so that any issues that we have for our Alaska Native people, our Tlingit Haida people, we also are working on in Washington, Oregon, and anywhere that our Alaska Native people live. So we want to make sure that all of, we are working to get the word out that we want to and we want to have our Native people vote. And I want us all to be like Harriet. Let's give all of our senators, all of our representatives calls. Let's do it for every single one of us, all of our communities. This is as Catherine said, that this is a voting year. This is an important year. No matter which party that you may, say that you are from, what we should be thinking about is who is supporting our Alaska Native people. Those are the people that we need to vote for, no matter which party they're from, who is supporting the projects and the issues that we have. So thank you. I just want you to know that the Seattle delegation is working hard, and we support you. Chish.
Tasha, go ahead and ask your question. We have Juliana Smith online that is going to ask a question after you, and then we're going to get ready for the memorial. So.
Thank you. Tasha Hodge, Anchorage delegate. I just wanted to share some of the work that I've been doing and would challenge others to do the same. As I was thinking about this issue, the last several tribal assemblies, thinking, how can I help? But I'm not a landless. The impact is different. And I just decided, I'm going to quit being an independent voter. I'm going to join a major political party, which was a tough decision for me because aligning with a party can sometimes be very controversial. But then I got into party leadership. I got on the party platform and I said, you guys are going to support tribes and here's what we're going to do. And so if you want to be a candidate that gets our party endorsement, you have to commit to that platform. And so I don't want to go chasing down people that are already elected. I want people that are running to be elected to already agree to support this issue. So go infiltrate the different parties and work on doing that as well. I think that that's one strategy that I think could be really effective. Thank you.
Sheesh, great suggestions. Thank you.
Have Juliana Smith online.
Hello, my name is Juliana Smith. I'm a delegate from the Anchorage office.
Thank you. You're muted.
Am I still, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Juliana Smith. I'm a delegate from the Anchorage Anchorage area. Ganesh, thank you. I'm a big, huge supporter up here, and especially on social media. I do my best to ensure that our tribe is heard online as well as across the world. So to ensure that we are getting the support, we are getting the words out, that the people that are out there reading my posts know that we are in need of this support. 50 years is too long, and we need this bill to be passed. And I just want to let everyone know that I'm doing what I can do to help everyone there. Ganesh, thank you.
Thank you. Judy Helgeson.
Thank you. Veronica Dalton, Hoona delegate. I'd just like to read a statement. Hoona would like to say we support the landless. We support land being acquired by the federal government in the areas that are traditional and customary to their people. Whereas currently the areas in the legislation going onto lands that are not traditionally and customary to those regions. So we need to please look at this before we completely 100% support it, because there's lands in there that are not traditionally customary to these people. Thank you.
Had this happened 50 years ago, there definitely would have been land chosen around the communities. However, at this point in time, the land selections are fewer and fewer and dwindling even more. We've had to go to the back of the bus, stand on the side while other people came and got their land. So we are open to discussion. So yes, thank you. We understand.
My name is Judy Helgeson from Craig. I'm going to speak on behalf of Heidelberg because that's where I come from. That's my home. And when you talk about, and I'll say this now, I'm not against the landless getting land. The only part I'm talking about is that if you guys pick in our area, that's not right. Because we already had that happen to Heidelberg once. Because you were supposed to get land around your place, Heidelberg, where they moved from Houcan was the best land, and yet they were able to come down and pick. And so Heidelberg ended up in a 2-core land. And if anybody knows what a 2-core land is, there's muskeg on both sides of the river. So Heidelberg ended up with no good lands. So they had to go back and fight to get lands again. And we got a little better land selection the second time around. And I know that the landless are looking into Tungus, and that's part of where we're at. And that's all I wanted to say, is that we ended up with nothing until we got the land exchange. And I want to wish you guys the best of luck, but that's how I feel, that those are our homelands. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Sheesh.
Thank you. And thank you to the Southeast Alaska Landless Corporation. Oh, okay. So there's boxes of materials from the Landless Corporation here for your selection. At this time, we're going. Finance is still in place if you have not collected your stipend due for this day too. They are looking for you. You can find them upstairs on second floor. We are going to recess until 5:30. Vice President Rob Sanderson will run the memorial. So your stuff may stay in place. No need to move anything, but please come back at 5:30 for the memorial. Without objection, we will move to recess until 5:30. No objection.
Thank you, Will. Yeah, please, please do not leave. Make sure that we have a good turnout here at the delegation. 5:30 will start approximately. Was this my pen? I was just wondering. We got some elders. Same thing. Same thing we do all the time.
Yeah, I was just double checking everything. I have people here, I guess. We have the book of remembrance updated. Last time, I think we just put it on the stage, or wherever you want it. People could, to say people could.
It would be easier to have it here. Because after we're done, it would be easier to just hold it up there.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
oh.
fine.
Okay, thank you, Val. Just chatting with you. Yeah, it's good. So the way we're going to do this here at 5:30, each community We'll select one person to hold the candle and one person to read the names. Please, if you can, please stay. Want water? When?
Okay, thank you, Will. Good luck. A lot of food.
For what? For native food? Yeah. I know there's a couple different ones. I want to buy here for the 40,000 miles. Okay. Okay, I'll just take off. We'll get ready to do the drawing for this native food boxer. And we have a few prizes to pick before the main prize on the native food box. And we appreciate you guys' support. Ask her. All you gotta do that. I'm just getting ready.
Nathan, you want to drop for adoption? Okay. We just got, yeah, we're just gonna.
I didn't even catch
Just pick out tickets for us, sir. We'll have at least somebody neutral do it. Instead of us. Hey, could run around.
I know.
I was just thinking that too. I was getting really sleepy a while ago. Getting further down. Got tired of shaking it up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Nathan. Oh, anytime. Okay. Okay, we'll start off with that, halibut. Dry fish. I can't see. Huh? Alejandra Panagua Willis. Alejandra Panagua Willis. Winner, yeah, Alejandra Willis for the dry fish. Give me another one. Oh, dropped out. Failing. Okay, here we go. Here's another one. Doreen McCluskey. Do you want me to say it? Yeah. Doreen McCluskey. What'd she win? Halibut dry fish. Next one is Margot Wilson. Seaweed and eggs. Next one, gumboots, Beverly Charles. Gumboots. Huh? Okay. Gumboots again. Jody, Amy L. Jody, Amy L. Gumboots. Tacos. For cockles, share Kita. Hey, cockles. All right, congrats. There will, yeah, some other ones, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought I missed it.
And what's
Yes.
For herring eggs, this is herring eggs, Lillian Hillman.
Lillian Hillman, Hair and Eggs.
Great.
What's the next one? Nice pink moccasins.
Thank somebody who donated that.
Who donated?
I don't know.
We just want to thank the person that donated the pink moccasins. Sugar. All right, Sugar donated them. For the pink moccasins, David Allen. All right, David Allen, congratulations. What's the next?
So I can spoil myself. Back home. These are our back home. Right? Yeah.
All right, for the big native food box. It's Rachel, Amy L.
Okay. We gotta take it all back to the hotel again.
Sorry, it's gone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nathan.
Hi, ladies. There's so many. It's a lot of fun. I didn't know. I asked you. But there were only two on the list. I don't think we have like. Jackie, these are my ten. I wanna. Yeah.
We're gonna go ahead and call back into session. It's 5:25. So we do have the memorial donations over here to my right. And then when the names of the loved ones are read, they will be entered into the book of remembrance here, which you can look through after the memorial service. Again, please identify a person to hold the candle and one person to read the names of our loved ones lost. If we can get staff to dim the lights, just, you know.
Okay. Want me to help you? I'll be glad to do that.
Thank you to those who stayed. Very important. So we'll line up in alphabetical order: Anchorage, Angoon, Craig, Puna, Heidelberg, Juneau, Cape, on down the line. And I'll go ahead and read those names when we get started. So staff will be handing out candles, electric candles, I believe. Yeah. So if I can call Anchorage forward, and the candle bearer, they're going to be handing candles. Okay. All right. I was just informed by staff that the candles did not make it down here today. And I apologize for that. So we may have one candle going up here, and after all the names that are read from our communities, we will extinguish that. So before we get going, I would like to ask, we're going to have balance here at the memorial. I would like to call on Paul Marks to say a few words in his native language, his native Tlingit language. And then we will have the Tlingit gospel singers, and then I will have Gianna from Ketchikan come up here and do the Haida Memorial, and then we'll read the names. Again, Anchorage, Angoon, Craig, Haines, Huna, Heidelberg, Juneau, Kate, Kasan, Ketchikan, Kloak, Klukwan, Metlakatla, Pelican, Petersburg, San Francisco, Saxman, Seattle, Sitka, Wrangell, and Yakutat. And to make it less complicated, I will just go with these names slowly as we go forward. But right now, we're not going to read the names. We're just going to open up with, I do not, I have no say in how they present once they do the memorial. When I asked, you know, Paul Marks will take it from here. So he's going to have some memorial remarks to say.
Lachish. Tlahuay Dathliat Yachsayun as teach Hajik Nana. Ethlish and Den Hada Ute Uhan. Achia Gach Haju City. Ya Stakata Nakas Wuat. Adayutu Ditan Stakat Wuhan. Akawe Tishakau Ati. How very difficult it is when death is always difficult for us. we start to think about our loved ones that have gone on. They have all packed up and left us. We were reminded of them. And so it becomes very sorrowful for us. Hain da udqa nujin hasil kohas. Tuslaan teen. To kaya wane isani has iat has. We're always instructed, we're always told to be respectful to our paternal uncles, our paternal aunties. We're very respectful and mindful of them. Yewe dayutuchtitan yayegi yachana. This is what I'm thinking about this evening. These are my thoughts. To ade wush haya uneiya to wush how to sekhan. How very much our ancestors or how our grandparents taught us to love one another. Achaya Tikat Wuhan Ishandain hat atuati Tikatede ha ika wuha. We are related in so many different ways. And that's why we all mourn together when somebody leaves us. Some of my uncles have told us that we're a kinship nation. We're all intertwined with each other. Achaya Ushaha. This is why we respect one another. We're very polite to each other. It's difficult for me to find some things because I want to talk to my opposites. And now I'm talking to a different nation. I'm representing the Tlingit, and I was told Haidas will respond. Wasaya Kwasa. What shall I say? This is the way I'm thinking to myself. Sometimes loneliness comes upon us, and I'm reminded of this story. Take it nukt. Just who there was this lonely grouse. He felt as if he was the only grouse left in the world. Maybe this is how we feel sometimes when we're in our different communities or when we're out living in different cities. Atu a good way nukt. Chakuta Shah Deu good. This grouse went to a different mountain looking for his own people. This grouse, he went looking for his own people and he couldn't find anybody. There was nobody there. And so he felt alone. How many times did this grouse try to go look for his own people because he was lonely? And then at some point he found his own people. There were so many grouse there. And he finally felt comforted. This is how we feel when we come and talk about our loved ones. When we're all spread out in these different communities. Sometimes we feel lonely. But then we come and we see all the other delegates here, all our relatives, and we're comforted by seeing all of you. This is the way I'm feeling this evening, thinking about all our loved ones that have gone on. We feel lonely, but then when we come and see, look amongst all your faces, we are comforted. Kuyachete, Stikachuhan, Acheutlikuhawakini. You have put a blanket around us and you have wiped away our tears. Yewach Twasqueen Kachwanigich, Eguat, Achunke, Stikachuhan, Wechina, Retsu, Wechakini, Achishas, Suachlis Kostikachuhan, Nachish, Yewa.
At this time, if we can get the gospel singers. And then after that, I will call on Gianna from Ketchikan to do the Haida Memorial.
If anybody else would like to come and join us, we'll be singing Amazing Grace. Okay, go ahead. Are you coming?
How sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
I'm now going to call on Gianna to give the HIDA response.
Sanuga Hinudikyang, Galas Gustuti Kwalag and Ketchikan student Ijang. So my Haida name is Sanuga. I come from Ketchikan. I'm half Haida and half Tlingit. The song I'm going to sing for you is the Calling of the Ancestors song. How
We will now read the names of our loved ones. I will now call on Anchorage, and when you are done, the names that we have read, please get them, and we'll have some staff to receive the paperwork so they will be able to put their names into the Tlingit Haida Book of Remembrance. So I will call on Anchorage.
Anchorage tribal members. Eugene Buzzy Patola, mother Pamela C., grandmother Mabel Pike. Georgiana Hobson, Samantha Lanebull, Georgette Mills, Robert Sinclair, Allison Renee Andrews, father Richard Boyles, grandmother Flora Boyles, Norma Dunn.
And Goon.
Robert Charclair. Charclair? Sorry. Charclain.
Gilbert Fred, Marlene Zuboff, Tiffany George, Teresa Guanzan, Anisha Makuya.
Craig. Oh, go ahead, Howard.
Valerie Houston.
Take your time.
Abe Washington,
Joe Thompson, Rose Westica, Loretta Williams, Dan Brown.
Craig.
Fred Hamilton Sr., Clifford Duval, Blanche Farrell, Charlene Mullen, Jana Nelligan, Rachel James, Susan Diltz, and Jessna John.
Haynes.
Tanya Lee Smith, Cecilia David, and Carol Dewis.
Una.
Max Dick, Faye Luella Gallagher, Mildred Millie Lind, Marissa Lindoff, Colby Aaron Scaffelsted, Rosabella Stevenson, Arlene Andrews, Jenny Baldwin, George Cartidi, Robert Gary Jr., Colleen Henderson, Gerald Hinchman Sr., Thomas Johnny Sr., George Mercer, Wendy Pentros, Byron Rudolph Sr., Kenny Schoonover, Anthony C., Alberta Shaklini, Dean Sharklain, Toby Work, Victoria Watkins, Jacob White Jr., Caroline Williams, Jocelyn White, Wonders Dibdall, Daniel Brown, Valerie Gamble Houston, Jean Hill, Joseph Williams, Stanley Lindstrom, Bill Williams, Sandy Haldane, Ralph Knudsen, Fagan Scaffelsted, Philip Sharklain Sr., Randall Johnson, Mark Cook Jr., Larry Sanders, Harold Dick, Jerry Peterson, David Austin, Emma Goodman Hecker, Kay Barton, Mike Morrison, and Anicia Neal.
Heidelberg.
With much love and respect for the ones that have went on before us, and I truly, truly apologize to my community if we accidentally left anyone off the list. Robert Sanderson Sr., Steve Diltz Sr., Steve Hamilton, Alan Nix Jr., Sylvester Peel Jr.,
Matthew Charles Sr., Elizabeth Diltz, Lester Douglas, Lois Douglas, and Glenn Douglas.
Juno.
Juno, Arlene Bennett, Alex Caesar, Chris Cornell, Ivan Demert, Douglas Flake, Teresa Guanzon,
Alberta Hanlon, Norma Kubik, Anthony Coons, Rosa Miller, Erlyn Olson, Philip Charclain, Christina Wheaton, Billy John Williams, Frank Williams Jr., Joseph E. Williams, Michael Williams, Everest Wilson, Jason Wilson, Mark Clark, Lawrence Cook Jr., Marissa Lindoff, Gregory Martin, Larry Sanders Sr., Robert Charclain, Mark Williams, Gerald Tanner O'Halarian, Joseph Reeves III, Catherine John, Walter Adams, William Telebaris IV, Daniel Brown Sr., Gerald Hinchman Sr., Martha James, Kathy Williams, Rosemary Mills, Rose Westica, Joycelyn White, Walter Smith, Allison Janae Franklin, Teresa Germain, Norma Jean Dunn, Edward Austin, Jason Vonda, Cha'ade Na'u. Please forgive us if we forgot anybody else in Juneau.
Cake.
Cake citizens that we have lost in the last year: Lori Ann Adams, Russell Jackson, Evans Kadake, Jenna Williams, Timothy Wilson, Meredith Kadake Funk, Ethel Markham Williams, Carol Jackson, Rosalind Shaquani, Tiffany Berkeley, Alberta Shaquani, Geraldine Johnson, Philip Demmert, Margaret Wallace, Ruth Ann Brown. Thank you.
Kassan.
Village of Claquan. We want to pay respect to the ones that came before us that are now behind us. Joseph Hodge, James Donnelly, a.k.a. Cochise, Tony Strong, Joe King, Dan Katzig, Jen Hodge Stevens, Arlene Willard, Tanya Hodge, Smitty Katzig, and Daryl's going to talk about his mom.
Sally Bird, teen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kassan.
Lewis Jones Sr. and Lee Brennig.
Ketchikan.
With great respect and in loving memory, John Areola, Delbert Cecil Charles Jr., Louise Milton Craig, Stephen Diltz Sr., Dwayne Frank, Bernice Frisbee, John Galactinoff, Richard Galactinoff, Frederick John, Crystal Lammers, Eileen Lammers, Sears McAlpin, Richard Milton, Judy Needham, James Snook Jr., Kathleen Stack, Sierra Stanley, Roger Sakana, John Tatum Jr., Joseph Tavares, William Tavares IV, Clarence Trout, Patrick Verney Jr., Margot Wallace, Paul Keith Douglas White, Donna Marie Brew, Thomas Charles, Delbert Charles Jr., Cleo Crocker, Sherry Dodge, Patricia Frisbee, Dana Hamilton, Leslie Leask, Joyce Olmsted, Patricia Ann Reeves, Russell Stewart, Woody Anderson, Fred Acker, Alyssa Trumbull, Joseph Reeves, and Fred Paddock.
Block.
Catherine Nicole Brown, Georgiana Houston, Matthew Wyatt, Ron Williams, Sal Williams Sr., John Kennedy, Lincoln Pradovich, Ernie Smith Jr., Shad Ruddock, John Woods, Briar Mackey, and Frank Demmert.
Metlakatla? I don't think they are here. Pelican?
In loving memory of Fred Mork.
Petersburg? San Francisco?
We would like to go in loving memory of Tashina James, Robin Montano,
Amanda Alec, Richard Augustus, Alicia Gonzalez.
And John J. Silva.
Thank you.
Saxman?
In loving memory, Saxman, James Charles Fleene D., Thomas Charles Fleene D., Gerald Charles Fleene D., Melvin Charles Fleene D. These are my brothers and sisters. Donna Brew, Clarence Trout, Krista Saludo, Woody Anderson, Margot Wallace, James Swink, Saxman.
Seattle?
With a grieving heart and loving sorrow, Seattle mourns Sophia Sutton, Jeremy Childress, Frankie Cooley, Christina Deshear, Donna Anderson, Carol Caldwell, David Denny, Franklin Henry DeWitt, David Howard Doucette Sr., Kathleen Martha Ford, Hazel Frankfurter, James Gardy, Mary Guerrero, Vice President Lowell Halverson, Linda Huey, Vincent Hughes, Mary Jenkins, Randall Johnson, Ronald Troy Miller, Debbie Page, Richard Augustus, Roy Pradovich Jr., James Price Jr., James Reinhardt, John Ulrich III, Victor Valdez, Mark Williams, James Wilson, Amanda Albeck, J.R. Smith, Dante Alsbenzor, Rose Weskita Magbu, Rose Wistica, Orlando Magbu. I am so sorry for the mispronunciation. Please forgive. Diana Demmer, Fred Paddock, with a loving heart and sweet memories. Ganeshtish.
Sitka?
In loving memory of these tribal citizens,
Theodora Bartels, Esther Bingham, Darren Borbridge, William Brown, Isabel Chulik, Charles Daniels Jr., Margaret Gordon, Kai Johns, Fred Mork, Ron Oswa, Franklin Thomas, Elsie Diedrichson, Loretta Ann Bertram, Marlene Caesar, Isabel Sam, Justin Skalka, Francis Widmark, Sandra Lyons, Rose Cartidi.
Rangel.
In loving memory, James Reinhardt, David Roy Churchill, Gary Albert Stevens,
Daisy Lewis Culbreath, Randy Churchill Jr., Charmaine Gunderson Benson,
Felix Villarma, and Christine Jenkins.
Yakutat.
Sorry,
Excuse me.
one more.
Okay.
Arnold Backey.
Okay. Yakutat.
Walter Paps Adams, Lillian Johnson, Rodney Anderson, Irving Grass, Katrina Fraker, Roy Shada, Lenny Edwards, and Nicholas Wolf.
Cecilia.
Petersburg.
Okay, Petersburg.
Kathy Heppy. Kathy Heppy from Petersburg. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen.
I'd just like to make a correction from Anchorage. It was Norma Jean Dunn, and I'm wearing her necklace that she gave me for a graduation. She's near and dear.
Jackie.
Mr. Chair, Juneau Delegate Jerry Bennett would like to share a scripture with us, if that's all right.
By all means, yes.
Do you want to just sit?
I want to share a word of God with you. Losing a loved one is not easy. You can all stand if you want, and there's some on the back already. But we are together because we learned to love one another. God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him will not perish but will have everlasting life. And this John 14, 1 through 6 is a scripture that if you listen to the middle part of it, it's a promise of the Lord. He said, let not your heart be troubled. You believe in God, believe also in me. He said, in my Father's house are many mansions. If it were not so, I would have told you so. Hear this one. I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and receive you unto myself, that where I am, there you may be also. It's a promise that the Lord always keeps. They know the Lord Jesus Christ in their heart and their life. He's gone to prepare a place for them. And if you haven't ever done that, I encourage you to do that. There's nothing simple, it's alive that you have to battle the enemy and everything, but the word says, if God be for us, who can be against us? It's okay if I have a word of prayer?
Please.
Join hands with you, the one next to you. Just all the way across. God's going to touch your heart. He'll touch your heart. He knows who you are. He knows how much you miss him. So just let him do that. If you shed a tear, it's because of the love that's in you. Our Heavenly Father, we come today in Jesus' name. We shared the names, Lord, of those we love. And Lord, you know each and every one of our hearts, Lord, as we listen, and some haven't been mentioned, but yet, Lord, our heart's desire is that they're with you. Pray, Jesus, that you'll touch every one of us. Let us feel the love of God to be shed abroad in our heart by the Holy Spirit. And Lord, be with our loved ones, our families at home. Let them feel the love, Lord, that we know comes from the throne of God. And I pray, Jesus, you'll be with us, Lord of God, through this day and the days ahead. We ask and thank you, Lord, knowing your love is great, and you'll do exceedingly abundantly above all that we ask or think, according to the power of God that worketh in us. And all this, Father, we ask in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen. Give the person next to you a hug. They need it. I need it.
He said give the person next to you. You're a strong man. Strong man.
We're good.
Yeah, I think we're good. They said give the person next to you a hug.
All right. Good job today.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. And we do have the memorial box, donation box here to my right. And the names that were read today of our loved ones that were lost will be entered into the Tlingit and Haida Book of Remembrance. Thank you. That now concludes this session. Have a good evening. Be safe. Thank you.